Besides, I am very familiar with this boss. It is identical to the Abyssal Hound I killed before. As for its stats, I cannot even be bothered to look, and behind it, plenty of Abyssal Hounds have appeared. Seeing this, Zhang Taotao immediately grows nervous. Is this an Abyssal Demon? Miao Yu asks with curiosity on the side. Can Junior Lin beat it? Hearing this, the two of them look completely shocked. Just at this moment, the skeleton warrior charges toward the boss. At the same time, the boss also orders its underlings to charge. In an instant, dozens of Abyssal Hounds rush to meet the skeleton warriors. The skeleton warriors instantly unleash their Berserk Strike skill. The next second, 3 Abyssal Hounds drop dead on the spot. Then I use Corpse Explosion on their bodies. Following 3 consecutive explosions, not only are all the hounds wiped out, but even the boss Abyssal Hound vanishes without a trace, leaving only corpses all over the ground. Soon, a majestic voice rings out. Having passed the assessment, our team of 5 is teleported to the outside world. As for us, who were previously ranked outside the top several hundred, have now reached the top spot. Even my name has become exceptionally dazzling. Seeing this, the spectators outside are all utterly astonished. How did they manage to deal with the boss so quickly? Then again, why does this team name look kind of familiar? Another spectator reminds him. Did you forget that this year's national top scorer in the major exam is named Lin Moyu? Hearing this, the man is even more shocked. No way, didn't he just finish the major exam? How can he already join the level 20 group tournament so fast? Maybe his leveling speed is just fast. Otherwise, how could he become the top scorer? Seeing the rankings, Zhang Taotao and the others are also dumbfounded. We are actually ranked first, their words filled with disbelief. Yet Ningyi says indifferently. This is completely normal, and we will win the final championship too. Because Ningyi has been with me for a long time. She is long used to this kind of thing. Zhang Taotao shakes her head at the words. I am not doubting it. I just feel that the boss fight earlier took less than 5 seconds. Hearing this, I calmly say. It could have been even faster originally. No matter what, passing is what matters. Anyway, the preliminaries do not look at rankings. After waiting for a long time, the second team is finally teleported out. Yet the next second, their expressions instantly freeze. Because they discover that someone was actually faster than them. And much faster at that, but besides shock, there is mostly resentment. At this moment, their team leader walks over and says, Who is Lin Moyu? His tone filled with intense resentment. Although Ning Yi and the others ignored him, he sensed a trace of killing intent coming from me. After looking me up and down, he spoke immediately. Once we get on the arena, we will defeat you. With that, he turned around and left. Zhang Taotao shook her head and said, This guy is very arrogant, but running into Junior Lin in this group only means they are out of luck. Next, more and more people passed the preliminaries. Meanwhile, the eliminated teams on the light screen were also increasing. They were far more numerous than the teams that passed. It seems 90% was just a conservative estimate. At this elimination rate, there will only be about 2,000 teams left passing. Among them, teams below level 40 make up about 70%. 97% of the teams cannot even get past the preliminaries. This also shows that the teams able to pass are not weak at all. Soon, these preliminaries finally came to an end. Immediately after, a majestic and deep voice resounded across the venue. The preliminary results are announced below. A total of 18,352 competing teams in the level 10 to level 19 group. 552 passed. Please gather at the arena early tomorrow morning. Next up is the preliminary round for the singles tournament. The number of registered participants for singles is even higher, reaching an astonishing 200,000. The grouping method is the same as the team tournament, with 10 players per group. The singles tournament attracts much more attention, because without the burden of teammates, it can better highlight one's own strength. Then, one teleportation array after another slowly lit up, and the appearance of the trial ground also emerged. It was the exact same venue as the team tournament. Seeing this, some people already had a bad premonition in their hearts. The elimination rate will not be super high again, will it? You can figure that out without even thinking. With over 200,000 people registered. Soon, all the teleportation arrays formed completely, followed by contestants walking into the light barrier one by one, and entering their own independent spaces. And just as I was about to step into the teleportation array, suddenly someone blocked my way. It was precisely the arrogant Tang Jinfei. Dare to compete with me? Whoever passes the preliminary round first wins. I gave him a cold look and said, You are not worthy, and after saying that I walked past him. Tang Jinfei gritted his teeth and said, You do not want to compete with me, but I insist on competing with you. I will definitely be faster than you. After everyone entered the trial ground, the examiner officially announced the start of the preliminary round. The rules for the solo match are very simple. Killing the enemy in front of you counts as success. Failure means elimination. The enemy appearing in front of me once again is an abyssal hound. Its level and stats are exactly the same as the boss in the team preliminary round. The only difference is the absence of a group of hound minions. First, solo preliminaries lack support buffs. And second, they lack healers to restore health. Fighting is much harder than in the team preliminaries. However, these things do not matter much to me. As I slowly raise my hand, several skeleton warriors appear in response. Then the skeleton warriors use the skill Berserk Strike. Without a doubt, the Abyss Wolf Demon is instantly killed. A moment later, the second trial target sharply appears. Its level is higher than the previous Abyssal Hound. Yet its stats are still trash. The few skeletons summoned just now are enough to deal with it. Without a doubt, it is an instant kill. Immediately after, another monster appears. This time it changes to an Abyss Snake Demon. Its level increases again by 1. Reaching level 31, unfortunately, it is still not enough. Several skeleton warriors rush forward and hack away wildly. Then the 4th, 5th, and 6th monsters are all taken down in one hit. And their stats rise accordingly. It makes no difference to me at all. Right up until the 7th monster. A level 35 Abyss Spiral Lizard is finished off by me. The assessment finally ends. A loud voice echoes inside the tower, stating that I passed, and then I am teleported outside. My name is impressively ranked first on the light screen. Seeing this, I instantly realize that as long as I take down the 7th monster, I can pass the preliminary round. It seems the difficulty is not high. If others heard me say this, they would probably be angered to the point of vomiting blood. After all, these monsters are created by Xinxia Tower, simulating abyssal demons. Although their levels and stats are weakened, they are still much stronger than monsters of the same level. Moreover, their skills remain unchanged. The most important thing is that resting is not allowed during the trial, which is much harder than team matches. At this moment, my name is glowing brightly at the very top. There is also a number 7 behind the name. This represents that 7 monsters have already been slain. Meanwhile, the numbers behind other people's names are either 0 or 1. At this time, many spectators have already noticed my name. What is going on with this guy named Lin Moyu? The number behind the person ranked after him is only 1. Why is his number 7? Could it be that he has already finished killing them? No way, it has been less than 2 minutes since he started. How could it already be over? However, I remember that in the morning team preliminaries, his name was also the champion in the level 20 group. At this moment, all eyes are focused on my name. My results are too outstanding. So outstanding that it is hard for anyone to catch up. My first time entering the preliminaries broke the records of the Xinxia Empire for hundreds of years, when I killed all the trial monsters in just 1 minute. Others were still fighting their second monster. All the spectators present were shocked by my speed. Even the examiners in charge of the preliminaries were dumbfounded. You must know that in the preliminaries over these hundreds of years, no one has ever completed the trial within 1 minute. And a small number of people were even eliminated directly in the first round. For some low-strength practitioners, managing to kill 3 monsters is already considered quite good. By the third one, it becomes hard to keep going. Remember that the monsters inside will not wait. Shortly after killing one, the next one will appear, and it is stronger than the previous one. Therefore, not many people can continuously kill 7 monsters. Some people even analyze that the elimination rate of the solo match might be even higher than the team match. As time passed by minute, the number of eliminated people also became larger. Until half an hour later, the second person to kill 7 monsters finally appeared. But seeing his name, I showed a trace of a smile. Because this person is none other than Tang Jinfei. Tang Jinfei wears an arrogant look as he is teleported out. But when he looks at the light screen with absolute confidence, he finds his name suppressed beneath mine once again. His expression changes instantly. How could it be him again? He walks right up to me and asks in a deep voice, "When did you come out?" But I simply cannot be bothered with him. Seeing this, he lets out a cold snort, drops the words "see you in the arena," and turns to leave. After waiting another full hour, a deep and solemn voice rings out once more. The solo preliminaries have officially concluded. The preliminary results are now announced. Levels 10 through 19 bracket. 32,512 participants. 432 passed. The practitioner tournament will officially begin tomorrow. Countless people are shocked upon hearing these results. This solo preliminary round eliminated nearly 99% of the contestants. Everyone is extremely curious about what kind of trials the Xinxia Empire set up to prevent so many people from clearing the preliminaries. I do not care about any of that, and the moment the preliminaries ended, I already set off toward another preliminary venue. By the time I arrive, however, the preliminaries in the high-tier venue have also concluded. Yet the light screen still emitted a brilliant glow. The list of those who passed the preliminary auditions was still shining brightly upon it. I carefully searched a circle, but I failed to find the name of my sister Lin Mohan. Seeing this, I let out a soft sigh. Perhaps my sister did not participate in the solo tournament at all. Yet I still could not conceal the disappointment in my heart. Suddenly, my whole body froze in place. My usually calm face now showed an unprecedented excitement. My entire body was trembling slightly. I saw a figure not far away walking over against the afterglow of the setting sun. She smiled gently, her soft demeanor mixed with a heroic spirit, like a plum blossom in the cold wind. She spoke gently with a smile. Hearing her voice, I trembled even more uncontrollably. Then I walked quickly to her and pulled her into a tight embrace. Sister, this call melted all my longing and emotions. Lin Mohan felt the exact same way. The tears at the corners of her eyes slipped down silently, unable to hide her longing, until the setting sun shone through the sea surface onto our faces. We reluctantly parted ways. I saw her stand on tiptoe and gesture above my head. You grew taller again. I remember a year ago you were not much taller than me. Just like that, we sat side by side in the setting sun, chatting and laughing. Yet during our conversation, I inadvertently discovered my sister seemed to be constantly paying attention to me all along. Me becoming the national top scorer and entering Xiaojing Academy, she knew all about it. Yet why did she not come to find me? Her reply was that it was not very convenient. She did not go into the specific details. Lin Mohan smiled and said, You still talk so little. How are you going to find a girlfriend like this? There are many nice girls at Xiaojing Academy. You should really seize the opportunity. Right at that moment, 4 people walked up from behind. Each of their collars was embroidered with a special emblem. And this was precisely the emblem of Chuangshan Academy. Then, the leader among them asked, Junior Lin, who is this? With that, his gaze shifted onto me. His eyes carried a compelling aura. Yet this was not done on purpose. It was just naturally emitted, since everyone from Chuangshan Academy is a top genius. Lin Mohan slowly stood up. This is my younger brother, and I nodded politely at him. Hello. Seeing this, his attitude toward me changed noticeably. You guys go back first. My brother and I have not seen each other in over a year. I want to talk with him a bit longer. Hearing this, the man agreed readily. But you must return early, since the competition starts tomorrow. We still need to discuss our tactics. After speaking, he gave me another couple of looks. When he saw the military badge on my chest, a flash of light crossed his eyes. At the same time, I was also observing him. However, it was a 1-star silver second lieutenant badge, falling short by 1 star compared to my own. After they left, I asked my sister if those 4 people were her teammates. Lin Mohan nodded and said, Yes, they are all my teammates. And they are also top geniuses of Chuangshan Academy. Hearing this, I smiled and said, I think you are the amazing one, sister. You entered the academy just a few months ago and already joined Chuangshan Academy. Sister, you must be level 40 by now, right? Then I asked her what her exact class was. Why she could level up so fast was something I had always been curious about. Lin Mohan said softly, My class when I first awakened was the legendary class Blade Dancer. Now I have managed to complete a class sublimation. My class has become Holy Sword Dancer. Hearing this, a sense of shock arose in my heart. This is no longer a matter of luck. The process itself does not matter at all. The only thing that matters is the result. Lin Mohan continued. I level up fast because of my talent. My leveling speed is more than 10 times that of other practitioners. And after the class sublimation, my talent has been further enhanced, and my leveling speed has become even faster. I finally knew why my sister leveled up so fast. I had suspected her talent before. I just could never be certain. Now my suspicion has finally been confirmed. However, talents are naturally difficult to awaken. Moreover, there are countless types of talents. Some talents are extremely strong, while others are completely trash. Being able to awaken a good talent makes such a practitioner a 1 in a million genius. As for the 10 times experienced talent awakened by my sister, it is the best of the best. As long as she can keep leveling up, even if her class itself is slightly weaker, she can still suppress opponents with the advantage of her level. You must know that in the later stages, even a 1-level difference results in a huge gap in attributes. Not to mention that my sister's legendary class is not weak at all, coupled with undergoing class sublimation, which will definitely be even stronger. At this moment, Lin Mohan continued. My teacher has strict requirements for me. I have been grinding levels and had no time to come find you. News about you was actually told to me by my teacher. I never expected you, Xiaoyu, to become the national top scorer. You are truly amazing. After saying that, she slowly stood up. I have to go back. After the competition ends, I still need to go to the trial grounds arranged by my teacher. Perhaps I won't be able to see you for quite a long time, Xiaoyu. Hearing this, I smiled slightly. I will come find you after I join Chuanshan Academy. The first battle of my journey to compete for the championship has finally begun. However, me, who was watched by everyone, actively through this match. It turns out that on the very night the preliminaries ended, the Xinxia Empire announced the standards for the singles preliminaries to the whole world. Everyone fell silent after reading them. Ordinary practitioners simply cannot pass. Those who can pass are all exceptional practitioners. Besides that, there is another huge point of discussion. That is, everyone wants to know how I finished the preliminaries in 1 minute. And I was dozens of times faster than second place in the same group. However, the Xinxia Empire did not respond to this. People can only look forward to the upcoming matches, to witness my performance with their own eyes. Early the next morning, the 100th practitioner tournament officially kicked off. Giant arenas appeared in everyone's sight. The competition areas for practitioners under level 40 were divided into 3 sections. Just like the preliminaries, they were grouped by every 10 levels. Each section had 10 arenas, allowing 30 matches to take place simultaneously. Every arena was covered by a formation. To ensure that no life-threatening danger would occur, a large number of healers stood by at all times as well. Even with missing limbs, they could instantly make them grow back for you. This completely allowed practitioners to give it their all. This was merely the scale of the area for those under level 40. As for the competition area of higher-level practitioners, the specifications were even higher. Several top-tier healers above level 70 even stood in the void, ready to step in and save the contestants at any time. When the audience saw this scene, they could not help praising it repeatedly. The Xinxia Empire truly lives up to its name as a powerhouse. Such a grand display is far beyond what any small nation could hope to match. Across the entire world, when it comes to pulling this off, aside from Xinxia, no other country seems capable of it. The rules of the tournament are also quite simple. One-on-one matchups where the winner advances, and the loser is eliminated. After the referee announces the rules, all the teams begin drawing lots. The number we draw is 512. According to the rules, our first opponents are Team 513. As the referee declares the official start of the match, our team is ranked right in the middle, giving us plenty of time to discuss tactics. Zhang Taotao points out that we need to pay special attention to 5 specific teams. Team 18 comes from Eagle Nation. Team 322 from the Holy Fighting Domain. The contestants in these teams are all level 29 professionals, and their equipment consists of top-tier dark silver gear. Their combat power is exceptionally strong. It turns out Zhang Taotao has not been idle since returning from the preliminaries yesterday. Having already gathered all the details on these teams, she and Ning Yi begin discussing tactics, while leaving only me completely ignored. This is because they plan to use the exact same strategy as the team preliminaries, taking the vanguard themselves, and only letting me step in if they cannot handle it. Still, I pretty much agree with their tactical approach. After all, if I were to make a move right from the start, they would have zero presence. Right then, Duan Gao hurried over with some intel. I found out that Team 513 is from Southwest Academy. Their captain is Luo Miao, just like Sister Taozi. She is a level 27 female knight. Also, their team runs dual supports. The other 2 members are an archer and a mage. However, their levels and specific classes remain unknown. Zhang Taotao said with a solemn expression, "If we cannot figure out detailed information about our opponents beforehand, it will be extremely disadvantageous for our 4 versus 5 situation." Ning Yi smiled and said, "We just need to do our best, and if we really cannot win, we still have Lin Moyu." At this moment, massive light screens appeared in the middle of the plaza. You could view the information on them from all angles without any blind spots. The light screens would display the information of every practitioner on each stage. As match after match was held continuously, teams either advanced or got eliminated. The pace was very fast, and some teams with large gaps in strength even decided the outcome within a single minute. It was not until an hour later that it was finally our team's turn. As we stepped onto the stage, our opponents, Team 513, also walked up. At the same time, the information for both teams was displayed on the light screen. Eagle-eyed people immediately spotted my name. Level 27 Necromancer. I have never heard of this class before. Could it be a newly emerged one? But it looks like it should be a relatively rare mage-type class. Besides, the name alone sounds very powerful. Nearby spectators said with a teasing look, "Brother, did you not watch yesterday's preliminaries? He won the championship in both matches yesterday." The man hearing this wears a shocked expression. Then will the team he is on easily take the championship? Most people think. The fact that my team can achieve such results is all thanks to me. At this moment, two teams stand on opposite sides of the arena. Zhang Taotao and a knight named Luo Miao both strike a combat stance. Below level 30. A 3-level difference does not create an overwhelming gap. Everyone except me also takes up a combat stance. Only I stand to the side, lazily watching their duel. With a soft sound, the match officially begins. Zhang Taotao lets out a soft cry, activates the charge skill, and rushes forward rapidly. Luo Miao on the opposite side also activates the charge skill. Just as the two of them launch their charge skills, Luo Miao's body pauses abruptly while charging. Her skill is interrupted by Miao Yu's Windbind. While she is affected, Zhang Taotao has already arrived in front of her with the charge skill. Luo Miao lets out a soft cry. Losing her balance, Luo Miao is sent flying backward from the impact. Instead, she aggressively charges into the opponent's team. The other side clearly did not expect this. Their Augur's buffs are not even fully applied yet, and their own knight has already been knocked over. At this moment, Zhang Taotao activates her second skill, Mass Taunt. Instantly, everyone's attention on the opposing side focused entirely on her. They failed to notice that Ning Yi had already vanished. Just as the enemy elder prepared to cast a healing spell on Luo Miao, her entire body suddenly gave a violent jerk. Immediately after, a piercing pain shot through her heart. The next second, her figure appeared beneath the stage, which meant she was already dead. Only because of the protective array. She would not truly die after taking a fatal attack. However, the two huge wounds on her body still remained. Yet the next second, several powerful healing spells landed on her. In just a moment, her wounds completely healed. Meanwhile, back on the arena stage, Ning Yi once again silently appeared behind the enemy healer. With 2 consecutive skill bursts, she took down another healer. Seeing this, the archer shouted out loud, "Watch out for their assassin." Then, activating the Eagle Eye skill, he spotted Ning Yi in her stealth state. Arrows instantly rained down toward Ning Yi. Yet facing the fast-flying arrows, Ning Yi did not retreat. Instead, she charged straight at Luo Miao. Without their elder and healers, once their team members got injured, they would receive no treatment, and their battle endurance would plummet drastically. Meanwhile, Zhang Taotao continuously received healing, her combat power not dropping in the slightest as Luo Miao grew anxious. Take out their healer. The archer and mage attack Miao Yu at the same time. Duan Gao immediately pulls out a huge shield upon seeing this. The shield stands on the ground, over 1.5 meters tall. He protects Miao Yu behind him. This move buys Ning Yi plenty of time. She immediately dashes behind the mage. She activates the skills Fatal Strike and Corpse Explosion, with both skills launched simultaneously. Releasing massive damage, the mage lets out a scream and vanishes from the stage. Luo Miao decisively chooses to forfeit the match upon seeing this. After all, without a damage dealer, continuing to fight is pointless. Ning Yi and the others jump up in joy. After all, this is their first time winning a match on their own. However, the spectators watching the match are left feeling disappointed. The opposing team is way too weak. They couldn't even win when Lin Mayu didn't make a single move. It is a pity they did not get to see Lin Mayu fight. Nobody knows just how strong he really is. They can only look forward to his next match. Shocking, simply shocking. My skeleton mage shocks all the spectators on its very first appearance. As it turns out, right after the first match ended, over 1,000 teams in the level 20 group are reduced to just 512. Although the true finals have not started yet, many outstanding teams have already left an impression on people. My team even won against opponents in a 4 versus 5 situation, earning even higher praise. Yet in the tournament on the second day, Ning Yi and the others are beaten with no room to fight back. Because our opponents in the first match are Team 482. The lowest level among their 5 members is level 28. And all 5 of them are rare classes. Although their team has no knight, they replaced the knight with a swordsman. This makes the offensive power of their entire team much stronger. Under the dual buffs of the Prophet and Elder Shilin, the skill power of the elemental mage in their team will be boosted by at least 2 times. I see that beside the opponent's summoner, a summoned beast is shrouded in black chi, with its body flickering in and out of sight. Ning Yi wears a solemn expression at the sight. It not only has the ability to see through stealth, but also possesses stealth capabilities itself. Moreover, its burst power rivals that of an assassin of the same level. It is very tricky to deal with. If the enemy summoner uses it to pin me down, Ning Yi frowns and says to me, "If we really cannot handle it, we will leave it to you." I nod and reply. Rest assured, with me here, it is impossible to lose. This is not me bragging. But every match I have watched looks like child play in my eyes. At this moment, the 5 opponents are full of smiles, looking like they have already secured victory. After all, in the previous match, they crushed their opponents with overwhelming momentum. And the level of their opponents this time is even lower than the last team. So they think they can do the same this time. At the referee's command, the battle officially begins. Jiang Taotao, who was about to charge, suddenly stops. The opponents do not rush over, but huddle closely together. The gladiators block the front of the formation, and the elemental mage activates a magic shield. They surround the prophet and Elder Shalene in the middle. The 2 supports are rapidly buffing the team, clearly intending to max out their buffs before making a move. Their tactics are very cautious, giving no openings to exploit. Ningyi does not dare to act rashly either, because the opposing shadow-summoned beast has already locked onto her. Even entering stealth state cannot escape the eyes of the shadow beast. What should they do when the opponents turtle up? And protect their supports. The tactics we researched have lost their effect. There are no good methods for now. They can only take it one step at a time. If all else fails, there is still Junior Lin, thinking that I am still here. The expressions of the few improve quite a bit. It does not matter even if the 4 of them lose. As long as I am here, they will not lose. At that moment, the opposing mage suddenly lets out a shout. Meteor fire rain, countless fireballs rain down on Ningyi and the others in a second. Seeing this, Ningyi quickly tells everyone to scatter, while Jiang Taodao triggers her charge skill and rushes straight in. At the same time, the opposing gladiator swings their dual swords. It slashes across the void in a cross shape. Instantly, a cross-shaped sword aura surges toward Jiang Taotao. Even though she raised her shield in advance to block it, she still sustained some injuries. Such a terrifying skill. It is her first time fighting against a gladiator. She did not expect a gladiator's skills to be this powerful. At this moment, the gladiator leaps into the air with a wild laugh, flailing dual swords frantically, and attacking Jiang Taotao like a storm. Although there is a 5-level gap between them, Jiang Taotao does not retreat, raising her shield to desperately fend off the violent onslaught. Miaoyu stands behind her, continuously casting healing spells to treat her. On the other side, Ningyi's figure has disappeared. The shadow beast, which had been keeping an eye on her, vanishes immediately as well. Just like that, both the person and the beast enter stealth mode. Others cannot see them. But Ningyi and the shadow beast can see each other. The shadow beast quickly approaches Ningyi and launches the first attack, slashing its razor-sharp claws fiercely toward Ningyi. Ningyi dodges with a swift sidestep and quickly draws her daggers, taking the opportunity to slash it twice. The shadow beast lets out a miserable cry, as these 2 strikes cause it some injuries. Yet, as a stream of green energy pours into its body, the wounds on its body recover rapidly. Ningyi immediately realizes it is the summoner, because a summoner's skills can heal their own summoned beast. Although in terms of flexibility, the shadow beast is completely no match for Ningyi. With the summoner present, Ningyi cannot do anything to it for a moment. At this moment, Jiang Taotao is also held back by the gladiator, while the opponent's mage starts attacking Miao Yu and Duan Gao. Seeing this, Duan Gao still takes out his giant shield to defend. Yet with the dual buffs of the Seer and Elder Shalene, the level 29 mage already has skill power comparable to some mages above level 30. Duan Gao is severely injured by just a single spell, and then the second spell directly sends him outside the arena. Subsequently, the mage targets his attack at Miao Yu. Without a doubt, Miao Yu is also knocked out of the arena. The gladiator, seeing this scene, wears a smile. The 2 supports of your team have both been eliminated. You guys should obediently surrender as well. Although Jiang Taodao knows they have already lost, she still takes a deep breath and lets out a soft cry. Ultimate defense, as she wants to make a final effort. Withstanding the gladiator's attacks, she rushes toward the enemy support. Yet the opponent's mage simply shakes his head upon seeing this. Do not make pointless struggles. It is useless, he says as he releases his strongest single-target spell attack, blasting Jiang Taotao away for dozens of meters. Badly injured, Jiang Taotao has no choice but to give up resisting and looks over at me. It is up to you, she says before jumping off the arena. Ningyi also appears by my side and says with a light smile, Master, avenge us. I nod. You guys go down and rest for a bit. Now only I and the 5 opponents are left on the arena. The spectators are getting excited as well. He is finally going to make a move. I want to see just how strong he really is, and just what makes his Necromancer class so powerful. However, some people remain skeptical. No matter how strong he is, There must be a limit. After all, he is only level 27. He surely cannot win a 5-on-1 fight. That is hard to say, as I actually think he can win. Did you not see how much confidence his teammates have in him? At this moment, everyone is staring fixedly at the arena where I am. Meanwhile, the 5 opponents on the stage are already smiling and celebrating their victory. Seeing that I am still on the stage, the swordsman sneers and speaks. Your teammates have already surrendered. Why are you still standing there, or do you expect us to beat you down? Hearing this, I shake my head with a smile. Then I slowly raise my hand. A skeleton mage appears instantly. However, the swordsman bursts into laughter. So you are just a summoner after all. Why did you not make a move just now? Did you really have to wait until your teammates lost before doing anything? Is it not a bit too late for that? Faced with his mockery, I simply focus my mind. The skeleton mage raises its staff. The ice storm skill erupts instantly. The temperature on the stage drops rapidly. A heavy rain of ice pours down. The gladiator, who was smiling just a second ago, drastically changed his expression. Then, several screams came from behind him. It instantly inflicted heavy injuries on him. Heal me, he roared, and charged toward me. Yet halfway there, he abruptly stopped in his tracks. The healing spell did not land on him. It was completely different from what he had expected. When he looked back, a chill ran down his spine. His 4 teammates had all completely vanished from the arena. And it took just a single skill. Instantly, a wave of coldness rose from the soles of his feet straight to his head. What kind of summon is this? Why is its skill so overwhelmingly powerful? Meanwhile, the arena outside erupted into chaos. Countless people jumped straight up upon seeing this scene. It was simply unbelievable, as they knew he would be strong. They just never expected him to be this strong. Merely the skill cast by the skeleton he summoned wiped out a team that looked far from weak. I finally understand why he did not make a move yesterday. If he had made a move, there would have been nothing left for the other team members to do. I truly feel sorry for his opponents. The championship for the level 20 bracket is undoubtedly his. Even more miserable are those guys in the solo tournament. Who else could possibly fight him? My strength shocked the entire audience. It was not just the audience outside discussing it. The trend had already spread across the entire country, and even the whole world. As it turned out, when my skeleton mages made their debut at the practitioner tournament, my Necromancer class became known to everyone. Even scholars specializing in class research stated that the Necromancer class had never appeared in human history. This was an entirely new and unknown class. They even directly defined this class as a legendary class. Of course, whether it truly is a legendary class depends on future performance. Some classes start out very strong, but begin to weaken after their second transition. At this moment, Ningyi sighed and suggested we let Lin Mayu fight directly in the next match. Zhang Taotao also raised her hand in agreement, saying winning yesterday was already the limit. After all, our levels are still so low, and the teams ahead will only get stronger. Without Junior Lin, we basically have no chance of winning. Ningyi smiled at me and said, "We will be counting on you for the upcoming matches." Hearing this, I waved my hand to show it did not matter. After all, I was aiming for the championship reward anyway. I had to get that flash primary skill scroll. Soon, it was our team's turn to compete again. However, after stepping onto the arena, we discovered our opponents were acquaintances. They were ordinary students from Xiaojing Academy, and they had all been carried by me through the Tyrant Desert Dungeon. They obviously recognized me too, and all 3 were bitter smiles. Fighting against Boss Lin is pretty much asking to smash your head against a brick wall. So as the match started, several people bowed to me in unison. After saying that, they jumped off the arena and conceded directly. Ningyi asked with a curious look, "What is going on? Why did they surrender so easily?" I smiled and said maybe it is because they knew they could not beat me, and took the initiative to surrender. The audience outside the arena was completely baffled as well. What is happening? They surrendered without even starting to fight. However, someone who knew the truth soon came out to explain. That is because they and Lin Mayu both came from Xiaojing Academy, and knew their team could not beat him. So it was better to just surrender cleanly. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. The next day, the matches ended. The remaining teams were down to 1/8. Out of 1,024 teams in the level 20 group, only 128 were left. This was still the most numerous group. The match schedules varied as well. In my level 20 group, 4 matches will be held tomorrow. After the matches, 8 teams will remain. My sister Lin Mohan and her team were also advancing all the way. During these days, not only had my Necromancer class spread all over the world. As the tournament progressed through the rounds, many people believed that her class had already surpassed mine. A legendary class was already formidable enough, and she even completed a class sublimation during her second advancement. Lin Mohan's future is truly limitless. Meanwhile, in a courtyard at Xiaojing Academy, Elder Ming asked in a low voice if it was really wise for the kid Lin to be so high profile. Bai Shun, however, remained unimpressed. What is wrong with that? I want to let the whole world know that I am not someone to be trifled with. Elder Ming disagreed with his view. Being too high profile will also attract plenty of enemies. The people from the Sakura Nation and the Holy God Realm are certainly not sitting still. Bai Shin just sneered. I am only afraid they will not show up. Their past few attempts were quite covert and failed to provide me with substantial evidence. If they dare to make a move this time, I will make them know what pain truly feels like. Hearing this, a flash of shrewdness crossed Elder Ming's eyes. So that is why you let the kid Lin be so high profile during the match. To use him as bait to draw the snakes out of their holes. Bai Shin smiled. This was not just my idea, it was something I discussed with the kid Lin. Those geniuses from past years could not die in vain. They were the geniuses of our Xinxia Empire. The kid Lin agreed, and as far as I know, the old man's side also intends to use Lin Mohan as bait to lure out the hidden vipers. Elder Ming said with an amused expression. A mysterious and hidden necromancer class, along with a legendary holy sword dancer who has completed class sublimation. They are indeed qualified. Yet no one would expect them to be brother and sister. Their talents are truly enviable. A flash of murderous intent flickers in his eyes. The higher their talent, the better they serve as bait. It seems a massive slaughter is about to begin. Elder Ming also lets out a light sigh. It has been so long since he last made a move. It is about time to stretch his muscles. At this moment, the practitioner tournament has reached its third day. It is also the final day of the team preliminary rounds. Starting tomorrow will be the team finals. The champion and runner-up will be decided within a single day. And after the team matches conclude, comes the much more eye-catching solo competition. For today's first match, we are facing contestants from Team 114. The matching results for other teams are also out. Those who can make it this far are all relatively formidable teams. The average level of these teams is no lower than level 28. Those like Jiang Taotao, Duan Gao, and Miao Yu are one of a kind. You cannot even find anyone at level 26 or 27, let alone level 23. Yet it is precisely us, with the lowest average level, who are considered by people to have the highest chance of winning the level 20 group. Some even believe I have a 100% chance of winning. Jiang Taotao does not bother to inquire about the opponent's information either, because as long as I make a move, there is simply no need to know anything about the opponents. Nor does it matter what tactics or skills the opponents possess, because they mean nothing in front of absolute strength. As the 5 members of Team 114 step onto the stage, Ning Yi and the others also instinctively take a few steps back. They leave enough space for me. Seeing this, the opponents instantly realize I want to fight 5 alone. Although they know my reputation, they have no intention of giving up. Their team composition is somewhat strange, different from ordinary setups. It consists of 1 support and 4 archers. However, this support is not a prophet, but a support class known as Battle King. Only knowing it is hailed as the best dungeon support. It can both apply buffs and heal, combining the advantages of both support and healer. At this moment, the lead archer speaks up. We know you are strong, but we are not pushovers either. And we already have a way to deal with you. You are doomed. With the referee's command, the match officially begins. The next moment, a skeleton mage appears beside me. At the same time, the Battle King support casts a skill, accompanied by a pleasant sound. Buff statuses simultaneously appear on all 4 archers. Applying buffs does not require adding them one by one like prophet classes, but buffs the entire group at once. At this time, the skeleton mage raises its staff and casts an ice element skill. Instantly, a freezing rain pours down fiercely. Fortunately, the speed of the 4 archers is very fast. It quickly avoided the attack. It was the archer skill impact arrow, accompanied by a loud bang. The skeleton mage was instantly stunned in place. A stun effect appeared above its head. Seeing this, the audience could not help exclaiming, "Great idea, control his summons first and then deal with him." Clearly, they knew the best way to deal with the summoner was to take down the summoner himself first. Lin Moyu was in trouble now. Unless a summoner reaches the legendary rank, fighting alone is still a huge disadvantage. Yet some people did not think so. That is hard to say. I bet he definitely has a way to counter this. Perhaps he has more than just 1 summon. Seeing my skeleton mage controlled, the 4 archers immediately wore smug expressions. It works. As long as the 4 of us use our skills in turns, he is bound to lose. With that, they started attacking me. Yet I did not care at all. With a thought, bone armor instantly appeared on my body. With bone armor on, standing still and letting them hit me until dark would not scratch me at all. Then I slowly raised my hand, and another skeleton mage appeared. It immediately cast Burst Flame. With a loud boom, the archer was instantly blown away. Fortunately, he dodged fast enough, only getting caught in the aftermath of the explosion. The rest of them were deeply shocked by the sight. How is he still able to summon skeletons? At this moment, the audience outside went wild. Goodness, he actually has more than one such powerful summon. And this second skeleton is even a fire element mage. At this rate, will he also have wind and lightning type skeletons? He took them down, taking down a top 100 practitioner squad all by himself. And now he is facing the ultimate showdown with the legendary Divine Swordsman. It heavily injured one of the archers in an instant. Seeing this, the support player quickly cast a healing skill. Healing halos instantly appeared around all 5 of them. The injured archer's wounds also recovered rapidly. Then they began to launch attacks against me. The skeleton mage stepped forward and blocked in front of me. It forcefully blocked all the incoming arrows. Although the constitution of the skeleton mage is not as high as the skeleton warrior, it is still much stronger than these little guys under level 30. This level of attack is just like a tickle to it. Suddenly, with a bang, another impact arrow landed on the skeleton mage. The fire element skeleton mage also fell into a stunned state. The lead archer still wore a smug expression. Even though 2 skeleton mages have appeared, they are still within our control range. As long as we take turns controlling his summons, we can still spare hands to deal with him. Before he even finished speaking, his pupils suddenly contracted. Then another skeleton mage appeared by my side. This time it was a wind-type skeleton mage. Right after that, the skeleton mage cast its skill Tornado Storm. It roared toward the War King's support. He quickly avoided this fatal blow. He was just grazed by the tornado. Even so, he still suffered heavy damage. Immediately, he hastily cast a healing spell on himself. As the third impact arrow landed on the wind-type skeleton mage, the fourth skeleton mage also appeared. Seeing this, the 4 of them fell into near despair. Why are there still so many skeletons? At that moment, the skeleton mage cast 5 Thunder's Descent. Lightning magic attacks extremely fast. It was completely impossible to dodge as lightning struck the War King. Outside the arena, he looked at me with lingering fear. If this were not in the arena, that hit just now would have killed him. Although the last impact arrow also stunned the lightning skeleton mage. Without the War King's support, the 4 archers were also trapped in a desperate situation. Now their skills were on cooldown. Their only way out was to defeat me before the stun effect wore off. The lead archer shouted loudly, "Attack Lin Moyu with everything we have." Yet in the next second, 2 more skeleton mages suddenly appeared in front of me. Seeing this scene, the few of them were completely dumbfounded. How can there still be more? Just how many skeletons can he summon? Before they could even process their shock, 2 bolts of lightning suddenly struck down. In the next second, 2 archers were instantly killed. Seeing this, the remaining 2 archers felt their hearts sink into despair. There was no way they could keep fighting this battle. After exchanging a look, the 2 of them jumped off the arena. At the same time, this 1 versus 5 match was officially declared over. From start to finish, I barely lifted a finger. A battle of this level was simply too easy for me. The spectators watching the match could see that my class was indeed extremely powerful, easily managing a 1 versus 5 fight. The combination of 1 support and 4 archers also caught everyone's eye. After all, archers are still at a low level right now, and they do not have many crowd control skills. Once their levels go up in the future, and large amounts of control skills become available, perhaps this kind of composition has great potential. It is just that most people do not realize that the strength I displayed today is merely the tip of the iceberg. Although some students in Xiaojing Academy are aware of this, they would not talk about it randomly outside. Since the top 8 finalists are being decided today, 4 matches need to be played. There are 2 rounds each in the morning and afternoon, with a 1-hour break in between, to give the practitioners some time to rest. At this moment, Ning Yi whispered, "I wonder which team we will run into in the next round." Zhang Taodao shook her head. Although the Empire said it would be random. However, have you noticed that those strong teams still have not run into each other yet? The strong teams she mentioned refer to the 5 teams she asked about earlier. Furthermore, these teams have shown extreme dominance right from the start. Every time, they win by crushing their opponents with an absolute advantage. Every time, we won by completely crushing our opponents with an absolute advantage. But our team still hasn't run into any of those top teams. Clearly, there is some kind of rule behind this randomness. Soon, the team list for the 3rd round of matching was released. Ning Yi couldn't help but laugh after seeing the opponent. We've hit a narcissist. It was Tang Jinfei's team, the one we encountered during the open qualifiers. Tang Jinfei's arrogant expression back then was unforgettable. When I saw his information, I finally understood why he was so arrogant. It turns out he is a legendary class, a divine swordsman. And he has already reached level 29. After all, since I changed my class, the number of legendary practitioners I've met can be counted on one hand. Tojo Taro, the Onmyoji from the Sakura Nation. Zhou Lixing, the Holy Light Knight. Mo Yun, the Divine Summoner. And my own sister, Lin Moan. He is the 5th. His Divine Swordsman should be a high attack class. He should be very strong. Soon, it was time for the match. I walked up to the arena alone. This time, Jiang Taotao and the others didn't even bother going up. They just watched from below. On the other side, Tang Jinfei walked up with his teammates. The 5 of them were wearing the same outfits. And even their auras were very similar. It seems they often run dungeons together. So their coordination must be very seamless. But then, Tang Jinfei frowned while looking at me. Why are you the only one? I nodded in response. I'm enough to handle all of you. However, Tang Jinfei wasn't angry upon hearing this. Instead, he whispered to the teammates behind him. You guys get down too. I'll take him one-on-one. Hearing this, the others jumped off the stage without hesitation. This team match suddenly turned into a duel between him and me. This made me see him in a new light. Although he's very arrogant, I have to admit he has real backbone. Or perhaps, as a legendary practitioner, he has his own pride and looks down on using numbers to overwhelm an opponent. Then Tang Jinfei drew his longsword and spoke slowly. I originally wanted to fight you one-on-one in the singles match. I didn't expect it to happen sooner. I watched your first 2 matches. I have to say, your skeletons are strong. But they're useless against me. You're doomed. Hearing this, I just smiled slightly. You're not bad. My tone sounded exactly like an elder praising a junior. Tang Jinfei was instantly infuriated. I don't need you to judge me. At this moment, our duel drew the attention of countless spectators. Although Lin Moyu is very strong, a legendary practitioner wouldn't be weak either. Especially a genius from the Tang family of the Northwest. They are a family of divine swordsmen. Almost every generation produces a divine swordsman practitioner, even among legendary practitioners. What's scary is a divine swordsman who has mastered all the skills. Those skills are simply terrifying. What will be the result of their clash? It could turn into a spectacular battle. At this moment, everyone is curious to see who the winner will be. As the referee announces the start of the match, a skeleton mage instantly appeared by my side. 2 halos instantly appeared on Tang Jinfei's longsword. The halos rotated around the blade, emitting a brilliant light. The audience was shocked to see this. He really has mastered the divine swordsman's skills. 1-star ring for every 10 levels. At level 29, he has 2-star rings. Each star ring contains a top-tier skill. Is almost an invincible existence. Just then, a spectator shouted excitedly. It's starting. It's starting. Their battle has begun. The skeleton mage instantly cast the skill 5 Thunder Strike. Bolts of lightning struck from above. But Tang Jinfei didn't dodge. A star ring on his sword flared up. It was as if it had no effect at all. This is my first skill, Elemental Sword Body. I'm immune to all elemental attacks for 10 minutes. So, your skeleton mage's attacks are useless against me. I hope you can last through these 10 minutes. With those words, he charged right at me. His speed was incredible. Legendary class practitioners have stats far beyond ordinary ones. Even without any buffing states active, they are still immensely powerful. At that moment, the spectators started whispering among themselves. Tang Jinfei's skill can grant immunity to elemental attacks. Lin Moyu's skeleton mage is basically useless now. If he wants to win, his only chance is to survive for 10 minutes. Is practically impossible. Shocking, truly shocking. Just as he was about to strike, a sudden sense of bone-chilling dread washed over him. An extreme feeling of danger swept through his entire body. Trusting his instincts, he rapidly retreated, and the moment he pulled back, a blade of red light brushed right past him. The massive blade slammed into the arena, making the entire platform shake. That showed just how terrifying its power was. Tang Jinfei gasped involuntarily. If that blow had landed on him, he would have been finished for sure. Many spectators were shocked all over again by this sight. What kind of summon was this? A sword-wielding skeleton could not only use skills, but also pack a massive punch. Tang Jinfei broke out in a cold sweat, before letting out a loud laugh. I really cannot underestimate you. So this is your trump card, huh? A skeleton holding a blade. I want to see just how strong it really is. Maintaining his arrogance, Tang Jinfei charged forward again. Meanwhile, the skeleton warrior swung its dual blades to meet him head-on. However, the stats of the skeleton warrior were far superior to his. making its speed much faster as well. In Tang Jinfei's eyes, it was like a flash of lightning, appearing right in front of him in an instant. The heavy blade slashed down viciously toward him. So fast, Tang Jinfei cried out in alarm. Light flashed across his longsword. Using the skill sword defense, he could accurately block all incoming attacks, and even bounce the enemy backward. No matter how fast the skeleton warrior's attack speed was, he managed to block it. With a loud bang, Tang Jinfei was sent flying by the immense force, while the skeleton warrior was also knocked backward at the same time. Such powerful strength. Tang Jinfei broke into a cold sweat again. Its speed and power actually far exceeded his own. At that moment, the skeleton warrior charged forward again. Another star ring on the longsword in his hand exploded. In an instant, his primary attributes increased tenfold. This was his trump card skill, Berserk Sword. The effect is similar to a Berserker's Frenzy, but the attribute bonus is even stronger, and it doesn't affect his sanity. There is a fundamental difference between legendary and rare classes. The gap in skill strength is just too large. This kind of skill is simply impossible for a rare class to obtain. Then, Tang Jinfei unleashed the skill Flying Dragon Sword. He shot forward like a flying dragon, colliding directly with the skeleton warrior. Moreover, this skill has a control effect. Tang Jinfei rushed toward me like a bolt of lightning. With his attributes increased tenfold, his speed was significantly faster than before. The viewers watching this began covering their eyes. It's over. Lin Moyu's skeleton warrior has been controlled. The skeleton mage is useless against a divine swordsman. Now he's really finished. But just as those words were spoken, two dark shadows appeared before me. They were actually two skeleton warriors. The next second, they swung their great swords and slashed toward Tang Jinfei. Seeing this, Tang Jinfei immediately interrupted his skill. Then, he looked at me in disbelief. How are there more? Just how many skeletons do you have? I chuckled and said, take a guess. Don't think that adding 2 more skeleton warriors will change anything. I still have plenty of skills I haven't used yet. After saying that, he assumed a fighting stance again. Light flickered at the tip of his sword. A terrifying energy was condensing. Seeing this, I immediately realized he was charging up a powerful skill. Then, I slowly raised my hand. 5 skeleton warriors appeared instantly. Then, 7 skeleton warriors lined up side by side. In an instant, the entire arena was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. Tang Jinfei couldn't help but shudder at the sight. This caused his energy-condensing skill to be interrupted. He even nearly choked on his own breath. He shouted while coughing. Do you run a skeleton shop or something? What's the point of having so many skeletons? I chuckled and asked, do you still want to keep fighting? Tang Jinfei snorted coldly. Fight my ass. I'll fight you after I hit level 40 and reach my second-class advancement. After saying that, he leaped straight off the arena. He chose to admit defeat. After all, even a single skeleton warrior is hard to deal with. 2 was already his limit. Now 7 appeared all at once. He couldn't fight them at all. If he kept going, he'd probably be hacked to death. Tang Jinfei is proud. But he's no idiot. Lin Moyu won again. The audience outside the arena cheered wildly once more. His skills are definitely not weak. Or rather, his skeletons are too strong. At the same time, a question arose in everyone's minds, which was, just how many skeletons do I have? You see, what I've shown so far are only 8 skeleton warriors and 6 skeleton mages. That's only 14 in total. Some guessed I must have 20. Others guessed that this was already my limit. Little did they know, this was just the tip of the iceberg. As this match ended, I didn't encounter any decent opponents in the 2 afternoon matches. It went back to the scene of a single skeleton mage sweeping through the competition. The list of the 8 teams participating in the finals was announced. All 5 teams Jiang Taotao mentioned were there, and the other 2 teams were from Xiaojing Academy and Jindan Academy. The Xinxia Empire took 3 of the spots, although the number of initial teams in each group varied. After today, only 8 teams remained to enter the finals. A sky-covering light barrier once again shrouded the competition venue, blocking everyone's vision. At this moment, Ningyi looked at me and asked softly, the team finals end tomorrow, followed by the singles matches. According to past practice, there will also be a challenge match. Will you participate? The challenge match allows lower-tier practitioners to challenge higher-tier ones. As long as you win, you get generous rewards. And the greater the level gap in the cross-tier challenge, the better the rewards will be, though the specific rewards haven't been announced yet. But I believe they will not be bad. I told her that I must participate. Even Bai Shun personally told me to take part in the challenge match. And the higher I fight, the better. Hearing this, a trace of worry appeared on Ningyi's face. You've performed so well that you've already drawn the attention of many people. I heard others discussing you today, saying your future is promising, and you are a leading figure of the younger generation. Some even say you might become a god-tier powerhouse in the future, becoming a pillar of the Xinxia Empire. I've heard quite a bit of this talk too, and some people noticed that Bai Shun was obviously much more polite, even carrying a hint of reverence. Yet what Ningyi wanted to say was clearly not this. She bit her lip and said, I am a bit worried. In previous years, the Xinxia Empire also produced a few top geniuses. Although not as good as you, they were still very strong. Yet later on, they were all assassinated during trials. I am afraid you will follow in their footsteps. Hearing this, I smiled. I know about this, it even made the news back then. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Ningyi sighed and told me that I must be careful regardless. After all, you're only level 27. You haven't even reached your second-class advancement. Seeing how worried she was, I quickly reassured her that I would definitely be careful. Although that's what I said. There was a cold glint in my eyes. This was the intense killing intent accumulated from slaying demons and humans in the past. I hoped I could lure the snakes hiding in the shadows out. Then I'd kill them with my own hands to avenge my fallen Xinxia compatriots. Unless it's a top-tier practitioner above level 70. Otherwise, they can't pose a lethal threat to me. Oh no, a tiny fraction of my hidden strength has finally been exposed. But even a most basic crowd control skill was enough to make everyone present break into a cold sweat. After the swordsman's match was decided, the next day, the final match arrived. Suddenly, a spectator pointed to the sky and shouted, Look, what is that? 3 spheres of light appeared before everyone's eyes. Inside each sphere was a glittering golden chest, and beside the chests floated a bottle of light purple potion. For the 3 divisions of the low-tier arena, the champion's reward for each group was the same. 50 million gold coins, plus a junior miraculous potion, and a glowing junior skill scroll. The practitioners below stared at the prizes, their eyes filled with greed, as if they were already determined to claim them. I just gave them a brief glance and looked away. If I want to see them, I can just take my time once I've won them. Soon, today's competition officially began. Our team was the first to go, and once again, I was the only one stepping up. Ningyi and the other 3 continued to watch from the sidelines. Jiang Taotao whispered that we drew the team from the Sakura Nation this time. They seemed quite formidable. Their leader was named Nai Huizi. Her class was a shrine maiden, a profession unique to the Sakura Nation. This class is extremely mysterious, and the Empire's records on it are sparse. Although the class rank isn't legendary, it's said to be very eerie. Just then, the Sakura Nation team stepped onto the arena. Nai Huizi, leading the group, wore traditional Sakura Nation attire. Behind her stood a knight, 2 archers, and 2 mages. Hello, Mr. Lin Moyu of the Xinxia country. Appearing very polite. But I ignored her completely. This was because I've had conflicts with the Onmyoji of the Sakura Nation for a long time, and I'm well aware of their hypocrisy. Seeing no response from me, she took 2 steps forward and said in a low voice, I am very interested in Mr. Lin's class. As long as you are willing to join our country, I can satisfy any request you have. Any man would understand these words, and she was undeniably very attractive. She radiated an astonishing charm. Judging purely by appearance, she was no worse than any woman I had ever seen. Yet a hint of disgust surfaced in my eyes. Get lost. Hearing this, Nai Huizi showed no anger at all. Mr. Lin can think about it carefully. With that, she retreated back into her own team. Then the knight in the team stepped to the front. His build was exceptionally tall. He shielded Nai Huizi entirely behind him. If anyone wanted to attack her, they would have to defeat the knight first. As the referee announced the official start of the match, 2 skeleton mages instantly appeared by my side. The skeleton mages immediately used elemental skills. Meanwhile, on the side of the Sakura Nation team, a phantom appeared in the air. With a human face and a snake body, it was neither human nor monster. I initially thought this was a Shikigami I had seen before. Upon closer inspection, it was not. This phantom opened its giant mouth and actually swallowed all the attacks from the skeleton mages. At this moment, a burst of giggling sounded. This is our Sakura Nation's human face snake god. It can absorb any elemental attack. So your mage's attacks are useless against us. Yet I was not surprised by a team that could make it to the finals. He must have some tricks up his sleeve. It's not going to be an easy fight. Since elemental attacks are ineffective, let's try physical attacks. Immediately, 5 skeleton warriors appeared. They charged forward with an eerie clicking sound. At that moment, another phantom appeared above the Sakura Nation team. A monster resembling a wild bull appeared in the air. Skill, Divine Possession. Amidst Na Huizi's sharp cry, the bull-like monster merged into the knight's body. The knight's eyes glowed red. His aura surged, and he let out a beast-like roar. Skill, mass provocation. The 5 skeleton warriors were instantly enveloped by the skill. Their targets were forcibly shifted, and they charged toward the knight. Instead of retreating, the possessed knight pushed forward. With a loud bang, the knight was knocked back. The skeleton warriors also paused for a moment before continuing their charge. A look of shock appeared on Na Huizi's face. Mr. Lin's skeletons are truly impressive. As she spoke, light flickered in her palm. Skill, possession enhancement. The knight's aura intensified once more. It was as if he had gained various buffs. He launched another fierce attack against the skeleton warriors. For a moment, he actually managed to hold off 5 skeleton warriors single-handedly. This shows that the Shrine Maiden profession is quite mysterious. The deities she summons can not only exist independently, but can also merge with a practitioner, greatly enhancing the practitioner's strength. Many top practitioners could not help but let their eyes light up when seeing Na Huizi's class skills. If such skills were used on them, would it make them even stronger? Some people were already considering finding Na Huizi afterward to exchange ideas. Watching the skeleton warrior frantically attacking the knight under the provocation skill, Na Huizi smiled charmingly and said, "It seems Mr. Lin's summons are not very obedient either." Hearing this, I smiled slightly. That is simply because I was not giving orders. Then, with a thought in my heart, the skeleton warriors surrounding the knight abruptly changed their targets and pounced toward her. No matter how the knight used the provocation skill. Seeing this, Na Huizi's expression changed drastically. She felt immense regret for the provocative words she just said. She gave another soft cry of divine possession. The snake-bodied deity turned into a stream of light and swiftly drilled into the mage's body. The next moment, the mage suddenly raised her head, and then a brilliant radiance erupted from her body, instantly blowing all the skeleton warriors away. Then Na Huizi used the skill once more. A spider-like deity appeared above her head. With the skill divine possession, she let out another soft cry. In an instant, the spider deity merged into another mage's body. Immediately after, the mage's eyes glowed red as she raised her staff high. Gentle breezes blew past. Skill wind lock. Fetters appeared on the skeleton warriors one after another. They were immobilized in place and unable to move forward. Na Huizi breathed a sigh of relief and smiled charmingly. Mr. Lin, elemental attacks are useless. The skeleton warrior is controlled. Do you have any other tricks? If not, then you've lost. Right then, that knight charged toward me. To everyone, I was just a summoner. If a powerful knight reaches me, it's a death sentence, even if I summon my other 3 skeleton warriors. I'd still be controlled by the opponent's mage. It wouldn't change the situation at all. Many people thought I was truly finished this time. A smile of victory had already appeared on Na Huizi's face. Suddenly, the arena was bathed in red light. A dazzling red light emanated from my palm. Skill, slow curse. Including the mage and archer in front of her. A red shackle appeared over their heads. Their speed was reduced by 40 times, and the knight suddenly began moving in slow motion. I slowly walked past him, heading toward Na Huizi behind him. The knight tried his hardest to turn around, but he was just too slow. Despite her extreme anxiety, she couldn't react no matter what. The audience was shocked to see this. What happened? Why isn't Na Huizi's team moving? A man nearby noticed something. They're under a curse. Their speed has dropped by dozens of times. This Lin Mayu is terrifying. I never expected that besides summoning skeletons, he is also a mage who can use curses. At this moment, just the tip of the iceberg of my class skills is revealed. Right now, Na Huizi's eyes are filled with fear. She wants to make the mage cast a skill to push me away. However, casting her skills requires hand seals. At her current speed, finishing a set of seals would probably take more than a minute. I wear a look of utter disdain. I immediately summon another skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior instantly unleashes Berserk Strike on her. The next second, Na Huizi's figure appears outside the arena. This also announces my victory in this match once again. It is over. The nemesis of my hidden Necromancer class has finally appeared. Right after I defeated the team from Sakura Nation, the second match of the semifinals begins. Although all 5 members of the Eagle Nation team are rare class users, none of them are legendary classes. However, there is another reason why they made it to the finals. Zhang Taotao says deeply, already far surpasses peers of the same level. Take a level 29 Shadow Knight, for instance, who simply cannot defeat the Shadow Knight from Eagle Nation. And the gap is not just a little. It is a total crushing defeat. Ningyi seems to recall something. I remember Eagle Nation doing some kind of experiment a few years ago. They developed a brand new enhancement potion. It's said that it can increase a practitioner's attributes several times over. Once a rare grade practitioner takes this potion, they can completely rival legendary grade practitioners. Ningyi looked at me with a worried expression as she spoke. You have to be careful. I smiled and told her I was fine, because I felt that even if their attributes increased several times, they still couldn't surpass my skeleton warrior. After all, with the help of my talent, the skeleton warrior's attributes were boosted by a full 30 times. But to everyone's surprise, the Eagle Nation team, who usually crush their opponents, lost this time. They lost to the legendary grade Divine Eye Archer from Jindan Academy. It turns out the potion developed by the Eagle Nation had a huge drawback, causing their team to lose their sanity during battle. Facing the Divine Eye Archer's powerful skill, Destruction Arrow Storm, they could only blindly charge forward, without avoiding any damage. Meanwhile, in the small courtyard of Xiaojing Academy, Ning Tyran said indifferently, "Those guys from the Eagle Nation failed." Elder Ming gave a light chuckle upon hearing this. "I've said it before, you can't have it both ways. Even a Berserker's Frenzy skill comes with a price. But they tried to break the limit using a potion, at the cost of their sanity. In my eyes, it's nothing but a joke." He spoke with absolute certainty. From the start of the Eagle Nation's research on the potion, he had already made this guess. Now, the facts have proven his judgment right. And Bai Shan, who is as close as brothers with Elder Ming. However, that shrine maiden from the Sakura Nation is somewhat interesting. Elder Ming gave a light snort. "What's the point? It's just a variant of the Onmyoji class. Those damn gods are actually just Shikigami. You know exactly what Shikigami are." Elder Ming has a steady and traditional personality. This kind of class doesn't catch his eye at all. In his eyes, whether it's the potions researched by the Eagle Nation or Na Huizi's class, they're all trash. This isn't him being arrogant. When it comes to understanding classes, if he's second, no one dares claim to be first. At this moment, a hint of killing intent appeared in Bai Shan's eyes. If those guys are going to make a move, it'll likely be within the next few days. You'd better keep an eye out. Elder Ming hummed in response. "Don't worry, I've been prepared for a long time." Ning Tyran didn't understand for a moment. "What are you talking about?" Bai Shan didn't hide anything. He told him all about using me as bait. "But my granddaughter is still with him. If anything happens to her, I'm not done with you." Bai Shan waved his hand. "Don't worry. We've been prepared for a long time. Besides, Lin Moyu isn't the only bait. There's also his sister, Lin Moan. The old man over there is waiting too." Elder Ming says in a deep voice that you better sit properly. "Do not ruin the plan we carefully orchestrated. We will definitely protect your granddaughter." Ning Tyran has no choice but to agree upon hearing this. Meanwhile, the finals are still ongoing. The teams from Vatican Sanctuary and Xiaojing Academy clash. The arena is ablaze with brilliant light. It is so blinding that people can hardly keep their eyes open. The entire arena turns into a miniature sun, yet they do not even know how they were eliminated. With just a flash of intense light, it is over. At this moment, Jiang Taotao says in a deep voice. His name is Su Sheng, a legendary class Holy Light Mage. He has already been accepted by Chuanshan Academy. He should have reached level 32 months ago. However, for the sake of this practitioner tournament, he deliberately held back his level and once stated his target was the champion. He also wants to obtain the primary skill scroll of Flash. He is extremely dominant in every match. Almost a single skill is enough to eliminate an opponent. Soon, everyone on the Vatican Sanctuary team is eliminated. Su Sheng stands on the arena with light shining around him. His gaze sweeps across the entire venue. When he sees me, a trace of disgust flashes in his eyes. His Holy Light Mage class possesses the holy attribute, while my summons are undead creatures. This is an instinctive aversion brought by their class attributes. The final match of the first round of the finals begins. They clashed against the Saint Domain team. Both sides were evenly matched and fought back and forth for a full 10 minutes. The victor was finally decided. Only 4 teams remain in the level 20 bracket now. They are my team, the official Su Sheng team from Xiaojing Academy, and the Astral Fighter team from Saint Domain. While Xiaojing Academy is pitted against Jindan Academy, Jiang Taotao shared the information she gathered with me. The Astral Fighter class has strong skills, balanced stats, and attacks infused with both elemental and physical damage. They also possess the Astral Armor skill, providing extremely high defense against. This class has no obvious weaknesses, yet I remained unconcerned. No matter how strong their stats are, can they surpass my skeleton warrior? As long as they lack crowd control skills, is practically impossible. Then I walked onto the arena alone. The 5 members of Saint Domain followed onto the stage. They consist of 4 Astral Fighters and 1 Battle King support. The leader looked at me with high fighting spirit. We know you are powerful, but we are not weak either. Our astral armor skill can drastically reduce damage, allowing us to completely ignore the skeleton warrior and attack you directly. You're just a mere mage. You won't even last 2 seconds against us. Although your curse skills are quite powerful, curses are the thing we fear least. They were brimming with confidence, as if the outcome was already decided. As the referee announced the start of the match, the War King's support quickly applied buffs to the team. Then, four astral fighters charged toward me like lightning. A golden halo appeared, enveloping their entire bodies. This was their skill, astral armor. It greatly enhances defense, while reducing both elemental and physical damage. Facing them as they rushed toward me, I simply raised my hand, and the entire arena was instantly shrouded in red light. Red shackles appeared above the heads of all 5 of them. Their forward momentum slowed down instantly. But then, a brilliant golden light erupted from them, and the astral armor expanded rapidly. Although they didn't shatter completely, the effect was greatly weakened. Seeing this, I immediately understood why they said they weren't afraid of curses. Similar to my own bone armor. By then, the astral fighters were already right in front of me, preparing to launch their attack. Suddenly, their vision went dark, and a great blade slashed toward them. But they were prepared. They quickly dodged the attack and launched a flank attack on me. However, in the next second, several loud bangs rang out. 4 astral fighters were sent flying back like cannonballs simultaneously. Once they regained their balance, they finally saw what had happened. 20 skeleton mages had formed a circle, protecting me in the center. There wasn't a single gap left. This was beyond their expectations, and just then, the skeleton mage's attack struck. Suddenly, the entire arena was filled with thunder and lightning. The opponents instantly took fatal damage. If it had been the damage of just one skeleton mage, they could have relied on the defense of their astral armor and the healing from the War King's support to ignore it. A second later, they were thrown out of the arena. Their faces were ashen. They had just been boasting about defeating me, yet they were defeated so decisively. The referee then declared my victory. I advanced to the finals, though this result was expected by everyone. The moment I summoned 20 skeletons, the audience knew I had already won. And here it is, the final showdown between me and my fated rival, the Holy Light Mage, has finally begun. Just when everyone thought I would lose. Another skill I revealed. After I increased my summon limit to 20 skeletons, I easily defeated the astral team of the Holy Battle Divine Realm. The audience cheered wildly for me, and some even said smugly, "I told you he had 20 skeletons. He alone can rival an entire team. I wonder how the solo competitors will fare against him." And so far, he has only revealed 3 skills. What if he has other skills? Then wouldn't the others have absolutely no chance of winning? At this moment, the team led by Su Sheng stepped onto the arena. The team from Jindan Academy followed them up. Holy Light Mage and Divine Eye Archer. The peak showdown between 2 legendary practitioners is about to begin. What could you possibly use to fight me? Hearing this, Lu Xianren's expression became solemn. He knew Su Sheng was telling the truth. Even though they are both legendary combat classes, the difference in strength is significant. Lu Xianren said coldly, "True strength and weakness can only be determined after a fight." But Su Sheng just snorted. "I'll indulge you with a few more words. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't even bother speaking." Su Sheng had the justification for his arrogance. He had instant killed everyone on his path. No one could survive a single one of his skills. In his eyes, only fellow legendary practitioners were worthy of speaking with him. As the sound of the formation's fluctuation rang out, the battle officially began. Su Sheng raised his hand slightly. In an instant, a brilliant light erupted, launching the same attack once again. He's only used this one skill since the competition began. Yet no one could stop him, and some didn't even realize how they lost. Amidst the light, the members of Jindan Academy appeared outside the arena one after another. Finally, even Lu Xianren appeared outside the ring. From the start of the match to the end, it took less than 10 seconds. The audience was stunned. Lu Xianren, also a legendary practitioner, had lost. And he lost so decisively. He didn't even know how it happened. "I told you there was a huge gap between us." Then he turned to look at me. "Your turn. I don't need a break." "I don't know if you do. Let's end this fight quickly, so I can go back and rest." If it weren't for the flashing skill scrolls, this kind of boring competition, I wouldn't even bother attending. Su Sheng didn't take me seriously at all. In fact, he didn't respect any of the other practitioners. Even the 4 teammates behind him were just there to make up the numbers for the academy. Just then, a referee said to me, "Su Sheng has challenged you. Do you want to compete now? Or after a break?" I responded immediately, "Let's do it now. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can call it a day." Although I still hadn't figured out what Su Sheng's skill was. My bone armor isn't just for show, let alone the skills of a level 29 practitioner. Then, I stepped onto the arena. Su Sheng said a few words to the teammates behind him. Then, he looked at me with a playful expression and said, I know you're also from Xiaojing Academy, and I've heard about what you've been doing there, leading people through dungeons to earn points. I can't believe you do something so embarrassing. An ordinary student is just an ordinary student. It's truly speechless. Su Sheng's eyes were filled with deep disdain. My expression gradually darkened. You can be arrogant, but if you think you can lecture me, who do you think you are? Hearing this, Su Sheng's voice grew colder. Arguments are meaningless. Only fists are the ultimate truth. I couldn't be bothered with him. Perhaps his legendary class made him lose sight of himself. The only way was to crush him beneath my feet. As the battle began, 5 skeleton warriors instantly appeared before me. However, Su Sheng just gave a contemptuous smile. Undead spirits. Accept the punishment of the holy light. Then, the arena lit up once again. It turned into a sphere of pure white light, and my bone armor flickered within it. Clearly, I was under attack, and these attacks came from the light. It was impossible to dodge, and even the best knight couldn't block it all. However, within the light, I felt a familiar aura. It was a mental attack, and this aura was very similar to that of my soul flame. So Su Sheng has always been using mental attacks. He can defeat opponents without them even realizing they are being attacked. Unfortunately, this kind of attack is still well within the defensive range of my bone armor. Su Sheng maintains his arrogance. One hand sustains the radiance while the other is raised high. Go to hell, skill, Blade of Light. It is so fast that it lands on me almost instantly. The reason the Saint Mage can become a legendary class, and an extremely powerful existence among legendary classes, is precisely because he can launch mental attacks and wield the power of light. But my bone armor is incomparably sturdy. His skill, Blade of Light, landing on it cannot shake it in the slightest. Seeing this, Su Sheng frowned slightly. Just a moment ago, Lu Xianren, who shares the same legendary class, was also defeated by the attack of the Blade of Light. He did not expect me to be able to block it. At this moment, 5 skeleton warriors rush in front of Su Sheng with a rattling sound. The Berserk Strike skill erupts instantly. Holy Light is merely a mental attack. It has no effect on skeletons that lack flesh and souls. Clearly, Su Sheng also discovers that his mental attacks are ineffective against them. So he shouts, Holy Impact. Carrying a strong, sacred aura, it explodes with a bang, instantly blowing the 5 skeleton warriors away. But I can feel it. The skeleton warrior didn't take much damage. The power of Holy Light and the undead power of skeletons counter each other. But as for who actually counters whom, it depends on the strength of their attributes. The skeleton warrior's attributes far exceed Su Sheng's, so his skills couldn't deal much damage to the skeleton warrior. It was just the forced knockback effect of that skill, which acted like a control skill, blasting the skeleton warrior away. Su Sheng remained arrogant. In his eyes, Holy Light counters darkness, and undead monsters should be purified and destroyed by it. But the next second, after falling, the skeleton warrior quickly climbed back up, with every single bone in its body completely intact. He wasn't hurt at all. This is impossible. Su Sheng couldn't believe it, just as he tried to attack again. 2 bolts of lightning crashed down with a boom. Su Sheng shuddered, and his skill was instantly interrupted. The white light covering the arena also vanished. Everyone could now see what was happening on the stage. Black smoke was rising from Su Sheng's body. Seeing this, I couldn't help but be surprised. As expected of a legendary practitioner, his attributes are indeed a cut above ordinary practitioners. Even with a mage's fragile physique, he could actually withstand 2 attacks from the skeleton mage without being eliminated. Su Sheng looked miserable now. Getting hit by lightning spells is never pleasant. Gritting his teeth, he cast his skill once more, and a pure white magic shield appeared around him. This is the first time he has used a defensive skill, the Holy Light Shield. I admit I underestimated you. Before he could finish speaking, a skeleton warrior had already rushed right in front of him. The skill Berserk Strike erupted instantly, just as the heavy blade was about to land on him. In the nick of time, a pure white halo exploded in his hands. The skeleton warrior was knocked flying once again. Su Sheng tried to speak, but 2 more bolts of lightning struck him. This time he could not endure it, and he was sent directly outside the arena. Su Sheng, who originally only wore an expression of arrogance, now held a sense of utter disbelief. He completely refused to believe that he would lose. And to top it off, he lost to a newcomer he looked down upon. Seeing this, the audience raised their arms and cheered wildly. It turns out, after I defeated my fated rival, the Holy Light Mage, The final results for the 3 divisions of the primary arena were also determined. The championship for the level 10 to 19 group was won by Jindan Academy. They were both swept up by Xiaojing Academy. This proves that the Xinxia Empire is one of the most powerful empires in the world. Those smaller nations simply can't compete with the Xinxia Empire. Next came the awarding of prizes. A powerful practitioner appeared in midair. Just the aura naturally emanating from him gave many people a strong feeling of suffocation. What a terrifying aura. This person is at least a top-tier practitioner of level 80 or above. Such people are rarely seen. You should know that practitioners below level 40 are called low-level practitioners. Finally, there are practitioners level 70 and above who have completed their 3rd advancement. You might not find a single person at this level even among 100 practitioners. Because after level 70, every level up brings a massive increase in attributes. Therefore, they are further categorized. Levels 70 to 79 are called top-level practitioners. God-level practitioners are extremely rare. Even an empire as strong as the Xinxia Empire doesn't have many. They are like the peak of a pyramid. Such figures are like sharp blades, piercing the hearts of abyssal demons, and shielding the skies for the human race. People like Bai Shun, Ning Tairan, and Meng Anwen are all God-level practitioners. Figures like them don't appear easily. Ordinary people only see them in records or textbooks. The top practitioner before us, who is over level 80, is already considered a high-ranking figure. Even the arrogant Su Sheng, when looking at him, had to put away his pride. Because even with his status as a legendary practitioner, he couldn't guarantee that he could reach level 80. Many legendary practitioners struggle after their 3rd class advancement. Every step forward comes at a huge cost. Having a practitioner over level 80 come to present the awards is already a huge honor. His aura gradually receded. His solemn and majestic gaze swept across the 3 champion teams. You've all done well, and you have a bright future. Hearing this, everyone looked completely flattered. To be praised by such a powerhouse. How could they not be happy? But I remained as calm as ever. I usually deal with God-level practitioners like Elder Meng. So now, a top practitioner feels like no big deal. At this moment, the man said softly, "My name is Su Wei, from the Empire. You may also call me Elder Su. If you have any needs in the future, you can come find me. Perhaps I can help a bit." After speaking, he waved his hand, and the 3 sets of champion prizes floating in the air flew down. After hearing his words, I felt slightly strange, but I couldn't quite put my finger on what was wrong. Meanwhile, some people, upon hearing Su Wei's name, immediately guessed his identity. One of the 12 council members of the Xinxia Empire, a true high-ranking official, and a powerful figure capable of influencing the empire's decisions. Could he be even more powerful than Bai Shun, the pillar of the empire? Although Su Wei is very strong. Su Wei then personally handed the prizes to the 3 teams. But he paused in front of me for a moment. "Young man, I have high hopes for you. If you encounter any difficulties, you can come find me." Before I could respond, he announced loudly, "The team competition for those under level 40 is officially over. The individual competition will be held here tomorrow. So contestants, please be prepared." With that, he flew away. Just as I was preparing to open the chest, the moment my finger touched it, I felt a familiar aura enter my body. But after checking carefully, I found nothing. I figured I had just imagined it. So I didn't think much of it. I then distributed the 50 million gold coins among the group, gave the basic god-level potion to Ning Yi, and tucked the glowing skill scroll into my bag. And it was at the moment I touched the chest. Elder Meng, far away in Xiaojing Academy, his expression darkened. The fish has taken the bait, but I didn't expect it to be him. Bai Shun raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Who exactly is it? Su Wei, one of the 12 council members. Ning Tairan, standing nearby, whispered, "It's actually him. Look closer, look closer." Then this is a huge deal. I didn't expect the demon worship cult to have infiltrated to such an extent. You have to understand that as one of the 12 council members of the Xinxia Empire, his status is second only to people like Bai Shun. If he has been compromised, it would be a disaster for all of humanity. Elder Meng closed his eyes and remained silent. Meanwhile, Ning Yi and I arrived at the high-level arena. The presenter was still council member Su Wei. My sister's team also won the championship for the level 40 group. The championship prizes were the same. 500 million gold coins, along with a flashing intermediate skill scroll and an intermediate miraculous potion. After taking the intermediate miraculous potion, all attributes permanently increase by 2,000. For a practitioner in their 40s, this is a significant boost. I was very happy to see my sister win the championship. But when I saw the chest containing the gold coins, a bad feeling suddenly arose. So I asked Ning-Yi to use a skill to investigate the inside of the chest. Ning-Yi immediately activated her skill, Shadow Vision. In just an instant, she noticed something was wrong. There really is an issue. I saw a wisp of black chi inside the coin chest. Yet it does not look entirely the same. Hearing her say this, I could be completely certain that this black chi is definitely connected to the Abyss world. At this moment, Lin Mohan made contact with the coin chest. Ning-Yi immediately said in a deep voice, that black chi has already transferred to Sister Han's wrist. Instead, she just smiled. Hearing this, another thought arose in my mind. Could my sister also be a decoy? He thought of what Bai Shun had said to him before. They call themselves the Demon Worship Cult. Everyone in the cult worships the Abyss Demon King. They have constantly been gathering information on top geniuses, and then assassinating these geniuses in secret. Over the past 2 years, quite a few geniuses of the Xinxia Empire were assassinated by them. Although Bai Shun has also made moves before, he only killed some small fries. This time, Bai Shun used me as a decoy to draw out a bigger fish. He needs me to display extraordinary strength and astonishing talent, yet without revealing all of my power. That's why I only revealed my strength little by little. But even that small fraction was enough to attract the world's attention. As bait, I didn't give a second thought to the danger. But now that I know my sister is also bait, I can't help but feel worried. Seeing my expression, Ning-Yi softly comforted me. Don't worry, Sister Mohan will be fine. Since she was carefully chosen by the Empire as bait, the Empire will surely send God-level practitioners to protect her in secret. I felt much more relaxed after hearing her words. Come to think of it, Bai Shun and the others would definitely have considered the safety issues. Suddenly, dark clouds filled the sky. Thousands of lightning bolts crashed down. In an instant, the entire city of Nanhong was enveloped in lightning. This lightning wasn't random. Every bolt was aimed precisely at a teleportation array. In the blink of an eye, all the teleportation arrays in Nanhong City were destroyed. Then, a massive barrier quickly descended, including the practitioner tournament venue and the quarters. I looked up at the sudden barrier, my heart remaining completely calm. No matter when the Bai Mo Society decided to strike, it was all expected. The reason they chose Nanhong City was because most of the legendary practitioners who haven't fully grown yet are currently gathered in Nanhong City for the practitioner tournament. As long as they can wipe them all out in one go, it would be a blow to both the Xinxiao Empire and the entire human race. It will all be a severe blow. The practitioners who saw this were utterly shocked. My God, it's actually a barrier. What's happening? Did some God-level practitioner make a move? But what is he trying to do? The previously quiet competition venue instantly erupted. They've acted. The two great pillars of the Xinxiao Empire have both made their move. Even Elder Meng, whose strength was unknown, finally revealed his power. As it turns out, right after the team competition ended, the demon worship cult, hiding among humans, suddenly launched a night raid on Nanhong City. They wanted to wipe out the genius contestants in one go. As the massive barrier descended upon Nanhong City, 10 masked men in black suddenly appeared in the void. Their presence was overwhelming, and without exception, they were all top-tier practitioners above level 70. Then, another person stepped out from behind them. His aura was even more majestic. Seeing this, my pupils contracted. Although this person was not as strong as Bai Shun, he was at least a top-tier practitioner above level 80. They were all wearing masks. Even Ning-Yi's shadow vision couldn't see their faces clearly. Jiang Taodao's expression changed drastically. How dare these rats from the demon worship cult cause trouble at the practitioner tournament? The other practitioners panicked the moment they heard it was the demon worship cult. How dare these guys attack within the Xinxia Empire? Aren't they afraid Bai Shun will wipe them out? The leader of the demon worship cult coldly uttered a single word. Instantly, 9 of his subordinates flew downward. Immediately after, tens of thousands of abyss monsters rushed in from the coast. Behind them was a vast number of abyssal demons. Alarms quickly sounded throughout Nanhong City. A large number of combat class practitioners quickly assembled. They formed teams, applied buffs, and clashed with the abyss monsters. Suddenly, I saw my wrist glowing. It was that black mist left behind from when I touched the box earlier. At that moment, I became incredibly conspicuous in the crowd. Not just me, but the champion teams from other categories also became as bright as light bulbs. Seeing this, the abyssal demons looked as if they had found their targets. Kill them here. Thousands of abyssal demons led a massive wave of abyss monsters as they charged forward. Clearly, the champion teams were their primary targets. Seeing this, the practitioners began shouting, "Get ready to fight. Killing 1 is a win. Killing 2 is a profit." At this moment, the practitioners cast their fear to the back of their minds. Seeing this, a look of mockery appeared in the eyes of the man leading the demon worship society. Your courage is commendable, but unfortunately, it's useless. Your fate is already sealed. But just as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly came from behind him. I don't think so. He quickly turned around to look. He saw that Bai Shun had appeared behind him at some unknown point. Bai Shun gave a chuckle. It seems Councilman Su Wei had already anticipated my arrival. Upon hearing this, Su Wei sighed softly. He then removed his mask, revealing his true face. I knew I couldn't hide anything from Lord Bai Shun. Facing Bai Shun, he showed no fear at all. Clearly, preparations had been made. Suddenly, a feminine giggle rang out. If there weren't any backup plans. In the next second, a female demon appeared in the void. She was stunningly beautiful with a curvaceous figure. Every inch of her was seductive. Seeing this, Bai Shun calmly waved his hand. So it's the succubus queen. I wondered who could turn a top-tier level 83 practitioner into a demon's lapdog. After thinking it over, it could only be you. Unfortunately, this demon king cannot seduce Lord Bai Shun. Bai Shun slowly clenched his fist. Since you're here, you might as well stay. Daring to run wild in my Xinxiao empire means you must pay the price. The succubus queen's smile became even more captivating. I have no intention of staying. Bai Shun's gaze turned cold. That's not up to you. Just as he spoke, Ning Tairan appeared by her side. But less than a second after he appeared, a ball of fire suddenly appeared in the void. With a loud bang, it exploded, and a demon stepped out from the sea of fire. Its entire body was shrouded in flames, especially those eyes, which were blazing with fire. Old man Ning, I'll be your opponent. Upon seeing it, Ning Tairan was instantly enraged. The Flame Demon King. Clearly, he and the Flame Demon King had an old grudge. Just then, a loud boom echoed from below. The shield of the low-level arena outpost was shattered. A massive swarm of demons rushed in. Fortunately, the practitioners had already prepared for battle. I was also ready, raising my hand to summon dozens of skeletons. The skeleton warriors wiped out ordinary foes with a single strike. Even the powerful abyssal demons could not last 2.5 seconds against the skeleton warriors. The skeleton mages provided elemental attacks from behind. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of abyssal monsters perished by my hand. The practitioners witnessing this scene were utterly shocked. This is too terrifying. He actually hid his strength during the tournament. However, this also caught the attention of 2 top practitioners from the cult of demons. They quickly charged toward me. The succubus smiled sweetly and said, he truly is a genius, but what a pity it is just a dying struggle. Bai Shun calmly replied. That is hard to say. Just as he finished speaking, a tall tower suddenly appeared outside the barrier. As the tower pressed down heavily, the sturdy barrier shattered instantly like glass. Seeing this, the succubus's expression changed drastically. The true body of Xinxiao Tower has arrived. Elder Meng is here. After shattering the barrier, Xinxiao Tower grew immensely large, blasting out a dazzling light. In an instant, all the abyssal demons and abyssal monsters in Nanhong City vanished. Vanishing along with them were all the practitioners participating in the solo tournament. At the same time, Bai Shun's aura surged dramatically. Then he threw a fierce punch. With the skill heaven shaking, his single punch caused the surrounding space to vibrate violently, as if it was about to be torn apart. God Fist Overlord. The succubus queen knew Bai Shun's strength well, so she only dared to dodge and dared not take the blow head-on. Ning Tairan acted at the same time. His fire dragon skill instantly unleashed flames that transformed into a giant dragon. It lunged toward the Flame Demon King. 2 god-level powerhouses attacked simultaneously. Just as they attacked, a large teleportation array beneath Nanhong City flickered. Dozens of practitioners bearing the emblem of Xiaojing Academy appeared. Every single one of them was a top-tier practitioner above level 70. Their presence was overwhelming. The leader drew a long sword and swung it. The sword chi instantly shattered the ground. The group charged forward, lunging straight for the members of the Demon Worship Society. The succubus queen saw this. They realized they had been tricked. The Xinxiao Empire had been prepared all along. Otherwise, why would the Xinxiao Tower's true form be present? But just as she spoke, a low roar echoed from the sky. You're not leaving. Hearing the voice, the succubus queen's expression became incredibly grim. The Flame Demon King, who was battling Ning Tairan, was also filled with fear. At this moment, the interior of the Xinxiao Tower was divided into 2 spaces. One was for high-level practitioners. Each space was further split into 3 independent zones, grouped by 10 levels, exactly like the previous pattern. The solo competition begins now. Meng Anwen's voice echoed throughout the Xinxiao Tower. And before the practitioners, They were countless abyss monsters and a large number of demons. It was as if they had been locked in a cage, becoming the trial targets for this solo competition. Then, Elder Meng's voice continued to ring out. Level 10 practitioners will face level 22 abyss monsters, totaling 4,320 of them. Then, a giant hand appeared in the air and reached into the monster swarm. With a casual grab, it took exactly 4,320. These monsters were tossed aside like trash, and then the level was quickly suppressed to level 20. Level 20 practitioners will face level 32 abyss monsters and level 35 abyssal demons, totaling 4,990. The rules for the solo competition are based on a point system. Killing an abyss monster earns 1 point. The one with the most points will be the champion. I was utterly shocked after seeing Elder Meng's methods. Is this the strength of a god-level expert? My corpse explosion skill was revealed for the first time during the competition, shocking all the genius contestants participating in the match. And just before the competition began, the Holy Light Mage, Su Sheng, still had that arrogant look on his face. Lin Moyu, do you dare to compete with me one more time? Let's see who can kill more. But before I could respond, Lu Xianren, who was nearby, also issued a similar challenge to Su Sheng. Although your professional ranking is higher than mine, I definitely won't lose to you on the battlefield. Su Sheng wears a playful smirk and says, you were also defeated on the battlefield. Lu Xianren scoffs and tells him to save that talk for himself. Do not forget that you also lost to someone else before. Su Sheng's expression darkens at those words. He lets out a cold grunt and falls silent. Then Elder Meng's voice rings out once more. The match begins, and the next second, all the gates holding the abyssal monsters fly open. A massive horde of abyssal monsters surges out wildly, along with quite a few demons charging out right beside them. At the very same moment, Su Sheng and Lu Xianren unleash their skills together, using Holy Light and Arrow Storm. Su Sheng knows his strike can wipe out at least 100 abyssal monsters. As long as a few more waves come, no one will be able to compete with him at all. Unlike Lu Xianren, who needs time to charge up before every skill. Thinking of this, he glances over at me casually, only to find that I have not moved an inch. He wears a puzzled look, wondering why this guy is not summoning skeletons. Could he be planning to give up? With that thought, a smug expression appears on his face, convinced that the championship is already his. Just as he prepares to unleash another skill, a massive explosion suddenly echoes out, shaking the ground violently. In the wake of the blast, a huge number of abyssal monsters are wiped out. Su Sheng stares at the scene in utter disbelief. The power of this explosion is far stronger than his own holy light. Just who on earth did this? He turns his head and spots me raising my hand to cast a skill. His pupils instantly constrict. It was actually him, but not just him. All the contestants present noticed me. Clearly, they also realized that I was the one behind the explosion. They all looked like they had seen a ghost. Holy crap, besides being a summoner, he's actually a mage, and one with AoE skills at that. And while they were in shock, the sound of explosions rang out again. The abyssal monsters fell like straw. Each explosion took out hundreds of abyssal monsters. In just half a minute, over 7,000 abyssal monsters had been wiped out. Only a few flying abyssal demons managed to survive. But I didn't plan on letting them go. After all, these are all military merit points. I then raised my hand and summoned a skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior violently threw the monster corpses into the sky. Then, it cast the slow curse, instantly trapping the demons trying to escape in midair, unable to move. The moment the corpses neared them, I triggered the explosion skill. In an instant, nearly half of the demons died in that explosion, and the remaining few demons were also swallowed by the explosions. In less than 3 minutes, the battle was completely over. Out of 7,520 monsters and demons, at least 7,300 died by my hand. All the contestants in the level 20 group stared at me in a daze. You killed them all by yourself. What's left for others to kill? Is this really a solo competition? This is completely just his own personal show. No one expected my AoE skills to be this powerful. Powerful enough to insta-kill abyssal demons. Once again, only the tip of the iceberg of my strength was revealed. Seeing this, Su Sheng couldn't help but gulp. At this moment, he could no longer be arrogant. What on earth is this class? Seeing him like this, Lu Xianren burst out laughing. So you finally had your day? Now you know, right? He's the real big shot here. Compared to him, your class is a joke. Su Sheng glared at him but didn't argue. Was simply pathetic. Just then, the military badge on my shoulders suddenly lit up. The demons I killed were converted into military merit and poured into it. Soon, a third gold star slowly appeared. At this moment, My total military merit reached 36,000 points. As a result, my rank rose to 3-star second lieutenant. Everyone was stunned by this. How many demons do you have to kill to reach that level? It's terrifying. Su Sheng was shocked once again. He silently took off his own badge. Because he was only a 1-star private. Compared to my 3-star second lieutenant rank, he was nothing. Lu Xianren laughed even harder seeing this. I'm a 3-star private. I've got 2 more stars than you. Su Sheng said irritably. Get the hell out of here. I'll catch up to you sooner or later. Lu Xianren said indifferently. Even if you can catch up to me, trying to catch up to Lin Moyu is probably impossible for the rest of your life. Su Sheng lowered his voice. You don't know a damn thing. I'm a holy light mage. The later the stage, the stronger I get. Lu Xianren said with a teasing look. Hearing this, Su Sheng snorted and stopped talking. But at this moment, I felt a bit worried. Worried that something might have happened outside. Although I believed I had arranged everything properly, I was still afraid of the worst. A full half-hour later, the solo competition finally ended. Then, all the contestants disappeared from the Xinxia Tower. The next second, they returned to the competition base in Nanhong City. As soon as people emerged, they found corpses scattered everywhere. Suddenly, someone pointed to the sky and shouted. Dozens of practitioners were seen standing in the void. They were all top practitioners from Xiaojing Academy. Every single one of them was powerful. Clearly, the members of the Demon Worship Society had all been killed by them. And standing in front of them was Bai Shen himself. His voice slowly rang out. We had anticipated it and took the opportunity to use them, completing the solo competition through actual combat. Now that the demons have retreated. Next, the winners of the solo competition will be announced. Between the low-tier and high-tier arenas, there are 2 main groups. In total, there are 6 solo champions. With a wave of his hand, corresponding prizes appeared for each champion. The 3 champions above level 40 each received a mid-grade miracle potion. Meanwhile, those below level 40 received basic miracle potions. Bai Shun continued, saying that a challenge tournament would be held tomorrow. Anyone interested is welcome to give it a try. The prizes for the challenge tournament are very generous. After speaking, he led the group away. After returning to Xiaojing Academy, Bai Shun cursed loudly. Damn it, I didn't expect Black Fire to actually make a move. We failed to capture the Succubus Lord and the Flame Demon King. Ning Tairan was also extremely displeased. Hearing this, Meng Anwen looked surprised. Wait, did the old man not act? Bai Shun said in a deep voice, he acted too early. This summoned a hand of Black Fire. What a shame. The next day, the challenge tournament officially began. The challenge tournament was different from the previous ones. It was a walk-in registration and immediate competition. No preliminary rounds were needed. Every practitioner had a chance. I remembered what Bai Shun had told me. And the better my results, the better. Now that I've seen the rules, I finally understood why he made such a request. Because the prizes were just too good. For practitioners below level 40, succeeding in the first round earns a flashing basic skill scroll. The third round reward is a bottle of intermediate magic potion. Basically, the more challenges you complete, the better the rewards. They far exceed the rewards for the team and individual competitions. Of course, the difficulty is also extremely high. Just the first round requires facing an opponent 5 levels higher than yourself. And the third is 15. Historically, very few have ever completed the second round. Can be counted on one hand. As for the fourth round, no one has ever achieved it until now. 3 rounds were the absolute limit. A record that remained unbroken for hundreds of years. In my very first challenge, I broke the Empire's centuries-old record. While countless geniuses were failing miserably, I won the match easily in less than 10 seconds. Everyone watching was completely stunned, believing I was the only contestant capable of breaking the historical record. As it turns out, once the challenge officially began, several confident practitioners were eager to test their luck. A knight was the first to sign up and step onto the stage. This is a soldier from the Eagle Nation. Helos, a level 34 sword and shield knight. He thought that with his extensive combat experience as a soldier, he could succeed in the challenge at least once. But when he saw the defender, his confidence collapsed in an instant. His opponent was also a sword and shield knight, a level 39 one. He was also a soldier, but from the Xinxia Empire. He wore equipment that no one had ever seen before. It was the military's exclusive gold equipment, also known as battlefield equipment. His gaze was solemn, radiating a far more powerful killing intent. That completely suppressed Helos. Cold sweat began to bead on Helos's forehead. Before the fight even officially started, he felt he had already lost. The opponent's aura grew stronger and stronger. Helos finally couldn't take it and made his move, activating his charge skill. Seeing this, The defender also raised his shield. The moment their shields clashed, Hellos was sent flying back like a cannonball, falling straight off the arena. This declared his challenge a failure. The audience gasped in shock at this sight. Is this a soldier of the Xinxiao Empire? How terrifying. Then, the second challenger stepped up. This was a level 46 elemental mage. She was beautiful and walked onto the arena with elegant steps, wearing a set of platinum equipment. The slit in her robe reached all the way to her waist, revealing her slender legs. This immediately drew the gaze of a large crowd of spectators. She randomly drew a level 51 elf archer, who also came from the Xinxia Empire military, dressed in full battlefield gear. The female mage frowned deeply upon seeing this. Mages are naturally at a disadvantage against archers, and her opponent was even 5 levels higher than her. She instantly lost all her confidence. As soon as the battle started, she cast a magic shield on herself. Yet right after the magic shield formed, a barrage of sharp arrows slammed into it. The ensuing explosions instantly swallowed her up, and her magic shield began to shake violently. Before the shockwaves of the explosion could even dissipate, the female archer unleashed her skill, exploding arrow, once again. Seeing this, the female mage was startled. The attack speed of an archer was simply too fast. The exploding arrow blasted apart against the magic shield, and the resulting glare blocked her vision, so that she could not find her opponent at all. Immediately after, a rain of arrows poured down continuously. The female mage's magic shield took a severe pounding, after holding out for 2.5 seconds. At the moment the shield dissolved, another arrow came shooting forward, and detonated right beside the female mage. It was precisely the silence arrow skill. In an instant, all of the female mage's skills were sealed. This also marked her complete defeat. The Xinxia soldiers once again proved their strength. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, match after match ended in failure for the challengers without exception. Seeing this, people exclaimed that it was simply too difficult. They could not even pass the first round, let alone the second or third. At this moment, it was Su Shang's turn to step up. Walking onto the stage after 2 consecutive losses yesterday, he had calmed down a lot today. The arrogance in his eyes was completely gone. His opponent was a level 34 sword and shield knight, also hailing from the Xinxiao military. As the referee announced the start of the match, the arena was enveloped in a pure white light in the next second. It was none other than Su Shang's skill, Holy Light. This pervasive mental attack continuously dealt damage to the sword and shield knight. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light flashed within the white radiance. As soon as it appeared, the blue light rushed towards Su Shang like lightning. Using ultimate defense and charge, the knight closed in on Su Shang in a split second. Yet Su Shang did not step back even half a step. Instead, he seized the moment to cast Holy Light Ring. The glowing ring burst open, carrying a forced knockback effect. The knight countered with shield bash simultaneously. The two skills collided with a loud crash. The knight only retreated half a step. He suddenly swung his sword down, facing the knight's attack with flash slash. Su Shang continued to use his skills. His Holy Light shield successfully blocked the strike. Then, he unleashed a Holy Light shock, knocking the knight back. The knight only retreated a few steps before pressing forward again. The two of them entered a deadlock. It was now a test of endurance. Before the knight's ultimate defense wore off, if he couldn't take down Su Shang, he would be the one to lose. It was the same for Su Shang. He didn't know how much longer his Holy Light shield could hold. He could only focus on strengthening his Holy Light skills, trying to break the knight's ultimate defense as quickly as possible. When the Holy Light finally vanished, only Su Shang remained on the field. He looked relieved. His shield had actually been broken moments ago. Fortunately, the Sword Shield Knight couldn't hold out. With pride in his eyes, he proved his strength to everyone. However, he decisively chose not to continue the challenge. After all, challenging someone 5 levels above him was already his limit. Following him, there was a string of failed challenges. Then, Lu Xianren stepped up. He faced a mage, which was an advantage for him. He was very confident. He felt he had a chance, since he was also a legendary practitioner. But he ended up losing miserably. They were blasted off the stage in less than 5 seconds. The audience gasped in shock. The soldiers of the Xinxiao Empire are just too strong. There have been over 100 matches so far, but only one person has successfully completed the challenge. Now, it is finally my turn to step up. The crowd erupted in cheers the moment I took the stage, because in their eyes, I am the only one capable of creating a legend. Since the qualifiers, my strength has been revealed bit by bit, like a mystery unfolding. Whenever people thought they had seen the extent of my power, I would always reveal a bit more of the iceberg. especially during last night's solo competition. I basically swept all the points for the level 20 group. That was when people realized I possessed such powerful area of effect skills. Now that I'm stepping up, people began to speculate. How many rounds do you think Lin Mayu can actually clear? 1 round is definitely no problem. Even Su Sheng could manage 1 round. Let alone him. I think he can complete at least 2. Maybe even more. He might even break the human historical record. But some people believe that was impossible. For hundreds of years, no one has successfully cleared the 4th round. Even those who cleared 3 rounds are few and far between. Moreover, this year's Xinxiao army is outrageously strong. Just then, my opponent appeared on the stage. He is a level 32 mage. When he saw my military badge, his eyes flickered slightly. Then, he gave me a solemn military salute. This is the salute a subordinate gives to a superior. This action immediately caused a huge stir. What's going on? Could Lin Mayu also be with the military? No, it's that his rank is higher. Hearing this, the crowd finally realized after seeing my military badge. My god, he's actually a 3-star second lieutenant. He's only level 27. At his age, others are usually just 1-star privates at most. How on earth did he do it? As the referee announced the start of the battle, several fireballs flew toward me in an instant. At the same time, 310 skeleton warriors and skeleton mages appeared around me. The skeleton warriors stepped forward to block the fireballs. Meanwhile, the skeleton mages cast skills to attack the mage. Bolts of lightning continuously rained down on the mage. Seeing this, the mage immediately activated a magic shield. But after taking only 3 lightning strikes, he quickly retreated from his position, without any of the clumsiness typical of other mages. But no matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun my skeleton warriors. As the skeleton warriors' great swords kept slashing down at him, he didn't last long before being knocked out of the ring. The entire fight was over in less than 10 seconds. Everyone present was stunned. This is way too fast. Keep in mind that Su Sheng took nearly 10 minutes. Seeing this, Su Sheng knew he had lost again. And he lost quite thoroughly. After winning the 1st round, I obtained a flashing basic skill scroll. I decisively chose to continue to the 2nd round. As the battle began, he immediately used his charge skill and rushed toward me. To leverage the advantages of a melee class, one must first get close to the opponent. However, before he could reach me, my skeleton warrior knocked him back several meters. The knight, steadying himself, was horrified. Such terrifying power. The charge skill is supposed to significantly increase impact force. Clearly, the skeleton warrior's stats far exceeded his own. He realized that he absolutely could not go head-to-head with the skeleton warrior. So he started looking for a way to break through and get close to me. But I was completely protected, inside and out, by skeleton warriors and skeleton mages. It was almost impossible to get near me. While he was pondering his next move, a skeleton mage's attack was already raining down on him. He quickly raised his shield to block and evade. As he retreated further, the skeleton warriors chased after him. Once he had lured the skeleton warriors away, he suddenly turned and activated his charge skill again. He rushed toward me like a bolt of lightning. Seeing this, I shook my head slightly. It's useless. You can't get close to me. With that, I waved my hand and cast Slow Curse. Instantly, the knight felt as if the entire world had sped up. Even the skeleton warrior's blades seemed faster than lightning. Meanwhile, his own movements became incredibly slow. He realized he had fallen under a curse. Everything suddenly went black. The next second, he was outside the arena. He lost, and he lost decisively. The audience was absolutely shocked. Lin Mayu is too terrifying. A level 27 can actually crush a level 37 practitioner. And his opponent was a soldier from the Xinxiao Empire. I won the 2nd round of the challenge easily. I got my hands on a glowing mid-level skill scroll, but I still chose to keep challenging. If I can win the 3rd round as well, I'll get a bottle of mid-level mysterious potion. A 2000 boost to all attributes is a massive upgrade for any practitioner. Then, a level 42 archer appeared on the arena. He was wearing a gold-grade battlefield set, and his aura was incredibly powerful. The reason there is such a clear gap between high-level and low-level practitioners is that after the 2nd class advancement, not only do attributes increase significantly, but all skills become stronger, and they can also master powerful high-level skills. Moreover, starting from level 40, they can use gold-grade equipment, are enough to completely crush low-level practitioners. In everyone's eyes, for me to win this round is very difficult. Do you think if he succeeds in the 3rd round, he will continue to challenge the 4th round? And different from the first 3 rounds. Otherwise, no one would have succeeded for so many years. They only know it is extremely difficult. But they are also very curious right now. Curious about exactly why the 4th round is so hard. They can only pin their hopes on me. The archer on the arena had a gaze as sharp as lightning, as if he had already locked onto me. As the referee announced the start of the battle, in an instant, several streaks of arrow light shot up into the sky. They fell right on top of me, and at the same time, the skeleton mage's attack reached the archer. The archer quickly retreated, and as he did, his body split into three. They dodged in different directions. This was his skill, bow-step clone. The skeleton mage immediately lost its target. Seeing this, I had an idea. I let the skeleton mage attack randomly. At that moment, the tracking arrows fell. Several loud booms echoed as they hit me. Each strike felt like a giant boulder crashing down. The noise was deafening. It felt as if they were striking the hearts of the onlookers. Lin Moyu is finished, most people thought. A level 27 practitioner would inevitably result in an instant kill. However, when they saw me standing on the stage completely unscathed, the audience was completely stunned. What the hell is going on? Did that set of bones on him block the attack? My god, he actually has such a powerful defensive skill. Even the archer couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. He didn't expect his powerful offensive skill to be blocked by a level 27 person. But relying on his agility advantage, he dashed across the stage. He kept attacking me while on the move. However, all his attacks were blocked by my bone armor. Seeing that my skeletons couldn't do anything to him, the archer immediately looked smug. Seeing this, I shook my head slightly. Then I raised my hand and cast the slow curse. In the next second, the archer's expression froze. Their lightning-fast speed suddenly became as slow as a snail. It looked like the skeleton mage's attack was about to hit them. The archer raised his bow high and shouted, "Purify!" Suddenly, a pillar of light shot into the sky. The slow curse was instantly broken. Seeing this, I couldn't help but be surprised. This is the healer's Purify skill. Clearly, this skill comes from the platinum-grade weapon in his hand. Many gold-grade and above pieces of equipment come with attached skills. Most of them are weapons. I used slow curse again, but the purification effect was still active. The archer took the opportunity to unleash various skills on me. Explosive arrows, impact arrows, and silence arrows were all fired in a barrage. However, none of these attacks could break my bone armor. Even if he could barely break it, he wouldn't be able to hurt me in the slightest. After all, I have a passive skill called damage transfer. It allows me to transfer all damage taken by my main body to the skeletons. But some observant people noticed something was off. They realized the bone armor was terrifyingly strong. After taking so many consecutive attacks, it remained completely intact. Keep in mind, these were attacks from a level 42 high-tier practitioner. They would have been one-shot by a single arrow long ago. Yet, the archer didn't say a word. He continued to attack me while dodging. He believed he could eventually break my bone armor. The blue flames in his hand flickered wildly. Soul Flame skill. The archer who was running suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. The look in his eyes as he looked at me turned to terror. The audience outside the arena instantly erupted. What happened? Why is the archer in so much pain? I don't know, but it looked like Lin Moyu used a skill. It must be a single target attack skill. And a lock-on type one at that. At this moment, I revealed just the tip of the iceberg once again. As I cast Soul Flame once more, his scream pierced the heavens. The next second, he was sent flying below the arena. Then the referee announced that I had successfully completed the third round. I received a bottle of mid-level mysterious potion. I also tied the record for the challenge match. They asked if I wanted to continue the challenge. Of course, I chose to continue. The next moment, the entire crowd cheered. The match they had been waiting for had finally arrived. Amidst the anticipation, a level 45 sword and shield knight appeared on the stage. He was wearing military battlefield gear, only 3 levels higher than the previous round. The audience was completely incredulous. No way, is the 4th round really this easy? But while everyone was confused, a second practitioner appeared on the stage. A level 45 War King support, then a level 45 archer, forming a standard 5-person team. Only then did people realize why no one succeeded in the 4th round. Not only do you have to fight 5 opponents at once, but every practitioner is 18 levels higher than the challenger. At this moment, everyone thought I was bound to lose. Then the leading knight spoke up. "Young man, you are quite good. Making it to the 4th round is enough to make you proud." Although his level was only 3 higher than the previous archer, the feeling he gave me was completely different. Looking at the military badge on his shoulder, a 9-star second lieutenant, just a step away from a colonel. He is a warrior who has fought on the Origin battlefield for many years. Such a person is extremely formidable. And the 4 teammates behind him are also extraordinary. Even the weakest is a 5-star second lieutenant. However, if this is the extent of it, the legendary record of this 4th round will be broken by me. Yet I just smiled calmly. As the match officially begins, the support immediately buffs their teammates, while I slowly raise my hand, and in an instant, cold black energy swept across the field. A second later, all the spectators outside the arena stood up in shock. Every one of them looked on in disbelief. Some of them were even trembling as they spoke. What? What is this? How could there be so many skeletons? 100 skeleton warriors. Like an army. Seeing this, the knight couldn't help but swallow hard. Cold sweat broke out in his palms as he gripped his sword. Even his confidence crumbled in an instant. You should know, my skeleton's attributes aren't low. They're not much different from theirs. Even if my skeletons only have one skill, the sheer number of them is far beyond what they can handle. The practitioners below the stage were completely stunned. Holy crap, is he even human? He's literally an army. Sushin couldn't help but look on with admiration. This guy hid his strength well. He fooled us miserably, with one command from me. The skeleton warriors began their charge. They had nowhere to dodge, and the skeleton mage's skills struck first. Elemental attacks like giant waves instantly engulfed them. The knight immediately activated his group protection skill. A massive shield protected everyone in the middle. The War King's support applied another status effect. Meanwhile, the archers and mages were preparing their area of effect skills. The assassin also activated stealth, lurking in the void for an opportunity. This series of maneuvers was enough to prove their strength. Ordinary people would have pissed themselves by now, even though they were shocked. Facing abyssal demons for years had long since given them the combat instincts to deal with powerful enemies. At this moment, a pentagram array was slowly forming beneath the mage's feet. The archer's skill was also rapidly charging. However, by then, the skeleton warrior had already rushed in front of them. The great sword kept slamming into the knight's group shield. In the blink of an eye, the knight was nearly exhausted. Gritting his teeth, he shouted to the mage and archer behind him. Hurry up, I can't hold on much longer. Just as he finished speaking, the mage's skill exploded. Meteor fire world destruction. A massive rain of fire quickly fell, slamming into the skeleton warrior. At the same time, the archer's skill shot out. It was the arrow storm skill. Although it was identical to Lu Shinran's skill, the range was much larger, and the power was even greater. Suddenly, a violent rain of arrows covered the entire arena. Both I and the skeleton mage were engulfed by the rain of arrows. Then, the sharp arrows exploded one after another. Although the arrow storm was powerful, with the bone armor's boost, I could basically ignore this amount of damage. The skeleton warrior was also unaffected. The only one who took some light injuries was the skeleton mage. The dust from the explosions completely blocked my view. Suddenly, a smile curled on my lips. I said softly to the void, his arrow storm is just a distraction, right? Just as I finished speaking, a dagger suddenly stabbed at my back. But it was easily blocked by my bone armor. The assassin was shocked to see this. His full power strike couldn't even break through my defense. Before he could react, my slow curse descended. He was hit instantly, and the curse prevented him from entering stealth. Immediately after, attacks from 10 lightning-type skeleton mages rained down on him. The assassin let out a scream of agony. Suddenly, his body began to phase. This was his level 40 advanced skill, phasing stealth. It had a similar effect to the Battlefield Ghost King's skill. However, phasing stealth couldn't dispel the curse. I then released my Soul Flame skill. He let out another scream. Having just phased, he was forced back into visibility. And just as the skeleton warriors were about to finish him off, a mage suddenly dashed in front of him. A massive ring of fire appeared around him. With a loud boom, it exploded, blowing away the skeleton warriors rushing in. The power of the ring of fire cast by a level 45 mage was indeed terrifying. This single blast blew away at least 30 or 40 skeleton warriors. The area in front of them was suddenly cleared. At the same time, the War King's support immediately healed the assassin. Then, a sharp arrow shot forward. It exploded right in front of the skeletons. Then, a large number of white threads suddenly appeared on the ground. The mage and archer used everything they had to control the skeletons. However, they knew that killing the skeletons would be very difficult. The only way was to deal with me, the summoner, directly. They exchanged looks and immediately sprang into action. Seeing this, I raised my hand and cast Slow Curse. Red shackles appeared above each of their heads. But the moment the curse took effect, the support staff lit up with a golden glow. Pillars of light erupted from all of them, instantly breaking the curse. The skill was Group Purification, another skill from a gold weapon. The moment the curse was lifted, the knight immediately used the skill and charged toward me. The skill had a built-in knockback effect. All the skeleton warriors in his path were sent flying, instantly clearing a path for the others behind him. They were gambling everything to get close to me, hoping to take me out right then and there. I just smiled. It's useless. With that, I casually tossed out a soul flame. The knight charging in front suddenly let out a scream, and his wind pillar skill was instantly interrupted. Immediately, skeleton warriors from all directions closed in. The knight knew it was completely over. Aside from himself having the survival skill ultimate defense, his other 4 teammates were all squishy. After one round of attacks from the skeletons, only the knight was left. And just like that, I successfully broke the all-time record, becoming the first practitioner to complete 4 rounds of challenges. My name will be forever etched in the history of the practitioner tournament. It might even end up in textbooks. The 4th round rewards 2 glowing intermediate skill scrolls, combined with previous rewards, and 1 primary and 1 intermediate wonder potion each. My net worth already far exceeds that of most senior professionals. However, I do not plan to give up just yet. Without hesitation, I choose to continue the challenge. Yet no one has ever tried the 5th round. The authorities did not even think about setting this difficulty, and never announced the rewards for the 5th round either. Because Zi Yuan told me before that the higher the challenge, the better. Since he said that, there must be a reason. Ever since I proposed to continue the challenge, I waited for a full 2 minutes. Before the authorities finally responded, a figure suddenly appears in the void. He wears exquisite magic robes and holds a delicate staff. A majestic voice rings out clearly. The 5th round challenge will begin in 3 minutes. Succeeding in the challenge rewards 1 bottle of senior wonder potion and 1 glowing senior skill scroll. His eyes are full of appreciation as he looks at me. Hearing the rewards, a hint of greed also appears in my eyes. You must know that senior wonder potions can be consumed after completing the 3rd promotion at level 70. All attributes increase by 20,000. The flashing advanced skill scrolls are also incredibly valuable. The chance of obtaining advanced skills is significantly lower. Few people can master every single skill. I clench my fists. I have to get my hands on the reward this time. Amid everyone's anticipation, the 5th round of the challenge officially began. The formation flashed brightly. A group of people appeared on the arena. A level 50 rare class Holy Knight. A mage team consisting of 6 level 50 rare classes. The audience was stunned upon seeing this. Elemental mages and fire warlocks possess incredibly strong AoE capabilities, while shadow mages can handle crowd control. Elder Shilin can maximize the mage's attack power. As for the elf summoner, just the ability to reset skills is enough to be a nightmare. Lin Moyu is in trouble now. Even with all his skeletons, it might be useless. It seems the team sent by the Xinxia Empire this time. Insta-killed. Insta-killed. My corpse explosion skill made its debut in the tournament. As it turns out, after I defeated the team in the 4th round, the Xinxia Empire officials actually deployed an extremely powerful trump card. Seeing this team, I knew this fight would be tough, because this team was completely designed to counter me. The only way to deal with them was through firepower suppression. I wasn't afraid of their area of effect attacks, but their crowd control skills were the real problem. The biggest threat among them was the Shadow Mage. He had multiple area of effect control skills, which were extremely dangerous for my skeleton army. Meanwhile, the others looked completely shocked. They had been called in by the Xinxiao officials to be the defenders, but they never expected to face a little guy who was only level 27. However, remembering the attitude of their superiors, they didn't let their guard down. Every one of them stood ready for battle. Once the battle started, I immediately cast bone armor on myself, and then summoned a full 100 skeleton mages. In an instant, a deluge of various magic spells rained down on them. This scene gave the 6 of them a huge shock. The paladin immediately raised his shield and activated group protection. A blue barrier instantly rose, protecting the 6 of them inside. As the massive wave of spells crashed down, the paladin's barrier was instantly distorted and warped. Feeling the pressure, the paladin hurriedly asked Elder Shilin to apply a buff. Various buff skills instantly rained down on everyone. With these status boosts, the mage's attack power soared. The elemental mages and fire casters began releasing their skills. Unlike level 40 mages, they didn't need to chant incantations to cast. At level 50, they could cast their skills almost instantaneously. Skill: Meteor Fire World Destruction. Meanwhile, the Shadow Mage kept his eyes on the skeleton mages in the distance. His staff glowed, and he used the skill Cloud of Sleep. A white cloud appeared instantly. Clearly, it was a crowd control skill. So, I suddenly charged toward the enemy. At the same time, I recalled all the skeleton mages. This caused all of the opponent's attacks and control skills to miss. This move immediately impressed many people. Lin Moyu's control over his summons is just incredible. But did you notice? The number of skeleton mages he summoned just now was even higher than the last round. Who knows how much strength this guy is still hiding? Just then, a purple summon appeared beside the elf summoner. It looked like a warhorse. Seeing this, I immediately realized it was the elf summoner's trump card. Then, I summoned the skeleton mages once again. Another round of focused fire. The knight's shield immediately began to crack. The shadow mage raised his staff and pointed it at me. Skill, silence. The light instantly landed on me. A beam of light instantly fell on me. However, my bone armor makes me immune to all control skills. So his silence skill was completely useless against me. Seeing this, the shadow mage's expression changed. He quickly cast a second single target control skill. It was hypnosis, but it was still ineffective against me. Fire spells also targeted me, but all the attacks were blocked by my bone armor. Just then, the skeleton mages launched a round of focused fire. The knight's shield shattered instantly, and the moment the shield broke, the elf summoner's summon suddenly let out a roar. A second later, a light flared up around everyone. It was the summoner's reset skill, which reset the cooldowns for all their teammates. Then, the knight used the group protection skill again. The shield reappeared. The audience gasped in surprise. Aside from a few special skills, most skills can be reset infinitely. With that ability, their team's combat power is boosted several times over. My expression grew solemn. Now, I won't be able to hit them, but they can keep attacking me. Plus, I can't summon the skeleton warriors for now. Being purely melee, they are easily controlled. Recalling them later will be impossible. The best plan right now is to kill that summoned beast as soon as possible. Then use the explosion skill to end this battle. Just as I was thinking, another large-scale area of effect spell appeared, enveloping the area where the skeleton mage was located. Seeing this, I immediately put away the skeleton mage. The rain of fire missed again, but these flames landed on my body. The glow of the bone armor was also dimming. Seeing that it was about to shatter, the knight immediately thought I was done for. However, I just smiled slightly, then raised my hand with a backhand. The next second, another layer of bone armor appeared on my body. The knight's expression changed drastically at the sight. How could the cooldown of his defense skill finish so quickly? However, what he did not know, as long as my mana was sufficient, I could cast and replenish at any time. To defeat me, they either had to instantly shatter my bone armor for a one-hit kill, or grind me down until I ran out of mental energy. With a thought in my mind, densely packed skeleton warrior instantly appeared. The moment they appeared, they immediately used Berserk Strike on the knight's shield. After using the skill, I immediately called them back. It took no more than a second, giving the shadow mage no time to cast skills and control them. On the other side, the skills of the skeleton mage also rained down. The knight's barrier instantly looked precarious again. The summoned beast let out another scream. The 6 of them had all their skills reset once again. Then, the mages continued to focus their attacks on me. As a storm of attacks rained down on me, my bone armor grew dim once more. But in the next second, I quickly cast a new bone armor on myself. Seeing this, the paladin couldn't help but cry out in shock. What kind of monster is this? How can he have such a broken skill? Then, his shield shattered violently. He recast the shield as quickly as possible, only to find that I had already appeared inside it. A wicked smile played on my lips. I raised my hand and cast Slow Curse. In the next instant, the movements of the 6 opponents and their summoned beast slowed down. Before Elder Selene could use a purification skill to lift the curse, dozens of skeleton warriors instantly surrounded the summoned beast. At the same time, a flash of fire erupted from my palm. Skill, Soul Flame. The summoned beast immediately let out a scream of agony. Then, the berserk strikes of the skeleton warriors rained down on it. However, a level 50 summoned beast has incredibly strong vitality. It survived attacks from over a dozen skeletons. Seeing this, a look of joy appeared in my eyes. Because the stronger its vitality, the more powerful the corpse explosion will be. As I used Soul Flame once more, it finally collapsed with a scream. A second later, a loud explosion echoed throughout the arena. The knight's shield was turned to dust in an instant. By the time the heavily injured knight regained his senses, he found that his teammates had all appeared below the arena. Before him was a dense crowd of skeletons. He gave me a thumbs up and said calmly, "You are the strongest man I have ever seen." After saying that, he jumped off the arena. Seeing this, the audience cheered and shouted, "Lin Moyu won." He actually won the 5th challenge. With level 27 strength, he crushed a level 356-person mage team. His deeds were enough to go down in history. As for the mage who had been standing in the void, the look of admiration in his eyes grew stronger. "Little guy, not bad. You will surely be a pillar of the Xinxia Empire in the future." Then, A potion and a golden scroll fell into my hands. Each one was a priceless treasure. Just as I was hesitating whether to continue the challenge, Ziyuan suddenly sent me a message. Deciding to quit while I was ahead, I jumped off the arena and ended the challenge. No one felt it was a pity, because this was already an unprecedented feat. My name had already spread throughout the entire human world. On my first day back at the academy, I broke the record of the dungeon hall. I even caused the difficulty of the Fire God's Palace dungeon to be upgraded from Nightmare difficulty to Hell difficulty. It turns out that after I successfully completed the 5th round, the mysterious mage who hosted the challenge suddenly came before me. First, he told me that he was one of the 12 council members of the Xinxia Empire. Then, he openly expressed his desire to take me as his disciple. He thought that given his status, I couldn't possibly refuse. But to his surprise, I refused him without a second thought. Thank you for the kind offer, Lord Jinping. But I already have a teacher. Hearing this, Jinping looks surprised. At that moment, my communicator suddenly rings. When I see who is calling, I smile slightly at Jinping. Answer it quickly and let me see whose luck is so good that they can become your master. Soon, Bai Shun's voice comes through the communicator. Little Peng, are you trying to poach my student? Jinping is instantly terrified upon hearing this. Lord Bai Shun, it is a misunderstanding. If I had known he was your student, I would not dare to poach him even if I had 10 times the courage. Bai Shun on the other and lets out a cold snort. Consider yourself sensible and go back and tell those guys as well. All information about Lin Moyu must be kept confidential. After saying that, he tells me to look for him after returning to the academy. He says he has a new mission for me. The next day, in the courtyard of Xiaojing Academy, Bai Shun pats my shoulder and says with satisfaction, "You performed very well this time." Meng An went on the side glances at him. Of course he did well, passing 5 rounds of challenges in one breath. This is an unprecedented feat in history. Much stronger than you were back then. Hearing this, Bai Shun is so annoyed that his teeth itch. This old guy really doesn't leave me any dignity. He then coughed twice to change the subject. Kid Lin, you need to reach level 30 as quickly as possible. Then I'll take you somewhere. But for the next few days, you can only level up in the dungeon hall. Because you've attracted too much attention this time. No matter where you go, people might be watching you. Even within the Xinxiao Empire, assassinations of geniuses happen quite often. So you must be careful. At least you'll be safe within the academy. After that, I went to the dungeon hall to start leveling up. But the moment I stepped out of the teleportation array, the entire area fell silent. It's Lin Moyu, he's back. I knew he was strong before, but I didn't expect him to be this powerful. It's as if I'm witnessing the birth of a new god-level powerhouse. Once I reached the dungeon teleportation gate, I ran into a problem. The dungeons here have level restrictions. I had no idea which dungeon was suitable for me at this stage. Just as I was feeling lost about which one to choose, I ran into Senior Shu Han, who had guided me before. She immediately recommended the level 32 Fire God Hall dungeon. She explained that while it's not much different from ordinary dungeons, it's similar to the Tyrant Desert large-scale dungeon. Not only are there plenty of monsters, but the cooldown time is also much shorter. It was the best choice for repetitive leveling at my current stage. Furthermore, this dungeon belongs to one of the 5 great elements. If I'm lucky, I can even get fire element fragments in the dungeon. Legend says that if you collect all 5 types of element fragments, you can obtain unexpected benefits. I checked the relevant information about the dungeon. The current record holder is still a team from Hidden Dragon Academy from 5 years ago. They cleared the Hell difficulty dungeon in 8 hours, 32 minutes, and 15 seconds. Seeing this result, I shook my head slightly. I might as well be the one to break this record. The monsters inside were all fire spirits. Their stats were mediocre, but the headache was that they weren't physical beings. Since they leave no corpses after death, my corpse explosion skill is completely useless here. I can only rely on my skeletons to clear these mobs one by one. So, I raised my hand and summoned 20 skeleton warriors. I split them into 5 groups to act separately, making sure not to miss a single cutie. The skeleton warriors basically took them down with 1 hit each. The speed of clearing the dungeon was outrageously fast. But just then, something strange happened. The dungeon I was in began to shake violently. At the same time, a hell difficulty suddenly appeared for the Fire God's Palace. The practitioners outside were shocked to see this. Meanwhile, Ning Tairan, who was in the academy, also sensed something. As the controller of the dungeon hall, he didn't expect that he'd actually pull it off. Could the legend be true? Could element fragments really drop? Ning Tairan naturally knew the legends about the elemental fragments. It's just that he knew more than most people. To obtain an elemental fragment, one must first activate the dungeon's hell difficulty. Elemental fragments only drop in hell difficulty, and even then, it depends on luck. So he hurried to find Bai Shun to tell him about this. But Bai Shun's expression didn't change at all, as if he had already expected it. Is that strange? With his abilities, it's only normal that he could activate a hell dungeon. However, collecting all 5 types of elemental fragments would be very difficult. After all, even we don't know where the Lightning Palace and Holy Light Palace dungeons are. Meanwhile, I also noticed something was off. After that tremor, the fire spirits that my skeleton warriors could normally one-shot now actually required several hits to kill. This made me wonder if something was wrong with the dungeon, though I had no idea it had switched to hell difficulty. With the difficulty multiplied, I eventually lost 4 skeleton warriors before finally reaching the boss. It was a lava giant 10 meters tall, with strength and constitution as high as 20,000. It also had the trait of being immune to all fire elemental attacks. But that didn't put much pressure on me now. With a thought, I summoned 10 skeleton warriors to draw aggro, to minimize the skeleton's losses. I then cast Slow Curse to slow its movements, as the attacks from the skeleton warriors and skeleton mages continuously rained down on it. Its life began to fade away rapidly. In less than 3 minutes, it exhausted its last drop of blood and crashed to the ground. The system notified me that I had killed the Fire God Palace Gardener, gained 2.16 million experience, obtained the Fire God Flower. The flame key can open the true Fire God Temple. And just after the giant leader died, the ground beneath my feet began to shake violently. The next second, the mountain in front of me actually turned into a giant. Over 20 meters tall, scorching lava flowed freely across its body. Its total attributes were only 10,000 higher than the previous leader, but its skills had also increased, and it had a trait that significantly enhanced fire elements. Seeing this, I was a bit surprised. I thought the final boss of the Fire God Palace should be a monster called the Fire God. I didn't expect it to be a lava giant. But thinking about the Fire God Key and Fire God Flower I just got, I suddenly felt that this matter wasn't that simple. Perhaps this dungeon is just a prerequisite to opening the true Fire God Temple. Thinking of this, everything became clear to me. Suddenly, the lava giant let out a roar. A line of fire shot out from its mouth. The skill, Death Fire Line, was incredibly fast. Before I could react, I was hit instantly. Fortunately, my bone armor blocked the attack. Now that I understood the secret of this dungeon, so there was no need to hold back anymore, I immediately summoned the entire skeleton army. The skeleton mages went all out. In an instant, a barrage of attacks that blotted out the sky rained down on the giant. The skeleton warriors climbed all over the giant, attacking frantically. I didn't stay idle either, constantly throwing soul flames. In less than 2 minutes, the lava giant crashed to the ground, filled with resentment. The system notified me that I had killed the lava giant. 3.8 million experience points gained. Obtained a lava staff and flame crystal shards. The lava staff is a gold-grade weapon. All stats increased. Mage-type skill amplification, 45%. And the moment I left the dungeon, 3 bell tolls suddenly echoed through the dungeon hall. It was the notification sound for breaking the dungeon record. However, many practitioners weren't that surprised, because I had already set new records time and time again recently. They had long since grown used to it. But they were shocked when they saw that I had cleared it on hell difficulty. Could it be him who caused the Fire God's Palace dungeon to rank up? I'd only heard rumors before, that I didn't expect it to be true. Big Shot Lin is awesome. Here it comes. My corpse explosion skill is finally getting an epic upgrade. Even the bone armor received a massive boost. It turns out, after I upgraded the difficulty of the Fire God's Palace dungeon, and broke the dungeon record for hell difficulty again. However, when I arrived at Bai Shin's courtyard, Ning Tyran glared at me with an angry expression. Bai Shin glanced at him upon hearing this, then turned to me and said not to mind him. He is just jealous that you are better than he was at your age. I nodded slightly, then took out the flame crystal and the Fire God Flower, handing them to Bai Shin. Bai Shin took a careful look. So that is how it is, the legend is true. But not entirely. Hearing this, I was completely baffled, having no idea what legend he was talking about. Then Bai Shin gave an explanation for my confusion. The external legend says that merging the 5 elemental fragments grants unimaginable benefits. In reality, the true saying is that you can obtain the elemental godstone to have a certain chance of undergoing a second-class sublimation. You should know that higher legendary class practitioners require 2 class sublimations. Although we also have plenty of treasures and various methods, the probability is still very low. Legend has it that the elemental godstone can raise the probability of achieving a second-class sublimation to about 30%. Hearing these words, I was greatly shocked. If the legends are true, then this elemental divine stone is indeed something extraordinary. But something like this is naturally very difficult to obtain. Then, Bai Shun continued. 3 of the 5 elemental dungeons are located at Xiaojing Academy, but almost no one knows about the final lightning and light elemental dungeons. As for the legend of the elemental divine stone, it was spread by a practitioner from a long time ago. It's said that he completed 2 professional sublimations, but too much time has passed, so it can no longer be verified. At that moment, Ning Tairan suddenly spoke up. Even if the legend is fake, the elemental fragments are still very useful. You might as well run the Fire God's Palace dungeon a few more times and get more flame crystal fragments. Hearing this, I immediately understood what he meant. Seeing that I was so cooperative, he, who usually had a bitter expression, now had a face full of smiles. Then, Bai Shun turned his attention to the Fire God's key and the Fire God's flower. The next second, a look of shock appeared on his face. It turns out there was more to it. Clearly, Meng Anwen had also discovered the secret. It really is unexpected. Where on earth is the real Fire God's temple? Ning Tairan stroked his beard. I'm actually quite curious. Just how strong the Fire God really is. Then, Bai Shun said, keep this for now. You might need it in the future. This meant it wasn't useful for now. As for whether it would be used later, they weren't sure either. After all, even God-level powerhouses are human. It's impossible to know everything. Still, I wasn't disappointed. Knowing the use of the flame crystal is enough. So, I decided to grind the Fire God's Palace a few more times. I need to collect at least 3 complete flame crystals. 1 for me, and 1 each for my sister and Ningyi. But even if flame crystal fragments drop every time, I'll still need to clear it at least 15 times. Once the skeletons in the summoning space fully recovered, I returned to the dungeon hall. Without hesitation, I spent points to reset the cooldown for the Fire God's Palace dungeon. To my surprise, the points required had decreased significantly. Clearly, Ning Tairan had given me special privileges as the Vice Hall Master. Suddenly, the dungeon vortex began to shake. Then, Bailey Sheng and his team teleported out. They were covered in wounds and looked completely miserable. As soon as they emerged, the healers quickly began treating them. They likely thought that since the Fire God's Palace Hell dungeon had just been upgraded, they could use their team's strength to break the dungeon record. Little did they know, Hell difficulty was far beyond their level. Luckily they ran fast, otherwise they would have all died in there. Just then, my voice came from behind them. Excuse me, please move. I need to enter the dungeon. An already furious Bailey Sheng immediately started swearing upon hearing this. Stop rushing me. Get lost and go to another dungeon. Hearing this, my voice instantly turned cold. Do you want another beating? Bailey Sheng turned around in a rage. What did you say? But the moment he saw it was me, his expression changed instantly. It's you. Hatred filled his eyes, mixed with a sense of fear. The fear came from within, as he couldn't forget what happened last time. He discovered that Bai Shun was actually behind me. Bai Shun is simply not someone he can afford to provoke. So, he signaled his subordinates to quickly make way. Then, without hesitation, I chose Hell difficulty to enter the dungeon. After I entered, Bailey Shun quickly spoke up. Check and see what difficulty he entered. As a teammate threw out a dungeon detection talisman. They soon found out that I had entered Hell difficulty. Seeing this, Bailey Shung's expression turned sour. I want to see if he can actually clear the dungeon. We'll just wait outside for him to come out, and we can discuss our strategy in the meantime. To save time. The moment I entered the dungeon, I summoned all my skeletons. Nearly 300 skeletons appeared all at once. Then, with overwhelming force, I began sweeping through the dungeon. 3 minutes later, I finally reached level 28. My summoning space gained 10 more slots, bringing the total to 280, and the skeletons leveled up as well. Now, the 4 main attributes of the skeleton warriors all reached 24,000, and the skeleton mage's mental power even reached 40,000. What surprised me was that the corpse explosion skill finally reached level 4, with the talent bonus. The skill's damage range reached 120 meters, and its power increased to 750% of the corpse's vitality. It has received a qualitative improvement compared to before. Bone armor has also improved significantly. It increased from the original 60,000 points of constitution to 84,000 points of constitution. This allows me to have plenty of confidence even when facing Hell difficulty bosses. Soon, all the minor monsters in the dungeon were cleared out by the skeletons. Only the final boss, the lava giant, remained. Yet at this moment, it was trembling slightly. It seemed my strength made it feel a trace of fear. Then I summoned the remaining 10 skeleton warriors, aiming to clear the dungeon with minimal losses. Since I had fought it before, killing it this time took less than 2 minutes. I still obtained a flame crystal fragment this time, and also acquired a gold-grade weapon, the lava bow. Meanwhile, 3 resounding bell chimes rang out again in the dungeon hall. The underlings waiting outside the dungeon exclaimed in shock upon seeing this. "Boss, it is Lin Moyu. He created a new dungeon record again." Hearing this news, Bailey Sheng immediately jumped up. What? How long has he been in the dungeon? How could he possibly create a new record? He thought I had just left the Vulcan Palace dungeon and gone to a lower difficulty dungeon. He ran into the dungeon hall in disbelief. At this time, the area in front of the Vulcan Palace dungeon was packed with people. A look of shock was plastered across every single one of their faces. I told you so, since Big Boss Lin entered this dungeon for the second time. He would definitely be able to create a brand new record. Indeed, this second record is the existence that nobody can shake. At this moment, the dungeon display shows my record is 1 hour, 3 minutes, and 13 seconds. At this time, many people turned their attention to Bailey Sheng. Word was that Bailey Sheng, the young dean of Bailey Academy, had also emerged from the dungeon recently. However, he had escaped in a pathetic state. Before going in, he had bragged about breaking Big Shot Lin's record. Now, it seems truly laughable. Seeing this, Bailey Sheng felt disheartened. He then left the dungeon hall with a look of desolation. It was as if he had suffered a massive blow. While everyone was gossiping, I used points to reset the dungeon's cooldown once again. Then, I teleported inside. My hidden class, Necromancer, finally awakened new skills. There's a passive defense skill that significantly increases physical resistance, and a curse skill that greatly reduces the enemy's attack power. I even awakened a Lich General to command the undead army. Because of this, my strength has skyrocketed. It turns out that after I broke the record for the Fire God's Palace again, and cleared the Fire God dungeon a dozen more times, my level finally reached 30. Once Bai Shin found out, he immediately told me to meet him at the courtyard. He patted my shoulder with a satisfied expression. "Not bad, going from level 28 to 30 in just 2 days. Your speed isn't any worse than mine back then." Ning Tyran gave a cold laugh. "How dare you try to make yourself look good?" Hearing this, Bai Shen's face immediately darkened. "You old man Ning, you dare expose my secrets in front of my student. Bragging in front of his own students. You really have no shame," Ning Tyran said in a flat tone. Bai Shen waved his hand in frustration. "Forget it, I won't stoop to your level." After saying that, he looked at me and said, "Since you've reached level 30, you can now learn new skills. How many skill scrolls have you prepared?" I told him I had prepared 200. But Meng Anwen shook his head. 200 isn't enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Shen waved his hand. A large number of skill scrolls flew over, instantly piling up into a small mountain. "Use these for now, and we'll see if you need more." Hearing this, I was momentarily stunned. Including my own 200. That's 1,200 skill scrolls in total. Is that still not enough? Keep in mind that I only used 16 when I was level 20. Could it be that there are many skills to learn at level 30? Bai Shen explained, "You probably think that's a lot of scrolls. But awakening all the basic skills isn't easy. Or master them based on available data. But your class is new. There are no skill books or data. You can only rely on stacking skill scrolls. The more scrolls you use. If not, we still have the teachers." Bai Shen patted his chest with a guarantee. I nodded and began using the skill scroll. As I poured my mental energy into it, the skill scroll burst with brilliant light, enveloping me. A moment later, the light vanished. Yet nothing happened, and 5 consecutive attempts failed to awaken a skill. Only then did I realize how difficult it was to awaken skills. Resistance increased by 10%. Until the 10th attempt, I finally awakened my first skill. It is a passive skill similar to elemental resistance. After the talent bonus. That means reducing incoming physical damage by 4 times. And this is still a level 1 skill. When upgraded to max level, there will be a huge improvement. Bai Shen asked me with a curious look what skill I had awakened. So I told him the traits of the awakened passive skill. Bai Shen nodded in satisfaction. It is a very good defensive passive skill. Then I continued using the skill scrolls. This time, using 20 at once. At the 600th scroll, the awakening light appeared once more. Acquired skill, damage curse. Curse enemies within a 1-meter range. Causes enemies to take 1% more damage from all sources. Duration is 1 minute. After the talent bonus. It's actually a curse-type skill. I was overjoyed to see this. Bai Shen and the other 2 also knew that the skill I awakened was powerful, because even they could feel the dangerous aura emanating from the red light. Next, I started using 200 scrolls at once. This time, I actually succeeded on the first try. Acquired the skill Bone Fangs. The quantity and power depend on the skill level and my own mental strength. Seeing this, I originally thought this was a dark-type attack skill. But on second thought, I immediately dismissed my guess. Because based on the current state of my class, this skill should belong to the bone type, just like bone armor. Currently, my class skills can be divided into soul type and summoning type, as well as curse type and bone type, making 4 series. It's completely different from a mage's elemental type. Although a necromancer also carries the title of a mage, none of the 4 skill types are weak. I believe bone fangs won't be any worse. Moreover, the quantity changes according to the level. This indicates that bone fangs is an area of effect skill. So, I told Bai Shun and the others about this skill. Bai Shun signaled for me to release it and see its power. As I slowly raised my hand, a deep voice suddenly rang out. Rows of bone fangs flew out from around me. It soared into the sky with a powerful whistling sound. Then, it exploded in midair, bursting into a pure white light. Beside him, Meng Anwen nodded with satisfaction. The damage is decent. Each fang's power is roughly equal to a level 30 mage's fireball. Bai Shun's eyes widened. If it's leveled up to the max, the damage would be unimaginable. It's not that the skill itself is powerful. It's because that Lin kid's talent is immense. It greatly amplified the skill's power. Bai Shun became even more smug. That's the same thing. If the skill is trained to level 30. I'm also looking forward to seeing. However, none of the subsequent skill scrolls awakened any new skills. Seeing this, Elder Meng spoke up. Let me check how many basic skills you have left to awaken. I thought that with his strength, he could see my remaining skills at a glance. But after he cast a skill similar to a detection spell on me, he couldn't detect anything for 2 whole minutes. He shook his head in confusion. Very strange. However, he stated clearly that I still had skills to awaken. So he told me to use the glowing basic skill scrolls. I nodded and took out a glowing skill scroll. Then, I poured my mental energy into it. After a moment, the golden light on the scroll grew brighter and brighter. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The next second, Bai Shun's entire courtyard was enveloped in golden light. And within that golden light, I saw a strange scene. A skeleton army was marching forward in an orderly fashion. Skeleton warriors were in the front, forming a massive, imposing phalanx. Skeleton mages followed behind, elemental power overflowing from their hands. Their presence was overwhelming. And behind the skeleton army, there was an undead who looked like a general. Skill acquired, summon Lich General. Forms an undead legion. I checked it over and over again. After understanding the specific meaning of the skill, my whole body began to tremble. When Bai Shun noticed my strange behavior, he immediately asked what was wrong. I told him that I seemed to have awakened a very powerful skill. Ning Tyron's mouth twitched incessantly. This skill is simply too broken. Meng Anwen couldn't help but marvel. This class is just terrifyingly strong. Keep in mind that I can now summon 10 Lich Generals. That means 10 undead legions. A level 30 Lich General can command 300 skeletons. This number is a full 10 times larger than before. The hidden trait of my Necromancer class made its debut, and it slapped the faces of the 3 pillars of the Xinxia Empire. Right after I told Bai Shun and the others about my awakened skill, Bai Shun couldn't wait to let me summon it and take a look. The very moment I summoned the Lich General, the sky over Xiaojing Academy instantly turned dark. Ning Tyran couldn't help frowning at this sight. This skill can actually affect celestial phenomena. It is practically on par with a forbidden curse. Bai Shun and Meng Anwen were also startled by the commotion generated by the skill. In their line of sight, a Lich General holding a bone staff appeared beside me. It gave off a feeling of immense power. Yet when I saw its stats, I was completely dumbfounded. Its first 3 attributes, even after the talent bonus, were a pathetic 40 points. It is even inferior to the trashiest ordinary monsters. Yet its physique is ridiculously high, reaching as high as 2,000 points. In addition, it possesses 2 skills. The effect depends on the skill level, but it is only effective against abnormal statuses below level 10. Skill, Elimination level 1. This shows that the Lich General itself has no attack power. It does not exist for combat, but to clear all abnormal statuses for Legion members. Bai Shun and the others were left speechless after seeing its stats. The stats of this Lich General are too bizarre. With stats like that, it probably couldn't even kill a rabbit. Its physique is decent though. But what is the use to act as a meat shield? What they can see are only the stats before enhancement. And they cannot see the skills. Meng Anwen then looked at me and asked calmly. A level 30 skill cannot be this useless. Is there something special about it? Meanwhile, the usually calm me could not help but get excited at this moment. The crowd control removal skill I had been looking forward to has finally arrived. The biggest flaw of the skeletons before was their anti-control ability. Once controlled, they would just be sitting ducks. Now, the elimination skill of the Lich General, can remove all abnormal statuses for Legion members. Meng Anwen noticed my expression and thought this skill must be extraordinary. Bai Shen also noticed it. Given my personality, if it were an ordinary skill, it would not make me this excited. Then I told them all the skills and traits of the Lich General. Hearing this, the three of them were slightly surprised. They did not expect it to be a support-type summon creature, but one like yours that can form a legion to fight. It really was the first time I'd seen it. Then, Bai Shen burst out laughing. Now that you have the support of these new skills, I bet there isn't a single person your age in all of Xinxia who can stand against you. I'm also well aware that even without the comprehensive amplification talent, as long as I max out the skill to summon the Lich General and form a complete undead legion, an army of over 3,000 skeletons, paired with my curse and other skills, it would be enough to crush any practitioner of the same level. If I add the 40-fold amplification talent on top of that, challenging higher-level opponents becomes as easy as pie. Ning Tyran looked at Zi Yuan irritably and said, "You're a lucky brat to have stumbled upon such a treasure of a disciple." Zi Yuan ignored him and instead asked me to try and see if I could awaken any more new skills. So, I took out the last glowing basic skill card. This means I've learned all the skills below level 40. Now, the next step is to max out these new skills. So, I told Bai Shen that I plan to go to the Tyrant Desert Dungeon. If I can find a desert fruit inside the dungeon, the speed of my skill upgrades will increase significantly. My idea was the same as what Zi Yuan was thinking, but Meng Anwen pointed out that the skill to summon the Lich General is hard to train. It's not guaranteed that I can max it out. He's right, because summoning a Lich General once consumes 4,000 mental power, even with the full Hell Outpost set equipped. Even they could not summon 2 Lich Generals at the same time. Furthermore, as the skill level increases, the requirements will only get stricter, so I have to practice it hard. If 1 desert fruit is not enough, then I will use 2 or 3, Meng Anwen continued. What about after level 30? Once you exceed level 30, you can no longer enter the Tyrant Desert Dungeon. Hearing this, I smiled slightly and told them that my class has another hidden trait. That is, as long as I train the skill level to match my own level, the skill level will automatically level up alongside me every time I gain a level. The three of them were completely stunned upon hearing this. Even the usually composed Meng Anwen could not remain calm anymore. This hidden trait is simply too powerful. Other people work themselves to the bone just to raise a skill by 1 level. And the higher the skill level, the harder it is to train. Especially for beings at our level. Raising a skill level is unimaginably difficult. Yet look at you, not having to worry about skill levels at all. It really makes you want to die of frustration comparing yourself to others. Bai Shen thought of his own miserable days of grinding skills in the past, and his pride took a severe blow. Ning Tyran also looked at me with extreme displeasure. I will give you 10 seconds to vanish from our sight. So I immediately left the place and came to the dungeon hall. Then I plunged straight into the Hell difficulty Tyrant Desert Dungeon. Seeing that there were no desert fruits hanging on the cacti, I decisively chose to exit the dungeon. Then I reset the dungeon and entered again. I repeated this 4 times and still didn't find any desert fruit. The smart ones figured out what I was doing instantly. Big Shot Lin is looking for desert fruit. Using desert fruit to train skills is indeed great. But resetting the dungeon repeatedly like this, imagine how many points he's wasting. 10,000 points per reset. Little did they know, Ning Tyran had given me special dungeon privileges. The points required to reset the dungeon were only 1/10 of the original cost. It wasn't until the 13th time that I finally found the desert fruit again. First, I had the skeleton warriors clear out the surrounding mobs. Then, I began training my skills. The first skill I trained was Bone Fangs. The cost to cast it was already very low. With the added bonus from my title, the cost was cut in half. It only cost 5 mental power points per cast. I could cast it thousands of times, as I continuously cast Bone Fangs. But every so often, I'd eat a desert fruit to replenish it. In less than 10 minutes. Not only did the number of fangs jump from 40 to 1,200, but the power was far more terrifying than it was at level 1. Next, the second skill I wanted to train was Damage Curse. However, the fruits in the dungeon didn't last long enough for me to get it to level 30. So, I started resetting the dungeon repeatedly again. But this time, my luck was better. I found the desert fruit after my 6th dungeon run. Then, I spent over 10 minutes raising the Damage Curse to level 30. It curses enemies within a 25-meter range, increasing all damage they take by 25%, with a duration of 1 minute. Counting the talent bonus, the curse range reaches 31,000 meters, and the damage increase hits 1,000%. Next, it was time for the hardest skill. Summoning a Lich General requires 4,000 mental power, while I only have 7,000 mental power in total, including my equipment. I practically had to eat one desert fruit for every single summon. It took a full half-month and over 200 dungeon runs before I finally raised the Lich General Summon skill to level 30. My cultivation over these days was witnessed by Ziyuan and the others. Good lad, your perseverance is impressive. Ning Tyran gave a cold snort, feeling incredibly jealous that he had such a precious disciple. Meng Anwen said, Lin's sister is also working hard, and her talent is strong. Perhaps both siblings have a chance of becoming god-level practitioners. Ziyuan smiled meaningfully and said, Buffed. The terror of my skeleton army has received another epic upgrade. The once shabby silver-grade skeleton warriors and mages have now all advanced to the more powerful gold grade. All their attributes have been significantly increased, and their strength has simply skyrocketed. Turns out that after grinding for half a month straight, and forcibly pushing my Summon Lich General skill to level 30, I simply collapsed in the desert and fell fast asleep. As time ticked by second, the people outside the dungeon began to grow puzzled. Strange, why hasn't Boss Lin come out yet? Could something have happened? A nearby man chuckled at those words. Something happened to Boss Lin? Don't make jokes. He's probably just tired and fell asleep inside the dungeon. After all, Boss Lin spent the past half-month practicing his skills without sleeping or resting, clearing the dungeon at least 200 times. If it were anyone else, they would have been long dead. Everything happening inside the dungeon was also witnessed by Bai Shun and the others. Zong Tyran looked toward Bai Shun and said in a deep voice, This kid is much stronger than you were back then. Bai Shun let out a cold snort. He is also stronger than you. Meanwhile, Elder Meng's eyes were filled with admiration, because my performance was simply too outstanding. When it is time to keep a low profile, I keep a low profile, but when it is time to stand out, I can shock the entire world without even saying a word. He could tell that my perseverance could no longer be described as just astonishing. It was being ruthless enough to myself, coupled with my class. Having met all the conditions to become a god-tier powerhouse, I slept for a full 2 days. As soon as I woke up, I summoned the Lich General to check its stats. Since my level reached 30, abnormal status effects only work against targets below level 60. The upgraded Lich General also became even more extreme. The number of skeletons it commands directly increased from 10 to 300. Plus, its healing skill can also heal itself. This makes trying to kill it extremely difficult. The 4-dimensional stats of the current skeleton warrior have already reached 40,000. Its lethality and survival rate have both received a qualitative boost. The spiritual power of the skeleton mage reaches a terrifying 80,000. This greatly increases the power of their skills. So I quickly decided on the composition of the undead army. It consists of 200 skeleton warriors and 100 skeleton mages. With this kind of skeleton setup and the support of the Lich General, it is no longer possible to accurately estimate what level of combat power they can reach. Then, while summoning skeletons, I ate desert fruits on the side. Before I knew it, I had built an undead army. However, my summoning space was also instantly cleared out, vowing to fill up the remaining 9 undead legions. Seeing this, the crowd outside the dungeon could not help but gasp in amazement. I am so curious about what skill Boss Lin is training, that it actually requires so many desert fruits. Ning Tyran also became utterly impressed with me upon seeing this. This kid is truly a beast. He just woke up and started cultivating again. After several days of my frantic efforts, I finally filled up the remaining 9 undead legions. I even filled up my own summoning space. Now I have a total of 3,300 skeletons, including 2,200 skeleton warriors and 1,100 skeleton mages. Although I really want to find a dungeon to test the combat power of my undead army right now, on second thought, I'll pass. I've already wasted so much time. Bai Shun and the others are still waiting for me. So I left the dungeon and went to Bai Shun's small courtyard. As soon as I arrived, Bai Shun patted my shoulder with satisfaction. Good lad, you're truly my student. Even I admire your perseverance. After saying that, his expression became solemn again. Now, listen carefully to every word I say. I mentioned before that once you hit level 30, I'd take you somewhere. That place is called the Eternal Battlefield. It's an extremely dangerous place, but it's also full of opportunities. Legend has it that in an ancient era beyond record, a great war once broke out between the humans, the Abyss, and the dragon race. The Eternal Battlefield was formed during that era. That war shattered space and severed time, along with their souls, whose wills have persisted for ages, and even created perilous lands and secret realms, as well as dungeons. While they are dangerous, There are also huge opportunities. If you're lucky, you can obtain divine artifacts and various fortunes left behind from the ancient era. But besides us human practitioners, there are also abyssal demons in the eternal battlefield, as well as dragon warriors. So the danger doesn't just come from the ancients, but also from alien races. After saying this, he took out a map and handed it to me. There were 2 floating continents on the map, with a massive black hole in the middle. It looked a bit like the vortex at a dungeon entrance. This is the map of the eternal battlefield. It is divided into 3 layers. This time, I'm taking you to the upper layer. They are usually in the lower layer. Similarly, those below level 70 cannot enter the lower space. When that happens, the rules are broken. So you have to be careful then, even with fellow human practitioners. Moreover, accidents happen from time to time in the eternal battlefield. Sometimes, a dungeon will suddenly appear and suck you in. And these dungeons have no level requirements. A level 40 practitioner might be sucked into a level 60 dungeon, and one withheld difficulty at that. Encountering such a thing usually leads to a very gruesome death. But if you're lucky enough to survive such a dungeon, you'll have the chance to obtain a massive fortune. Not only ancient divine artifacts, but also things you wouldn't even imagine. For example, the skills of many human practitioners. And some people have even awakened their talents right there. In short, anything is possible in the eternal battlefield. I nodded to show that I understood. Then Bai Shun continued, is because there is a God-chosen secret realm in the central area of the upper space. By going through this realm, you can obtain a trace of divinity. Divinity is incredibly powerful. One of its effects is increasing the chance of a class sublimation during job advancement. With your Nirvana Soul Crystal and my arrangements, your chance of class sublimation would be 60 to 70% at most. While that is not low, it is still not a guarantee. But if you can obtain divinity, which will grow as you level up, the probability could be increased to at least 99%. Additionally, a dungeon called the Magic Dragon Temple occasionally appears in the upper space. Whether you find it depends on your luck. If you do, choose hell difficulty to clear it. You will receive a dragon crystal. Dragon crystals have a chance to awaken a talent, regardless of whether it is during your second advancement. However, I must warn you, the level of the Magic Dragon Temple is random. At its lowest, it could be level 35, and at its highest, level 60. At the time, I was only level 45. It was a tough fight, but I eventually cleared it. A hint of pride appeared on his face as he spoke. But Ning Tyran just snorted coldly. You actually have the nerve to brag about this. Compared to that Kidlin's dungeon records, this is absolutely nothing. Hearing this, Bai Shin replied with an annoyed look on his face. You old geezer, are you intentionally trying to mess with me? After that, he turned to ask me if I wanted to go to the Gungu battlefield. Of course I chose to go. It would be a waste not to visit such a great place. If I didn't go, I'd be doing myself a disservice, especially regarding that divinity. I must get it. I only summoned 10 skeleton warriors and swept through the eternal battlefield where countless geniuses have fallen. It all started after Zishin told me about the eternal battlefield. I decided to head there without hesitation, vowing to obtain a trace of divinity through the God-chosen secret realm and obtain a dragon-grade item from the Hell Difficulty Magic Dragon Dungeon. Then, Meng Anwen used the Xinxia Tower to teleport me there. After I left, Ziyuan spoke in a deep voice. Send me to Fortress Number 1. Meng Anwen understood what Ziyuan meant, which allows him to sense some of my status. Upon arriving at the eternal battlefield, I immediately equipped myself with bone armor. I couldn't afford to be careless here. With 3,000 points of constitution as the base attribute, after a 40-fold talent amplification, and it grants immunity to all abnormal statuses. With the support of the bone armor, I finally had enough security. Additionally, 2 skeleton warriors accompanied me, ready to handle any unexpected situations. After doing all this, I began heading in one direction. Although Ziyuan had told me the specifics of the upper level back then, he hadn't been to the upper level for many years. He wasn't sure what changes had occurred in the upper space. So in the end, I had to explore it myself. A moment later, a pitch-black monster came into view. It was covered in black smoke, one part human-like. But just as the skeleton warrior was about to strike, its figure suddenly vanished on the spot. Just when I thought it had escaped, the ground beneath my feet suddenly cracked silently. A burst of flame erupted from underground, followed by a dagger thrusting forward with a sharp, cold light. But whether it was the flame or the dagger, they were all blocked by my bone armor. And at that moment, the 2 skeleton warriors beside me also moved. Their greatswords swung out like lightning, so fast that they even left afterimages. Ever since the skeleton warriors advanced to the gold rank, their reactions have become extremely fast. From the moment I was attacked to when they launched an attack on the monster, it took no more than 0.5 seconds. The next second, the two greatswords landed on the mysterious monster. The monster let out a sudden scream, and then its entire body exploded on the spot like black smoke. Seeing this, I thought the skeleton warriors had instantly killed it. But after a while, I still hadn't received any kill notification, nor did I gain any experience. Just as I was feeling surprised, another burst of flame erupted from underground. The same dagger then thrust out from the flames, making a deafening sound as it struck the bone armor. Its attack was blocked once again, and the next second, it was met with the skeleton warrior's skill, Berserk Strike. The attack power is 400% of the strength attribute, given the skeleton warriors 40,000 strength points. The damage dealt was a terrifying 160,000. The moment the skill landed, the very air seemed to distort, but the monster being attacked turned into black smoke and vanished once again. Even the flames on the ground vanished without a trace at the same time. The whole process was just too fast. It was so fast that it ended before I could even use my detection skill. But one thing I'm certain of is that this is an assassin-type monster with fragile defense, but extremely high attack power. If it were an ordinary level 30 practitioner, even a tough knight or warrior would have been at least seriously injured by that sneak attack. As for support classes like mages, there's a high chance they'd be killed instantly. But by now, I've completely figured out its movement patterns. That is, it must burst out from the ground when it attacks. Sure enough, a few seconds later, a faint red light appeared on the ground to my front left. So I immediately cast a detection skill. Then, with a thought, I controlled two skeleton warriors to launch a Berserk Strike at that position. Just as the monster's attribute panel appeared, it let out a scream and completely dissipated. It was only after seeing its attributes that I understood why it could survive two attacks from the skeleton warriors. It turns out it has a trait that grants 70% physical damage immunity. Then, a kill notification appeared from the system. Killed level 38 Flame Scorching Mist. Experience increased by 76. But they're a bit more dangerous than demons. Maybe that's what makes the eternal battlefield so perilous. Ordinary monsters of the same level are even stronger than the demons of the origin battlefield. I walked for a while longer, but I didn't run into another monster. According to Bai Shan, the closer you get to the center, the more monsters there are. This means I'm at the edge of the eternal battlefield. So I turned around and headed the other way. Finally, after a short while, a second monster came into view. It was a giant monster over 3 meters tall, with a body made entirely of black rock. Then, its attribute panel appeared. Its level was 45. Its combined primary attributes actually reached as high as 75,000 points. And its traits were ridiculously strong, especially the trait that reduces elemental damage by 70%. I knew that skeleton warriors with physical attacks would be better for dealing with it, but a few slashes weren't enough to kill it. So I immediately summoned 8 more skeleton warriors. 10 skeleton warriors surrounded it and began hacking away. Soon, the black rock monster let out a dull groan. Then its entire body exploded like rubble. Experience increased by 1,350,000. They all have dual physical and elemental damage reduction. They're much tankier than monsters elsewhere. Now, I can try out the effect of the damage curse. I wonder how many hits they can take with the 10-fold damage boost. Suddenly, a cold laugh echoed in the air. Delicious human. I quickly looked up. I saw an 8-armed Abyssal Blade demon floating in the air. Although I had killed Abyssal Blade demons before, and more than one, I had never faced them head-on. I had always blown them up while they were trapped in the Abyss Passage. With a ferocious look on its face, its 8 arms were like 8 giant blades. While its base stats were comparable to the Black Rock monsters, it lacked the dual physical and elemental damage reduction. Seeing this, a contemptuous smile played on my lips. Because in my eyes, it was useless except for the ability to fly. But after seeing my level, the Abyssal Blade demon gave a wicked smile. A level 30 little brat actually dares to come to the eternal battlefield. I didn't expect to be so lucky. I can have a feast as soon as I come out. Hearing this, I remained silent. If this guy knew I had just killed a black rock monster, I wonder what expression he would have right now, seeing that I didn't speak or run away. It thought I was scared witless. So, it excitedly charged toward me. Suddenly, it noticed the slight curl of my lips. There was no fear to be seen in my eyes. Instead, there was a hint of contempt. Its instincts told it that there was danger, but it was already too late. Suddenly, with a buzz, I felt a heavy weight on my body. It felt as if some kind of special effect had been applied to me. He saw a red sword-shaped pattern appear above his head. Just as it was wondering what this was, a violent explosion engulfed it. Its consciousness vanished instantly. Its massive corpse crashed heavily in front of me. Turns out when it approached me, I had cast a damage curse on it and detonated the corpse of the black rock monster. The damage curse increased the damage it took tenfold, combined with level 4 corpse explosion, dealing massive damage based on the corpse vitality. It was blown to pieces without any ability to fight back. The system prompts that I killed a level 45 Abyssal Blade Demon. EXP increased by 1.72 million. Military merit increased by 1,000. Seeing this, I smiled gladly. The Abyssal Demons here not only give more EXP than monsters in the ancient battlefield. It seems I must head towards the central region of the ancient battlefield. I never expected that the god of war, who crushed all prodigies at the tournament, would be mocked as trash by the alien races in the ancient battlefield. Yet when I first summoned the Lich General, all the alien races knelt and begged for mercy and terror. Suddenly, a ripping sound came from the sky above. I saw space tear open like cloth. Soon, a spatial passage formed. Seeing this, I immediately became alert. The moment I saw it, I knew it was a member of the dragon race. Its appearance was very similar to the dragon monsters I'd seen in the outpost dungeon. Only its size was much larger. It also had a pair of fleshy wings on its back. It held a sword in its right hand and a shield in its left. Then, 5 more dragon monsters flew out from the spatial portal. Just like human practitioners, they had unique classes. Clearly, this was a practitioner squad from the dragon race. And their practitioners were just as strong as, if not stronger than, the humans. A human, and he carries the scent of our comrades. Kill him, one of the dragons shouted. Their support instantly applied buffs to the group. He was a practitioner similar to a War King support, so applying the buffs took only a split second. Then, the leading dragon knight immediately charged at me. Seeing this, I cast a detection spell on him. A second later, his information panel appeared. Not only was the sum of his 4 primary attributes as high as 80,000, but he actually had over 20 skills. Like human knights, he had a large number of defensive skills. And with the buff bonus, his attributes would only get higher. From what I know, the human rare class paladin only has a total attribute sum of around 80,000 at level 50. Yet a level 48 dragon knight was already on par with that. It seems the human race is at a disadvantage in this regard. Thinking this, I didn't dare be negligent. A red light flashed in my palm. I cast Slow Curse and Damage Curse simultaneously. Red shackles first appeared above the heads of several dragon warriors. Then, they were replaced by a blood-colored longsword. It turns out curses cannot stack. Only the most recently cast curse takes effect. This is different from what I imagined. It greatly weakened my overall combat power. I can only hope this limitation will change in the future. But just then, a golden light surged from the dragon people. In an instant, the curses on them were faded to almost nothing. Their faces were filled with disdain. It's useless. We dragons are born with innate curse resistance. Curses only have 1/10 of their effect on our race. Hearing this, I gave a wicked smile. Even if it's only 1/10, that it can still increase damage by 100%. Then, I slowly raised my hand and cast the skill Bone Fangs. A full 1,200 bone fangs whistled through the air. But the dragon knight remained indifferent. It felt that a mere skill from a level 30 human couldn't cause any real damage, even if it just stood still. Because dragons are naturally thick-skinned and tough. Their dragon scales are natural armor, and combined with the defense of their equipment. It didn't take this tiny bit of attack seriously at all. Not just it, but its teammates behind it felt the same. But in the next second, the disdainful dragon squad all began to scream in agony. Countless bone spikes pierced through their bodies, leaving bloody holes. Only now did they realize the price of underestimating their opponent. So they all fell to their knees, begging for mercy. But it was already too late. Once the mage with the lowest health collapsed, I immediately cast Corpse Explosion on the body. After a violent explosion, the entire Dragon Race squad was wiped out. To my surprise, killing Dragon Race practitioners actually granted experience and military merit. And quite a lot, too. I gained a full 6,000 military merit points. My rank rose from 3-star second lieutenant to 4-star second lieutenant. Meanwhile, in the dragon world, a dragon man let out a roar. Who was it? Who killed my team? The majestic, heavy voice shook the heavens and the earth, making the massive castle tremble. It turns out he had spent massive resources to open a portal to the eternal battlefield. But the team he just sent to the upper layer of the eternal battlefield was wiped out in less than 2 minutes. All his efforts had gone down the drain. He could only roar in fury. Then, I pocketed all the equipment from the dragon squad. Then I continued heading toward the central area. Suddenly, the earth began to shake. A dozen black shadows appeared in my sight, charging toward me. Looking closer, I realized they were abyssal demons. But what puzzled me was that even though they could fly, they were sprinting on the ground. Then, I witnessed something truly shocking. Running alongside the abyssal demons was actually a team of dragon practitioners. How could they possibly be running side by side? Thinking this, I looked closely into the distance. I discovered a massive swarm of pitch-black objects chasing them. Had looks of panic in their eyes. Clearly, whatever was chasing them was terrifying. I was curious to know what those creatures were. So, I cast a detection spell on the unknown creatures. A second later, their status panels appeared. They were a swarm of level 40 soul-eating insects. Although their stats didn't look that strong, their traits were absolutely terrifying. They could ignore both defense and physical immunity. Plus, there were thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of them. No wonder the abyssal demons and dragon practitioners chose to flee. Just as they were about to escape, my eyes filled with endless killing intent. I had no intention of letting them leave alive. I immediately raised my hand and released Soul Flame. Suddenly, screams rang out one after another. The intense pain in their souls sent them all crashing to the ground. Then, the soul-eating insects attacked them from all directions. They struggled to get up and try to keep running, only to see the raging flames in my palm. Only then did they realize I was the one who had ambushed them. Damn humans. Their eyes were filled with hatred, wishing they could kill me right then and there. But in the next second, they saw two Lich generals appear beside me. Immediately after, hundreds of skeletons crawled out from the ground. Two entire undead legions appeared at once. Seeing this, the abyssal demons and dragon knights immediately knew something was wrong. A second later, 200 skeleton mages raised their staves and unleashed elemental attacks. At the same time, I cast the damage curse skill. Instantly, every creature within 1,000 meters, including the soul-devouring insects, was cursed. Without exception, a dark red longsword appeared above their heads. Just as the curse took effect, the skeleton mages' spells crashed down. A single round of attacks killed hundreds of them, although each one only gave 20 experience points, which is about 4 times lower than monsters of the same level in the eternal battlefield. They made up for it in numbers. My experience grew significantly after that wave. A massive field of soul-devouring insect corpses was left behind. So, without hesitation, I used Corpse Explosion. After hundreds of consecutive explosions, the dragon practitioners and abyssal demons were blown to bits. The remaining soul-devouring insects were also wiped out instantly. Then, my military badge glowed with a golden light, and another gold star appeared. My rank had now risen to 5-star second lieutenant. But just then, a piercing roar echoed from the sky. A giant, soul-devouring insect flew toward me like lightning. I was startled. Such a huge, terrifying bug. I realized I had provoked the leader of the soul-devouring insects. Instinctively, I cast a detection spell. When I saw its attributes, my expression changed instantly. What a powerful boss. On my first day in the eternal battlefield, I encountered an unprecedented crisis. I was even forced to use my full strength just to escape with my life. It happened while I was on my way to the central area of the eternal battlefield. I stumbled upon a hunting game. I didn't just deal with the hunted dragon practitioners and demons, but I also wiped out the tens of thousands of soul-devouring insects chasing them. As a result, I attracted the terrifying soul-devouring insect king. Seeing this, I immediately cast a detection spell on it. A second later, its attribute panel appeared. Level 55. The sum of its 4 primary attributes is as high as 300,000, and it possesses the ability to ignore defense. Although it's only level 55, which would only be average in the upper space. Wouldn't dare provoke it. Seeing its attributes, I couldn't help but be shocked. A boss a full 25 levels higher than me. And even those bosses had only half the attributes of this one. Looks like I really have to get serious now. At this moment, the soul-devouring insect king's massive eyes were staring at me. But there wasn't a hint of killing intent in its gaze. Only endless indifference. Then, sharp screeches erupted from its mouth, as if calling for something. Soon, a swarm of soul-devouring insects gathered around it from all directions, telling it about what had just happened. The next second, the soul-devouring insect king let out a heaven-shaking scream. In an instant, everything around was scattered by the sonic wave. Seeing this, I immediately activated my bone armor. I successfully blocked the impact of the sound wave. However, the skeletons around me were injured one after another. Fortunately, the Lich general simultaneously cast Legion Heal. But then, the soul-devouring insect king suddenly opened its massive mouth. All the surrounding soul-devouring insects flew inside of their own accord. My heart tightened at the sight. Its attributes must have increased significantly. If this continues, even if I can handle it, I will still have to pay a heavy price. It might even slow down my progress in the eternal battlefield. But looking at the battlefield before me, I breathed a sigh of relief. The ground was now covered in the corpses of soul-devouring insects, as well as a few corpses of abyssal demons and dragon practitioners. By using the corpse explosion and damage curse skills, I should be able to significantly reduce the skeleton's casualties, all of which merged into the soul-devouring insect king, one even more terrifying than the last. The people in the distance turned pale upon hearing it. It brings a bloodbath. Even the monsters and demons who heard the scream fled in all directions. Because the soul-devouring insect king is essentially the natural enemy of all creatures here. Some people were quite curious. Killing it should drop plenty of good loot, right? So why does no one hunt it? A man nearby explained it. Once, the Dragon Clan organized a team of over 100 practitioners. Not only did they fail to kill it, but they also lost nearly half of their practitioners. After that, its reputation spread through the upper space, and no one dared to provoke it again. I don't know what happened this time, but it actually managed to lure it out. After saying this, he hurriedly urged everyone to flee. If they're too late, it'll be too late. At this moment, my expression became solemn, and in the air, a brand new soul-devouring insect king appeared. In just 1 minute, it finally finished evolving. After evolving, its body was covered in sharp barbs and a thick layer of scales. One look at it makes you want to stay as far away as possible. But even so, I wasn't afraid in the slightest. Because for someone like me, who has been killing higher-level monsters all along, I've long since put fear behind me. It's just that this time, I felt a bit more serious than usual. I then raised my hand and equipped a new bone armor. Seeing that I wasn't afraid and even seemed ready to fight back, the soul-devouring insect king let out a scream and charged. In an instant, it was already right in front of me. Its sharp claws repeatedly slashed at me. But all these attacks were blocked by the bone armor. Provided defense equivalent to 120,000 constitution, it would be impossible for it to break through in a short time. At the same time, I immediately cast damage curse on it. Then, I cast corpse explosion again. The corpses of the abyssal demons and dragon practitioners were detonated one after another. The soul-devouring insect king, caught in the blast, let out a miserable scream. It was clearly injured by the explosion. Suddenly, its huge eyes emitted a purple light. With just one look, I suddenly felt an invisible force pulling at me. It felt as if my soul were being ripped out. Fortunately, the properties of bone armor cut off this force in time. I realized this was another of its skills, Soul Devour. It is somewhat similar to my Soul Flame skill. Both are skills that ignore defense. But unfortunately, my skeletons don't have souls to begin with, let alone be devoured, so its Soul Devour skill was completely useless. Then, with a thought, I summoned the remaining 8 Lich Generals. Now, 10 undead legions were fully deployed. The overwhelming skeleton army instantly surrounded the soul-devouring insect king. The skeleton mages struck first. Meanwhile, I cast Slow Curse to reduce its speed. In an instant, it was submerged in elemental attacks. Suddenly, it violently flapped its wings. It actually managed to force itself into the air despite the Slow Curse. Then, its entire body glowed with purple light. The light actually formed an invincible protective shield. It blocked the skeleton mage's skills. The health it had lost was also rapidly recovering. At the same time, its shape starts to change. Moments later, it actually transforms into a humanoid form. Then, a powerful aura erupts from its body. Seeing this, I frowned slightly. Could this be its second form? Thinking of this, I immediately cast a detection spell. Its level and skills remain unchanged, but it has sacrificed most of its mental power. Both its strength and physique are greatly enhanced. However, its overall stats still remain at 300,000 without any change. Seeing this, I smile faintly. If this is all you have, you might as well calmly accept your fate of death. Then, the skeleton mage continues to cast elemental skills. The skeleton warrior also starts climbing onto its body to launch attacks. Just as its health drops to half, it casually grabs a skeleton warrior and throws it into its mouth to chew on. In the next second, its injuries actually recover rapidly. Seeing this scene, I cannot help but be startled. This ability is simply too heaven-defying. If it were anyone else, they would never be able to kill it. However, I feel not a shred of pressure. I immediately cast Damage Curse to replace Slow Curse. Because to finish the battle quickly now, the most important thing is to make its recovery speed fail to keep up with the damage rate. Under the tenfold amplification of Damage Curse, the damage dealt by the skeleton warrior and skeleton mage increases significantly. Finally, amid its reluctant screams, it completely collapses. However, I also lost 7 skeleton warriors. The system prompts that I have slain the Soul Eater Worm Lord. Experience increased by 5.5 million. Obtained the Soul-Devouring Dagger, Soul-Devouring Longsword, and Soul-Devouring Ring, as well as 5 Soul Crystals. It increases all attributes by 2,500 and provides an 80% boost to assassin-type skills. It comes with the passive skill Soul Devour. Every attack deals damage to the target's soul, ignoring defense and physical immunity, as well as elemental immunity. The Soul-Devouring Longsword is a platinum-grade weapon exclusive to Knight-type classes. It increases all attributes and provides an 80% boost to Knight-type skills. It comes with an absorption skill that, with every defense, can absorb part of the opponent's attack power to restore the user. The Soul-Devouring Ring is a platinum-grade accessory. It increases all attributes and reduces the mental power consumption of skills by 20%. And there is no limit on how many times it can be used. I never imagined that the Soul-Devouring Worm's nest would hide a secret realm, and that there would be a boss inside even more powerful than the Soul-Devouring Worm King. Even after I summoned all my Lich Generals, the skeleton army still suffered heavy losses. It dropped some generous loot, especially one of the accessories. When I saw the attributes of the Soul-Devouring Ring, I couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. These stats are perfect for me. However, the Soul Eater Ring is gold-grade equipment. I have to wait until I'm level 40 to use it. But what surprised me most was the Soul Crystal. It permanently increases mental power by 1,000 points, and there are no restrictions on its use. Although it's not as good as a mid-grade divine potion. But for me right now, it's extremely practical. Because what I lack most right now is mental power. Even if I exhaust all my mental power, it's only enough to summon 1 Lich General. To summon 10 Lich Generals at once, I'd have to keep popping potions. However, I didn't use the Soul Crystal immediately. Instead, I looked toward the 100-meter hill nearby. That's the nest of the Soul Eater Insect King. I clearly felt that hill shake, and I could still sense a very familiar aura there. It's the aura of a secret realm, so I quickly ran forward. My intuition was right after all. It really is a secret realm. I know how rare these realms are. Once cleared, I'll get unexpected rewards. So, without a second thought, I walked inside. A group of practitioners arrived nearby. They were a team of 12 dragon practitioners, specifically for tackling the hell difficulty of dungeons. Their equipment is far superior to that of other practitioners, and their overall skill sets are quite comprehensive, not to mention their seamless coordination. Now, seeing what has happened here, they are all shocked. Who on earth did this? How could they go this far? The entire soul-devouring insect territory has been demolished. They have no idea who actually won the battle. One of them suggests going to take a look, and they rush in so recklessly. They might just lose their lives. Yet, they can't help but feel restless if they don't check it out. How about we watch from a distance? And if it looks bad, we run immediately. They figure that even if the soul-devouring insect king is alive, he must be severely injured. They might even be able to scavenge something. So, they pluck up their courage and head toward the insect king's nest. After they leave, another group appears. It is also a 12-person squad. They are wearing the unique attire of Xiaojing Academy, featuring the logo of Chuangshan Academy. Their levels are all above 48. The knight leading the team has even reached level 50. After discussing for a while, they make the same decision. They creep toward the soul-devouring insect king's nest. Meanwhile, I have already teleported into the secret realm. The entire secret realm is filled with a strange energy. With that in mind, I began searching the secret realm. Soon, I saw several mounds of earth. The shape of these mounds was very similar to the hills outside. Except for being slightly smaller, they were practically identical. I cast a detection spell. Soul-devouring insect nest larva. There was only a name and a description, but there were no levels or attributes. One look and I understood immediately. So, the soul-devouring insects outside were bred from these things. But where did these nest larvae come from? Could they have been spawned by the soul-devouring insect king? Suddenly, another thought occurred to me. So, I walked quickly deeper into the secret realm. Sure enough, I saw a few more soul-devouring insects deep inside. However, they were different from the ordinary ones. They were only slightly smaller than the soul-devouring insect king. And in the middle of them, there was a giant beast as large as a small mountain. Its body had even merged with the surrounding mountains. It was unimaginably huge. Only then did I realize that the soul-devouring insect king from before wasn't the final boss. But this thing right in front of me was. I immediately cast another detection spell. I discovered it was actually a level 56 world-class boss. Its strength and agility were both 0. But its spirit and constitution were as high as 200,000. Seeing this, I finally looked shocked. Its level is only one higher than the soul-devouring insect king, but its total attributes are 100,000 higher, and it has various skills and traits. This is beyond my imagination. This is the strongest boss I've seen so far. Based on its attributes and skills, this is clearly a magic-type boss. Moreover, it's a boss that cannot move. At that moment, the 4 soul-devouring insects guarding it roared at me. They clearly sensed the danger, but strangely, none of them attacked me. I only understood why after seeing their attributes. It turns out these soul-devouring insect guards have no attacking ability at all. Instead, they exist to provide a mental shield for the soul-devouring insect mother. But their spirit is ridiculously high, combined with the trait of reducing physical and elemental damage. I'm afraid the shield they form will be terrifying. With that in mind, I didn't hesitate to summon 10 Lich Generals. Immediately after, the skeleton army of 3,000 appeared. As the Lich Generals applied various buffs to them, the skeletons charged forward with a clattering sound. The skeleton mages cast spells from their positions, lighting up a large part of the secret realm. Just then, a blue light erupted from the 4 soul-devouring insect guards. A second later, a shield appeared around each of them. Then, the 4 shields connected, merging into one giant shield. Now, if I want to kill them, I first have to break this shield. But with the 4 soul-devouring insect guards gathered together, a shield formed from a full 800,000 mental power. Was beyond imagination. As the skeleton's attacks continuously hit the mental shield, they only created ripples on its surface. Keep in mind that after the skeleton warriors were buffed by the Lich General, their strength attribute surpassed 50,000. The skeleton mage's mental power was even higher, reaching 100,000. But even then, they still couldn't break the mental shield. The undead army launched wave after wave of continuous bombardments. Yet the shield showed no sign of weakening. Suddenly, I noticed that energy from the secret realm was constantly flowing into the soul-devouring insect mother. Seeing this, I finally understood. Who then passed that energy to the 4 insect guards, trying to break the mental shield. After all, even a team of level 60 practitioners might not be able to break through this kind of defense. Suddenly, a sobbing sound echoed from the soul-devouring insect mother's mouth. With this soul explosion skill, the bone armor on my body flashed brightly, blocking the attack. But then, the glow of the bone armor dimmed significantly. Clearly, the bone armor had taken a heavy hit. The skeletons also suffered varying degrees of injury from the skill. However, as the Lich General cast a healing skill, the skeletons' injuries were restored in an instant. At this point, the battle had reached a stalemate. My mind raced, wondering how I could break the opponent's mental shield. The soul-devouring insect mother was thinking the same thing. It wants to kill me to avenge the soul-eater worm king. Then, a deep blue light burst out from its entire body. The next second, the bone armor on my body flared with brilliant light. Then my body shook violently, as it was clearly under attack again. Moreover, the attack I endured was extremely powerful. This kind of situation had only happened before when I was attacked by the Flame Demon King. Against this level of attack, my bone armor could only withstand it at most 2 times. So I quickly cast a new bone armor on myself. The Soul-Eater Worm Mother found that its attacks had no effect, so it began to change targets. The next second, a skeleton warrior died silently. The Lich General commanding it noted that the cause of death was a frozen soul. Apparently, this skill could instantly kill a skeleton warrior, giving the Lich General no chance to heal it at all. Soon, nearly 20 skeleton warriors died in this manner. I never expected that as a battle god who always fought above his level all the way, I would end up beaten to such a sorry state within the secret realm of the ancient battlefield. Even after exhausting all my hidden cards, I still could not shake the boss even a bit. Facing the Soul-Eater Worm Mother's Soul Frost skill, the skeleton warriors also suffered unprecedented losses. Thus, I began trying to use Soul Flame to attack the Soul-Eater guards. However, their spiritual shield was too strong. I simply could not lock onto the target through the spiritual shield. It was not just the Soul Flame. Even the damage curse was blocked outside, watching the skeleton warriors get picked off one by one. While I could not hurt the opponent at all, we could not go on like this. So, with a thought, I commanded the skeleton mages to attack a single spot simultaneously. In an instant, thousands of spells rained down on the psychic shield. A second later, the psychic shield changed. Where it had previously only created ripples, the spot under attack actually began to cave in. Seeing this, my eyes lit up. So, I ordered the skeleton mages to keep attacking that spot. But gradually, I noticed something was wrong. After that initial slight distortion and indentation, nothing more happened. Even after attacking for several minutes, it remained just a slight dent. Meanwhile, another 20 skeleton warriors were picked off. At the same time, I saw blatant mockery in the soul-devouring insect mother's eyes. Although it was frustrating, there really seemed to be no way to break through the psychic shield. Unwilling to accept this, I prepared to leave the secret realm. But I discovered that the secret realm had been closed by a mysterious force. It had become a sealed space. It seemed the soul-devouring insect mother didn't intend to let me leave. In that case, I'll have to go all out. I walked up to the shield and unleashed the Bone Fang skill on that same spot. The shield in this area immediately caved inward, forming a needle-like depression. However, the shield remained very sturdy. You must know that Bone Fangs possess extremely strong piercing power. Even the scales of dragon-class practitioners cannot block them. Yet they still had no effect on this shield whatsoever. The next moment, the shield instantly returned to normal. Seeing this, I clenched my fist and fiercely smashed it against the mental shield. Damn it, this is the first time a secret realm has made me look this pathetic. Yet at this moment, my eyes suddenly lit up, because I sensed a familiar aura within the shield. It was soul energy, and the shield contained a massive amount of soul energy. Seeing this, I was overjoyed. Soul flame burned fiercely in the palm of my hand. The next second, the previously incredibly sturdy shield was instantly ignited. As expected, a shield composed of soul and mind. Fears soul flame the most, which can burn the soul. Seeing this, the Soul Eater Worm Queen immediately revealed a panicked expression. It fiercely launched an attack at me, wanting to stop it. Skill, Soul Frost. But its attacks were all blocked by the bone armor on my body. Thus, I directly ignored it and continued releasing Soul Flame. Minutes later, I finally burned a hole through the mental shield. Seeing this, the corners of my mouth curled up slightly. I can finally lock on, as a flash of fire flew out from my palm. The next second, a Soul Eater Worm guard let out a miserable scream. The scales and fur on its body all stood on end. The massive insect body trembled. Then, the skeleton mage's attacks poured down from the gap. At the same time, I activated the damage curse skill. With the soul-eating bug guard's meager 50,000 constitution, facing the soul flame and the skeleton mage's massive onslaught, plus the 10x damage bonus from the damage curse, it was almost instantly killed. Then, I raised my hand and cast Corpse Explosion. A violent explosion rang out. The other 3 soul-eating bug guards were instantly blown to pieces. Then, I continued to detonate 3 more corpses. As a result, the soul-eating bug mother only suffered minor injuries. So, Corpse Explosion could only wound it. The mental shield vanished completely. The skeleton warriors and skeleton mages began a frantic counterattack. Then, its entire body began to shake. These were all soul-eating bug nest larvae. Then, the soul energy from the secret realm surged into them. In the next second, the nests began to grow rapidly. In just 3 seconds, they had reached over 10 meters in height. I immediately realized this was its skill, super hatching. But it didn't know that the more soul-eating bugs there were, the faster it would die. Every single soul-eating bug would become its death warrant. In just a few seconds, nearly 100 powerful giant soul-eating insects were spawned. Although they weren't as large as the soul-eating insect king, because as long as I kill one, the rest can be handled by the Corpse Explosion skill. Under the focused fire of the skeleton warriors and skeleton mages, a violent explosion roared out, and the giant soul-eating insects caught in the blast were instantly killed. Seeing this, the soul-eating insect mother finally sensed the danger of death. But unable to move, she could only be engulfed by wave after wave of explosions. A minute later, the explosions finally stopped. Experience increased by 560. If I were to sell this thing, beast tamers would definitely fight tooth and nail to get it. But compared to the soul gem, it's not worth mentioning at all, because the soul gem can permanently increase mental recovery speed by 100 times. Keep in mind that in a meditative state, even when meditating in the academy training hall, the military training grounds can barely reach 100 times. This means that after getting the soul gem, this way, I will never have to worry about practicing skills in the future. In addition, I also obtained 10 soul crystals, making a total of 15 including the ones dropped by the soul-devouring Worm King. Therefore, I can permanently increase my mental power by 15,000 points. No wonder Bai Shun and the others said there are countless opportunities in the ancient battlefield. I only came here for a day and got so many treasures. At this rate, I am going to become filthy rich. Thinking of this, a wave of joy naturally welled up in my heart. Little did I know that when I killed the soul-devouring worm mother, it actually caused an anomaly in the ancient battlefield. The unchanging light suddenly became chaotic. Countless people raised their heads to look at the sky. Many veterans who had honed themselves for years could not help saying in deep voices, It is the phenomenon of a world-class boss falling. I wonder what good things it dropped. This is an elderly man from the human race, and his level has already reached level 60. His teammate asked with curiosity. I heard that world-class bosses always drop some special items. Is that true? Hearing this, the old man nodded. Of course it is true, and those things are treasures that you can only encounter by luck. Hearing this, the teammate's eyes lit up instantly. Then let us go find a world-class boss too. They are all hidden within various secret realms. You cannot find them at all without the right fate. And even if you find them, you might not be able to beat them. Things might go wrong, and you could be killed instead. Not just him. Anyone who has spent years rolling around the ancient battlefield knows what the change in light means. Someone capable of killing a world-class boss is definitely not someone to mess with. I did not know the situation outside. Ever since the Soul Eater Queen died, the secret realm space began to gradually vanish. But this does not mean the secret realm will completely disappear, and a new Soul Eater King will appear. The cycle repeats, just like the elemental secret realm in Battlefield number 3. The elemental queen will appear again in the near future. Just as I recalled the undead army and was about to exit the secret realm, I suddenly saw something special on the ground. It was emitting a faint purple glow, looking just like a knight shield. Yet intuition told me this thing was definitely not simple. I finally welcomed a massive opportunity to lay the foundation for a god-tier class and establish the majesty of a powerhouse with the blood of dragon professionals. I immediately cast an appraisal spell. The next second, his information panel surfaced. Origin Rune, the qualification credential to enter the origin space. Seeing this, I was filled with excitement. In by Yuan's description of the eternal battlefield, the origin space is the greatest opportunity within it. Various treasures and skills can be found inside, but getting in is far too difficult. Moreover, the origin space is extremely dangerous. One wrong move, and you could be completely destroyed. Bai Yuan once mentioned that he gained huge benefits from it, and those were precisely what laid the foundation for him to become a god-level practitioner. If he hadn't entered the origin space back then. Meng Anwen also told me about the origin of the human race's detection technique, which was obtained from the origin space. This just shows how mysterious the origin space really is. I didn't expect an origin rune to be hidden in the soul-devouring insect's nest. The mysterious engravings on it began to glow with a golden light. A second later, it turned into a stream of light and merged into my body. Then, a beam of golden light shot out from me, piercing the sky. Suddenly, a dagger lunged at me from behind. Luckily, my bone armor blocked it. Realizing I was being ambushed, I immediately cast the slow curse. The attacker, affected by the curse, was instantly revealed. It was a dragon race assassin. Seeing this, the skeleton warriors beside me immediately sprang into action, slashing down at it with two great swords, easily dodging the skeleton warriors' attack. The effect of the slow curse on them was greatly reduced. Seeing this, I immediately cast the skill bone spikes. In an instant, 1,200 bone spikes whistled through the air. The dragon assassin was too close to dodge. It was instantly turned into a pincushion by the bone spikes. But in the next second, a healing spell landed on it. A team of dragon practitioners was rushing over. The leader immediately ordered them to kill me. Just then, a blood-red light shot up from my body into the sky. This red light will last for 10 whole days. Zi Yuan once told me about the rules of the origin rune. After obtaining an origin rune, you will be marked by a red light. It can be seen from thousands of miles away. Therefore, every creature in the eternal battlefield will try to steal it. The only way to steal it is to kill the owner. Only then are you considered the true owner of the rune. But for any practitioner, this is nearly impossible. Even Zi Yuan almost perished here back then. And now, this is happening to me. However, I'm not afraid at all. In fact, I am quite excited. Since they want to steal from me, I will play along until the end. Until I have killed enough that everyone fears me. At that thought, a surge of killing intent rose within me. I looked coldly at the charging dragon practitioners. Let's start with you. By now, the dragon practitioners were right in front of me. Their eyes were filled with greed and cruelty. Because at level 30, I was nothing in their eyes. They thought they could deal with me in minutes. When they saw me slowly raise my hand to resist, they couldn't help but stop and start mocking me. You little level 30 human. Wanting to resist our level 50 dragon elite squad. I suggest you just accept your death, to avoid unnecessary suffering. But as soon as he finished speaking, countless dark shadows emerged from the ground. In an instant, 3,000 skeletons covered the entire area. The dragon practitioners, who were just feeling smug, were suddenly stunned. They thought I had simply been lucky to find the origin rune, which is why they came to seize it without hesitation. How could they have imagined my strength was this terrifying? But now it's too late. They were already trapped in the encirclement of the skeleton army. Then, the Lich General raised his staff and began casting a status effect. In an instant, a white light shot into the sky, and all the skeletons were filled with golden light. Then, the skeleton warriors swung their great swords and charged at the dragon practitioners. The skeleton mages released elemental skills that crashed down like a tsunami. Seeing this, the dragon practitioners turned pale. The leading knight let out a roar and activated the group protection skill, hoping to block the skeleton army's attack with his shield. But he overestimated his own strength. Even as a level 50 dragon knight, and being a full 20 levels higher than me, he still wasn't stronger than the soul-devouring insect king, let alone a team like this one. With just a single round of attacks from the skeleton mages, the knight's group protection was shattered instantly like glass. Then, in less than 3 seconds, all 12 dragon race practitioners, including the dragon knight, were completely wiped out. All 12 dragon race practitioners, including the dragon knight, were completely wiped out. The entire battle lasted less than half a minute, a far cry from my fight with the world-class boss. Then, the military merit badge glowed with a pure white light once again. The 6th and 7th gold stars appeared one after another. Because of this, my rank rose to 7-star second lieutenant. After looting the dragon race practitioner's equipment, I left the area. But shortly after leaving, I heard the sound of hurried footsteps nearby. Soon, a group of people appeared in my sight. They were wearing uniforms bearing the insignias of Xiaojing Academy and Chuanshan Academy. It was also a 12-person squad. The moment they saw me, they all took combat stances. With just one order from their leader, they could move to seize the origin rune at any moment. The leader finally told them to stand down. "Junior, why did you come to the eternal battlefield at only level 30? He had a friendly look on his face, but I didn't answer him. Instead, I asked what they wanted. Hearing this, he couldn't help but frown. He seemed to think I lacked social skills. However, he continued patiently. "You're a student of Xiaojing Academy, right? We're from Chuanshan Academy." Hearing this, I still ignored him. Seeing this, Ling Yizhan began to look displeased. "Do you realize how dangerous your current situation is?" I knew exactly what he was talking about, the origin rune. I simply replied, "I know," with complete indifference. Hearing this, Ling Yizhan immediately continued with his offer. "We can protect you and help you get through these 10 dangerous days." However, I shook my head to decline. Inside, I found his words rather ridiculous. Because up here in the upper space of the ancient battlefield, I did not need anyone else's protection at all. Without hesitation, I turned around and left. During these 10 days, I preferred not to interact with too many people. If they were enemies, that would be fine, as I could just fight them directly, but we were all human, so it was not good to attack first. Therefore, keeping a distance was the best approach. Watching my receding figure, a knight finally could not help but speak up. "This brat does not know what is good for him." Ling Yizhan nodded. "Perhaps he is some kind of genius. Otherwise, he would not have come to the ancient battlefield at level 30. The knight sneered and said he was really lucky. "This brat is so lucky to have obtained a primordial rune. It is a pity we did not get it." Ling Yizhan's expression tightened at those words. "Do not harbor any crooked thoughts. He is still a member of the human race. And our junior." The knight smiled slightly. "Rest assured, I will not make a move on him. But without our protection, he probably won't last long, daring to act alone in the ancient battlefield at just level 30. Does he think he is a tier 60 professional?" However, Ling Yizhan shook his head. "The reason he's wary of us might be because he knows the effect of the primordial runes. Someone like him must have an extraordinary background. I suspect he might have planted a soul mark. Even if he dies here, he can be resurrected. If that's really the case, and we make a move on him, things will be exposed very quickly." As soon as this was said, the others understood instantly. I can die, but not at their hands. So they could only wait for the chance to swoop in. So they began to secretly follow behind me. My skill strength had just been significantly enhanced. And as a result, a large number of monsters tried to snatch my primordial runes. Even the rare succubus among the demons personally showed up. It turns out that after I refused Ling Yizhan, I began using the soul crystals on me. My mental power attribute rose rapidly. In an instant, my base mental power jumped from 4,000 to 5,000 points, combined with the attribute bonuses from my equipment, which far exceeded the attributes of other level 30 practitioners. Then, I continued to take out soul gems. Compared to soul crystals, the natural recovery speed of mental power is increased 100-fold. Whether it's for training skills or combat endurance, everything will be significantly improved. This way I will have a better chance of guarding the origin rune. So I decisively activated the soul gem. I felt like my entire being had stepped into a vast blue ocean. My originally depleted mental energy began to recover rapidly. In just 5 minutes, the mental energy I had consumed was completely restored. This is amazing, even faster than the recovery speed of the military training grounds. Moreover, because my mental energy base has increased, the total amount recovered per unit of time is much greater than before. Now, as long as you give me a few minutes, I can completely recover most of my mental energy through meditation. That is enough to support battle after battle. At this moment, a cold laugh came from the air. I saw an abyssal demon appear in the air, but its body is somewhat similar to a spider. Its appearance is extremely bizarre. After detection, I realized it is a level 50 abyss poison demon. Its total stats reach a staggering 110,000. Among the 3 races of humans, dragons, and abyssal demons, their stats are stronger than elite monsters of the same level. After reaching their full status, at this time, the abyss poison demon finally spoke. The human practitioners here are basically above level 50. How did a little guy like you at level 30 get in here? And you are so lucky that you managed to obtain the origin rune. It is a pity that it still benefits me in the end. It laughed loudly in the air, as if the primordial rune was already in its grasp. Seeing this, I just smiled. I casually cast a soul flame, and at the same time released the damage curse. Before it even had time to scream, it was burned into a pile of ash. It did not have the curse-resistant traits of dragon-class professionals. The system prompts that I killed a level 50 abyssal poison demon. EXP increased by 2 million, military merits increased. What happened here was seen by Ling Yijan and the others behind me. When they saw this scene, they wore looks of utter disbelief. Did I see it wrong? His level is only 30. You must know that even our team finds the abyssal poison demon difficult to deal with. Yet he killed it instantly with a wave of his hand. Ling Yijan, who was leading, sighed and said, "It seems we all underestimated him. He truly has the qualifications to walk in the ancient battlefield. No wonder he did not need our protection earlier. However, he is only one person after all. It would be hard to say if he encounters several demons at the same time. Moreover, there are even more terrifying bosses in the ancient battlefield." Ling Yijan and the others did not approach, and continued to follow behind me at a distance of several hundred meters. They would not easily give up on the extremely rare primordial rune. At this moment, I felt the ground tremble slightly. Looking around, I saw a horde of monsters charging toward me. They were all sorts of monsters. There was every kind imaginable, but the highest level among them was only 45. Its appearance was very strange. It didn't look like a typical, hideous abyssal demon at all. It had a human face, very similar to those of the human race. Its features were exquisitely beautiful. Even among humans, she would be considered a rare beauty. Her ears were slightly pointed, and her figure was curvaceous and full. There was also a long tail behind her. One look was enough to make anyone fall hopelessly obsessed. From a distance, she looked at me and let out a flirtatious giggle. The melodious sound was captivating, but my bone armor suddenly flashed. Clearly, there was some kind of attack hidden within that giggle. I immediately cast a detection spell on her. Abyssal Succubus, level 50. Total attributes as high as 110,000. Possesses the ability to control living beings up to 5 levels lower than itself. Ineffective against bosses and leaders. Su Wei, once one of the 12 council members of the Xinxia Empire, was controlled by the Succubus King. It seems this horde of monsters is being controlled by her. No wonder the highest level among the monsters was only 45. Because a succubus can only control living beings 5 levels lower than itself. That flirtatious giggle rang out again. This time, she was closer, and the attack was even more powerful. However, the charm skill was still blocked by the bone armor I was wearing. Seeing this, I lost my patience. I raised my hand and cast the skill's Bone Fangs and Damage Curse. A blood-red longsword suddenly appeared above her head. At the same time, 1,200 terrifying fangs whistled through the air. Bone Fangs are just like Soul Flame. Their power mostly depends on mental strength. And right now, my mental strength has surged from 7,000 to 22,000. An increase of exactly 3 times. Therefore, the power of the skill also received a massive boost. Even the speed and penetration of the Bone Fangs far exceeded before. In an instant, they crossed 100 meters and reached the Abyssal Succubus. The Abyssal Succubus screamed and tried to dodge. But the Bone Fangs were simply too fast. It didn't even have time to react before being turned into a pincushion. With only 20,000 constitution, it simply couldn't withstand it. Fortunately, something on its body saved its life. Seeing this, it quickly controlled the monsters below to attack me. Meanwhile, it began to flee rapidly. Because it knew these monsters couldn't stop me. They could only buy it a little time to escape. At the same time, it was shocked by my strength. It didn't expect a level 30 practitioner like me to have the power to one-shot it. No, I must tell the succubus king about this. This human is too terrifying. We must be careful. Looking at the monsters coming my way, I let out a wicked smile. I raised my hand and summoned a skeleton army. The skeleton mage's attacks were the first to rain down on the monsters. The monsters at the front were instantly killed. Then I cast the skill corpse explosion. A violent explosion erupted right from the middle of the monster group. Hearing the commotion, the abyss succubus in the distance looked back. The next second, its eyes widened in shock. Most of the monsters it controlled had already been blown to pieces. Then came two more loud explosions. All the remaining monsters were instantly wiped out. The abyss succubus witnessed everything with its own eyes. Its fear of me deepened even further at that moment. Watching the abyss succubus fly further and further away, I let out a sigh. If only I could fly, otherwise I wouldn't have to watch it escape. After that, I continued my journey toward the central region of the ancient battlefield. Although I do not know where the origin space is right now, the origin rune will guide the way for me after 10 days. Now I need to head to the God Selection secret realm in the central area to obtain divinity. Bai Yuan said that the earlier you get it, the better the effect. Now there is one more, the origin space. Not long after I left this place, Ling Yizhan and the others arrived here. When they saw the dense piles of monster corpses, their expressions froze once again. I cannot imagine how he managed to pull this off. This battle lasted at most 5 minutes. Or even shorter, a teammate asked curiously. If it were us, could we reach this level? Ling Yizhan twitched the corner of his mouth upon hearing this. It would at least take a grueling battle. Not to mention there was a succubus in the air. At least half an hour, another teammate asked. Earlier in the Soul Eater Bug territory, we did not see the Soul Eater Bug King. Do you think he could have killed it? Ling Yizhan trembled upon hearing this. Thinking about it now, this really is a possibility. Then his true strength is simply unimaginable. To snatch the primal rune from me. One of the top 10 demon kings, the succubus king, finally made a move against me. It went so far as to use a charm skill to control demons and set a trap for me, causing me to awaken a long-slumbering world-class boss. Just now, the strength I displayed along the way left Ling Yizhan in shock. This is a wolf in sheep clothing. One can imagine what kind of end awaits those who want to snatch the primal rune. Ling Yizhan continued to follow behind me. At this point, their mindset had long since changed. They no longer had any desire to play the role of the observant mantis. And they certainly would not do anything unrealistic. Right now, they just wanted to see how I would push all the way through. Ling Yizhan had a feeling that I was deliberately acting weak, just to wait for those blind fools to deliver themselves to their doorstep. However, he did not want such a thing to happen to the human race. After all, judging by the methods I had shown so far, I definitely would not show any mercy. This showed that his mindset had undergone a massive change. Suddenly, he remembered that he too had harbored killing intent toward me for a split second. Thinking about it now, it is a good thing he did not make a move. Otherwise, his entire team would cease to exist. But just as they turned a corner, his expression instantly froze. He saw me standing right in front of the team, as if I were waiting specifically for him. Seeing this, Ling Yizhan couldn't help but swallow hard. What a coincidence, Junior. I nodded and asked them the way to the central area. I had known for a long time that they had been following me, because as my mental strength increased, my perception also became sharper. Unless every single one of them had an invisibility skill, it was almost impossible to escape my perception, although I didn't know what their goal was. As long as they didn't provoke me, I couldn't be bothered to care. In response to my question, Ling Yizhan immediately pointed in a direction and told me the way. Having received the answer, I suddenly became polite. I thanked them before turning to leave. But the sound made by the two skeletons beside me as they walked made Ling Yizhan feel a bit uneasy. After I left, a teammate couldn't help but ask, since we don't want to seize the origin rune, why are we still following him? After thinking for a moment, Ling Yizhan finally spoke. Because I want to witness a piece of history. With that, they continued to follow behind me. While I was on my way to the central area, I encountered another team of dragon race practitioners. Upon seeing that I was only level 30, a bloodthirsty, sinister smile appeared on their faces. Humans have always been the ancestral enemies of the dragon race. Moreover, I now have the origin rune. The desire for slaughter in their hearts grew even stronger. The next second, they almost simultaneously pounced on me. But when my damage curse skill descended upon the area, rows of skeletal fangs pierced through their bodies. In less than 10 seconds, the entire dragon squad was wiped out, leaving the dragon knights no chance to use their defensive skills. For the next 3 days, dragon teams and waves of abyssal demons rushed over one after another to meet their deaths. Before I knew it, my military merit reached 100,000. My military badge turned from silver to gold. My rank also rose from second lieutenant to colonel. But although I was a colonel, I didn't have a single gold star. I would need to reach 1 million military merit. That's 100 times more than what was required for a second lieutenant. Based on high-level demons between level 40 and 50, I need to kill 1,000 of them to gain 1 star. With this kind of accumulation, rising to Divine General is nearly impossible for ordinary practitioners. Even in the Xinxia Empire, Divine Generals are few and far between. Forget Divine Generals, even high-star colonels are a rare sight. Now, I'm getting closer and closer to the central area. The number of monsters along the way is constantly increasing, and their levels generally exceed level 45. There are even quite a few level 50 monsters appearing. Therefore, my level was also rising rapidly. And Ling Yizhan, who had been following me all this way, witnessed firsthand how I plowed through everything, whether it was abyssal demons or dragon race professional teams. But strangely, on the 4th day, no one came to fight for the original rune. Ling Yizhan and the others following behind also found it odd. Half a day had already passed. Something was clearly wrong, and I immediately became alert. They had stayed in the eternal battlefield for nearly 2 years. They were quite familiar with many of the secrets here. The current situation made Ling Yizhan think of a possibility. So he shouted for everyone to retreat quickly. He guessed that this might be the territory of that terrifying creature. After saying that, he hurried to my side to tell me it was dangerous here. But just as he finished speaking, the earth began to shake violently. Seeing this, Ling Yizhan's expression changed drastically. Damn, it's too late. Just then, his teammates all came running back. What are you coming back for? The others just smiled upon hearing this. We can't leave you alone. Since we came out together, then we should go back together. Just then, a mountain 100 meters away collapsed with a crash. Then, a giant monster appeared before their eyes. Half of its body was hidden beneath the ground, but the part that was exposed was already 70 or 80 meters tall. It looked like a centipede. Dozens of insect legs waved in the air. If the whole thing were exposed, it would probably approach 200 meters. This was the largest monster I had ever seen. Generally, a monster's size also determines its power level. Clearly, this monster was a massive boss. At this moment, the space around us had been independently partitioned. A radius of several thousand meters had become a sealed world. That world was gradually separating from the ancient battlefield, forming a space akin to a secret realm. Despair already filled the eyes of Ling, Yi, and the others. It really is the Earth Kylopod dragon god. We are dead for sure. Suddenly, a chilling sensation welled up in his heart. Do you guys feel like the abyssal demons coming over these past 2 days have been deliberately luring us in this direction? Prompted by this thought, I immediately sensed that something was wrong. Had each caused a slight change in my advancing direction. Clearly, someone had intentionally led me here. Meanwhile, high in the sky several thousand meters away from the Earth Kylopod dragon god, the escaped succubus was holding a black gemstone in her hand. The image of the succubus queen was projected onto the gemstone. The soft and enchanting voice of the succubus queen sounded. Alice, has it succeeded? He has already entered the territory of the Earth Kylopod dragon god. He is surely doomed. The succubus queen laughed delicately. Well done. He is the top genius of this generation of the human race. Now that it has died in the ancient battlefield, even if it can be revived, it will never be considered a genius again. After it dies, the Earth Chthonic Dragon God will move to another location. At that time, you can go and retrieve the primordial rune. After giving these instructions, she ended the projection. It vowed to tear apart the intruders who disturbed its slumber. Seeing this, Ling Yizhan hurriedly told me what he knew. The Earth Chthonic Dragon God is a terrifying boss inside the ancient battlefield. Usually, it remains in a deep slumber. It only wakes up when it needs to feed, or when someone approaches it. Once awake, it turns the surrounding area into a secret realm. All living beings within the realm will become its food. Hearing this, I nodded slightly, and immediately cast a detection skill. The next second, the status panel of the Earth Chthonic Dragon God appeared. It turned out to be a level 58 world boss. Its strength, agility, and physique all reached a staggering 120,000. Only its spirit stat was relatively low, bringing its total attributes to a terrifying 440,000. That was a full 40,000 higher than the level 56 soul devouring worm mother. It also possessed a trait that reduced physical and elemental damage by 30%. This far exceeded the stats of the skeleton warrior. My true strength was revealed for the first time in the ancient battlefield, shocking all the practitioners present. and even scaring the dominant world boss out of its wits. It turned out that while I was on my way to the central region, I had awakened the long-slumbering Earth-Thonic dragon god. Seeing this, Ling Yijan hurriedly tells me to run. He knows the terrifying nature of the Earth-Thonian. He believes I am no match for it at all. Yet I am full of excitement and ask Ling Yijan what rewards we get for killing it. Hearing this, Ling Yijan's body shakes violently. He never expected me to ask such a question. Now is definitely not the time to discuss this. We should be thinking about how to escape instead. Yet my gaze tells him that I am not joking. Seeing this, he instantly feels that I am a lunatic. Even so, he grits his teeth and says, "The Earth-Thonian is a world-class boss. And it does drop some special items. The most useful one among them is the Venom Gem. However, I am not entirely sure about the exact use of the Venom Gem. Killing the Earth-Thonian is simply too difficult. After all, that is a level 58 world-class boss." With that, he tightly grips his staff and tells his teammates behind him to get ready for battle. "Let us fight the Earth-Thonian together." Hearing this, I shake my head instead. "You guys fall back, the farther the better." Ling Yijan is slightly stunned by these words. He does not understand what I mean by this. Could it be that I am afraid they will hold me back? At this moment, a sharp roar interrupts his thoughts. The Earth-Thonian has fully awakened. It leaps out from the ground, and its pillar-sized insect legs sweep across the area. Seeing this, Ling Yijan and the others change their expressions drastically. The next second, I step forward to block them. At the same time, I cast bone armor on myself. In an instant, violent attacks rained down on me like raindrops. The bone armor kept making crisp cracking sounds. Meanwhile, the defensive shield was weakening at a visible rate. As expected of a level 58 world boss, attacks with 120,000 strength are definitely no joke. Just one round of attacks almost shattered the bone armor. So I quickly cast a new bone armor on myself. Looking back at Ling Yijan and his group, the shockwaves alone had knocked them back dozens of meters. They all tumbled to the ground, looking completely pathetic. He realized that the boss before them was simply beyond his team's capabilities. In contrast, I remained standing in place without taking a scratch. Then, under their shocked gazes, I slowly raised my hand, and the red light of the slow curse skill instantly covered the entire area. The normally agile Earth Tentacle Dragon God suddenly slowed down. Not only it, but Ling Yijan and the others also slowed down. Only party members are unaffected. Ling Yijan finally understood why I told them to stay away from me. The healer immediately used a purification skill to remove the curse from everyone. Meanwhile, the Earth Tentacle Dragon God shifted its gaze to the source of the curse. It stared intently at me for daring to place a curse on it. It didn't care about them at all. Seeing this, he quickly told everyone to take the opportunity to retreat. The further away, the better. As he retreated, he couldn't help but look back at me. I wondered how he would deal with this terrifying boss. Just then, I released 10 Lich Generals. Then, 10 undead legions appeared following them. In an instant, the attributes of over 3,000 skeletons were greatly increased. Seeing this, Ling Yijan and the others were startled. Holy crap, why are there so many? Although they had seen me summon undead legions over the past few days, it was only a single one, which couldn't compare to the current numbers at all. Their once despairing hearts were filled with hope once again. At this moment, the skeleton warriors charged collectively toward the Earth-Touch Dragon God, even facing a terrifying world boss. Not a trace of fear could be seen in their eyes. The skills of the skeleton mages followed in quick succession. Combined with its tough and thick scales, the damage dealt by the skeleton mage's attacks wasn't that high. Fortunately, it was affected by a slow curse, and its speed was reduced by a full 60 times. It simply couldn't launch any counterattack. It knew that if this continued, it would eventually be worn down to death. The only way was to deal with me, the culprit. Immediately, it ignored the skeleton's attacks and charged straight toward me. It carried immense power. The skeleton warriors in its path were all knocked aside. This was the gap in power between the two. Meanwhile, the Lich Generals were in the rear, healing the wounded skeletons. Seeing it getting closer and closer to me, I began to continuously cast Soul Flame. The Earth Tentacle Dragon God immediately let out screams of agony. The Soul Flame caused it pain like it had never felt before. But it didn't stop in its tracks. It kept charging at me, the hatred in its eyes only growing stronger. Then, with immense power, it slammed headfirst into me. My bone armor suddenly erupted in a dazzling white light. Immediately after, dense cracks appeared across the surface, as if it could shatter at any moment. It just showed how powerful that strike really was. Aside from the Flame Demon King, this was the first time I'd encountered a monster with such high attack power. But it wasn't just its attack that was strong. Its defense was equally formidable. Just the trait of reducing physical and elemental damage by 30% was enough to be a real headache. At that moment, for the first time, I felt my level was too low. If I could just raise my level by another 10 and complete my second class advancement, facing it would be much easier. But at this point, I had no choice but to fight head-on. I immediately equipped a new bone armor, using myself as a meat shield to draw the earth tentacle dragon god's fire. At the same time, I hurled soul flames at it one after another. Every attack made it scream incessantly. Its hatred for me grew deeper and deeper. It completely ignored the skeletons attacking it, only thinking about how to kill me as quickly as possible. Yet every time it hits me, it can, at most, shatter my bone armor. Still, my mental power is more than enough now. Furthermore, my recovery speed is astonishing. I can completely sustain this. Ling Yizhan and the others are dumbfounded watching this scene. Can the Earth Centipede God even be fought like this? What on earth is his class? How does he look even tougher than a knight? The skill-cutting insect leg transforms into an invincible sharp blade, crazily slashing at me. The bone armor rings incessantly. Clearly, this skill has a much greater attack power. I finally block the attack of the Earth Centipede God. Yet right at this moment, I switch slow curse to damage curse. At the same time, I command the skeleton warriors to unleash Berserk Strike. Over 1,000 skeleton warriors simultaneously burst out with their skills. Shocking wounds appear all over its body. Meanwhile, the attacks of the skeleton mages follow right behind, inflicting massive damage to it once again. I am not idle either. Aiming the Bone Fang skill right at it. 1,200 bone fangs instantly pierce through its body. Although the damage of a single bone fang is inferior to Soul Flame, leaving one bloody hole after another in its body. It screamed incessantly from the attack. Then, its body began to spin wildly. With the sweep skill, it spun in place like a top, shaking off most of the skeleton warriors clinging to it. The skeleton warriors on the ground were also sent flying. A massive force erupted at that moment. The Lich General began to heal them quickly. In an instant, the injured skeleton warriors were healed. Meanwhile, the Earth Tentacle Dragon God suddenly spewed a massive amount of green poisonous mist. With the lethal poison mist skill, the mist covered a radius of over 1,000 meters. But I stood in the poisonous mist without a hint of panic, because my elemental resistance could reduce the damage from the mist fourfold. So, to me, this poisonous mist was even less threatening than its basic attacks. The skeletons were the same. Although they were constantly taking poison elemental damage, the Lich General could heal them. It couldn't pose any threat to them at all. The dying Earth Tentacle Dragon God began to dig frantically. At this moment, its only thought was to escape. But how could I let it have its way? I immediately ordered all the skeletons to focus their fire on it, and I continued to cast Bone Fangs. Before it could even dig halfway, its life had already come to an end. It never expected that it, the ruler of this region, would die at the hands of a level 30 human. With a mortal body, I crushed the conspiracy of god-level powerhouses. I even slew the Earth Tentacle Dragon God, one of the 10 great overlords. I scared the succubus hiding in the darkness out of her wits. Even the genius squad of the Xinxiao Empire was shocked by my strength. My experience points instantly increased by 5.1 million. Not only did I obtain 3 pieces of top-tier equipment, but I also got a venomous gem and a venomous crystal. The Sword of the Tentacle Dragon God, a platinum-grade weapon. All attributes increased. Swordsman skill boost of 90%. It deals poison element damage equal to 1,000 strength points per second to enemies. Duration, 1 minute. The Shield of the Tentacle Dragon God, a platinum-grade weapon. All attributes increased. Defense skill boost of 90%. Attached skill, Poison Gas Shield. Its defense power is equivalent to the user's constitution, taking damage equivalent to 1,000 strength points per second. Duration, 1 minute. The Robe of the Tentacle Dragon God, platinum-grade armor. All attributes plus 1,500. Mage skill casting speed increased by 50%. Attached skill, Poison Gas Shield. It forms a shield equivalent to 10,000 constitution points. Duration, 5 minutes. Venom Gem permanently reduces poison element damage by 50%, and has a chance to grant a poison element skill. Venom crystals can be combined with other single-element crystals to form an elemental divine stone, increasing the chance of class ascension during the Third Awakening. The more elements fused, the stronger the divine stone's effect. It can also be used individually to permanently enhance poison element resistance. I got excited again after seeing the loot, including 3 near top-tier gold equipment pieces. Among them, the Venom Gem is practically priceless. Combined with my own element resistance passive skill, The final poison element damage I take is reduced by a full 8 times. If I'm lucky enough to get a poison element skill, then I'll have hit the jackpot. But what I didn't expect was that I could actually get a venom crystal here. I finally realized that element crystals don't necessarily have to be obtained through dungeons. They can also drop from killing world bosses. Obviously, Ziyuan had definitely never killed the Earth Tentacle Dragon God. Otherwise, he would have told me. The poison mist in this area began to dissipate rapidly. Soon, Ling Yizhan and the others saw me standing unharmed amidst the ruins. He actually did it. He's too strong. Soloing the Earth Tentacle Dragon God. Probably no one else could do that. Just then, the isolated space that had been split off gradually disappeared. Then, a familiar figure stopped in the sky nearby. Alice the succubus looked at the unharmed me with a face full of panic. She had originally planned to take the origin rune from my corpse, but she never expected that I could solo the Earth Tentacle Dragon God. Then, without hesitation, she turned and fled. Seeing this, I finally understood why I had come here. It was all her pulling the strings behind the scenes. But for now, there is no way to deal with her. Once I have the ability to fly, I will settle the score with her. Then, I took out the poison crystal and the fire crystal. Using my own mental strength as a bridge, I connected them together. The red and green crystals both emitted a faint glow. Soon, a brand new item appeared in my hand. The shape of the elemental divine stone changed, becoming a hexagonal gem. One half glowed with a fiery red light, and the other with an eerie green light. Even its attributes changed. Using it during the third advancement increases the chance of class sublimation by 5%. Although the increase isn't very high, as long as I fuse more elemental crystals together. Then, I took out the poison gem. Before using it, I summoned an undead army to guard me, and equipped myself with a layer of bone armor. Or what would happen? It instantly exploded the next second. Then, it turned into streaks of green mist and merged into my body. At the same time, my attributes also changed. Final damage from poison elements is reduced by 50%, combined with the 4x damage reduction from elemental resistance. Just then, my entire body erupted in green light. In a second, a green halo shot outwards. It swept across a vast area of several thousand meters in an instant. The area touched by the green halo decayed immediately, and the entire region turned into a wasteland. It's poison, incredibly potent poison. The system notified me that I've acquired the skill Venomous Star Ring. It creates poison damage within a 1-meter range, dealing damage equivalent to 10 strength points per second, with a duration of 1 second. I was thrilled, not expecting to actually master a new skill. Although the Venomous Star Ring doesn't seem strong at level 1, and even after talent amplification, it only has a 40-meter range. For 40 seconds, it's not as satisfying as a skeleton warrior landing a slash. The damage from that is 10 times higher. But if I can level it up, the damage will be staggering. This means I'll have to grind my skills again. Meanwhile, in the Hall of Heroic Souls, Bai Yuan sat cross-legged. He was sensing my condition through the soul mark I left behind. A moment ago, the soul mark suddenly pulsed a few times. Sensing this, Bai Shin let out a smile. This kid's mental strength seems to have grown. And not just by a little bit, either. Could he have encountered some kind of opportunity? And just then, my soul mark was enveloped in a ring of red light. Seeing this scene, Bai Yuan is full of shock. It is the primordial rune. This kid actually got the primordial rune. Only a few days have passed. He really got lucky, or so he says. Yet his expression has long betrayed his inner thoughts. The joy on his face cannot be concealed no matter what. Then his expression turns solemn again. Getting the primordial rune is great. But the upcoming trials are just beginning. I hope you kid can hold on. Just at this moment, an elderly man with white hair walks in. Although the old man is advanced in age, he is full of vigor and radiates a terrifying aura. He gives off the feeling of an unrivaled expert. Following beside him is a unicorn wrapped in lightning. The Holy Thunder Unicorn is a unique existence in the entire Xinxia Empire. Its master, Mo Xinghai, is just like Bai Yuan. He belongs to the god-tier powerhouses within the Xinxia Empire. Sensing that Mo Yuan is safe in the ancient battlefield, he finally breathes a sigh of relief. Bai Yuan on the side sees this and couldn't help teasing him. Old Mo, you actually dared to let your precious granddaughter go to the ancient battlefield. Aren't you afraid something might happen to her inside? Hearing these words, Mo Xinghai looks indignant. Old man Bai, can you speak properly? Besides, didn't you come here because you were worried something would happen to your disciple in the ancient battlefield? Hearing this, Bai Yuan says with a smug look. My disciple has super god potential. Can she compare to your granddaughter? While I came here to see what kind of opportunity my disciple gets. Then he added. Hearing this, Mo Xinghai immediately showed a shocked expression. To be evaluated like this by Zi Yuan. There is no one else like this in the entire human race. At this moment, I continued to push forward along the red pillar of light. On the way, I also occasionally cast the new skill Poison Aura. This way, I can raise my skill level while traveling. As long as I keep my spiritual power above 80%. A full 8 days had passed since I came to the Origin battlefield. And I finally reached the central area of the Origin battlefield. To reach the true core zone, it will take at least another month, and the God Selection secret realm I am looking for appears in areas close to the core. Ling Yizhan and the others were still following behind me. After walking for another 2 days, hundreds more dragon practitioners died in my hands. My military merits have also reached 200,000, leaving 800,000 more to reach a 1-star colonel. I finally reached the God Selection land coveted by countless powerhouses. But before I even stepped into the God Selection secret realm, the succubus king from the abyss actually descended in person, just to seize the primordial rune on my body, and completely turn me into a useless person. At this moment, I was heading towards the core area. Suddenly, a red light identical to the one on my body abruptly appeared. This means someone else has obtained an origin rune. I saw that red light moving across the sky. Its owner was riding a pure white unicorn, radiating a holy light from her entire body. I was slightly stunned when I saw her face. It was actually Mo Yun, whom I had met in battlefield number 3. I didn't expect her to come to the eternal battlefield as well, and to have obtained an origin rune. However, there was a hint of panic in her eyes at this moment. The moment she appeared, I clearly sensed a trace of teleportation energy in that space. This also meant someone was hunting her down. So, I called out her name. Hearing my voice, Mo Yun immediately turned around. When she saw it was me, the fear in her heart vanished instantly. Although we hadn't interacted much, my strength had already left a deep impression on her. Even someone as proud as her had to admit it. Seeing that I was emitting the same red light as her, she was shocked once again. She didn't expect me to obtain an origin rune at only level 30. Just as she was about to ask how I got it, her expression suddenly changed drastically. A large swarm of abyssal demons appeared in the sky nearby. With no time for questions, she told me to flee with her. But hearing this, I didn't budge. Instead, with a wicked smile, I turned toward the approaching swarm of demons. We don't need to run. They're the ones who should be running. I saw an old acquaintance. That succubus I'd beaten back twice. Alice the succubus also spotted me from afar. Terror immediately flashed across her face. It's Lin Mayu. Run. In an instant, all the abyssal demons turned and fled together. This scene left Mo Yun stunned. She didn't expect the succubus she feared to be so terrified of me. She guessed that the succubus must have fought me before. That's why she fled the moment she saw me. Then, she shifted her gaze to me. Her eyes seemed to be asking me what on earth had happened. I shrugged, indicating that I wasn't sure either. Maybe she's just scared of me from the beatings. Then, I told her to stay with me until the origin runes were fused. Hearing this, Mo Yun quickly nodded in agreement. Because she knew that with me around, the demons coveting her origin runes wouldn't dare make a move. Meanwhile, Alice the succubus led a large group of demons and flew a great distance before stopping. These demons were all level 50 or higher. But at this moment, they were following the succubus's lead. This was highly unusual within the hierarchy of the abyssal demons. Alice patted her chest, still shaken. Luckily we escaped quickly, otherwise we would have all been finished there. However, some of the abyssal demons behind her were confused. Lady Alice, why are you so afraid of that level 30 human brat? Alice quickly explained that she wasn't afraid. But rather, she couldn't jeopardize the succubus king's plan. The demon king had been preparing this plan for a long time. There must be absolutely no mistakes along the way. Upon hearing the words, succubus queen, the abyssal demons all looked on with obsession. Please rest assured, Lady Alice. We will do our utmost to ensure the demon king's plan is carried out smoothly. Just then, brilliant and captivating beams of light shot out from the core area, intertwining and spreading across the nearly infinite sky, instantly illuminating the entire eternal battlefield. That is the most dangerous place. Even world bosses and hidden secret realms can be found there. The most well-known among them is the God-chosen secret realm. Almost everyone who comes to the eternal battlefield, for human practitioners, obtaining divinity, can increase the probability of a class ascension during job advancement. And the earlier it's obtained, the better. Zi Yuan once said that if I could obtain divinity at level 30, then when I reach level 40 for the second job advancement, combining it with a nirvana soul crystal, this is enough to show the importance of divinity. Dragon practitioners are somewhat different from humans. Divinity allows them to awaken their bloodline. For abyssal demons, it's even simpler. By devouring divinity, they have a chance to rank up, or even evolve directly into a demon king. The effect of divinity is just too great. So every time the God-chosen secret realm appears, it leads to a fierce slaughter. The one ranked first is the origin space, which requires an origin rune to enter. Third is the magic dragon temple dungeon, where dragon crystals can drop. But besides these three great opportunities, there is another legendary opportunity that doesn't belong to the origin space. It's just that no one has ever obtained this opportunity. That is a world boss located in the core area, an existence so powerful that no one can shake it. And right now, the most important thing for me is to enter the God-chosen secret realm and obtain divinity from it. Because my experience has already reached 63%, then everything will be in vain. Just then, a massive aura descended from the sky, instantly locking onto Mo Yun and me. A team of dragon race practitioners appeared in the sky out of nowhere. Their levels were all above 50. Clearly, they were after the origin runes on Mo Yun and me. Little did they know that this decision would plunge them into the abyss. The leading dragon race practitioner looked at us with greed. A level 30 and a level 41 human brat. We've really hit the jackpot this time, he said with a bloodthirsty smile, as if he had already won. With that, he ordered everyone to attack me. The next moment, a dense rain of arrows fell from the sky, followed by massive meteors like falling stars. Looking at the incoming attacks, I felt no fear at all, because I've wiped out no fewer than 10 dragon race squads over the past few days. The dragon race squad before me could only be considered average. Immediately, I cast bone armor on myself, letting the berserk attacks rain down on me. Compared to the powerful attacks of the Earth Dragon God, this level of attack was simply pathetic. After taking all the hits, the bone armor remained completely intact. The dragon practitioners were shocked to see this. Even a level 60 practitioner couldn't come out unscathed. In the next moment, a terrifying killing intent erupted from me. It contained a strong dragon aura. That was the lingering aura from killing dragons. They clearly knew that many powerful dragons had died at my hands. At this moment, they had only one thought, which was to flee, but it was already too late. With a light press of my hand, red light instantly covered the entire land. I cast the damage curse, followed by soul flame. Screams immediately echoed through the air. The dragon mages were the first to fall. Then the priests and archers died one after another. Only the leading dragon knight survived by activating absolute defense. But he was already at the end of his rope, as I used the corpse explosion skill on their bodies. The dragon knight also met his end. The entire battle lasted only about 2 minutes. Watching this from afar, Mo Yun was too shocked to say a word. No need to be nervous, it's fine. Those casual words were still ringing in her ears. But just as she was about to speak, the surrounding space suddenly plunged into darkness. A massive barrier descended from above and trapped us inside. However, all of this was within my expectations. Today is the final day of the origin rune fusion. The abyssal demons would definitely make another move against me. Just then, a large number of abyssal demons appeared inside the barrier. Among them was the succubus Alice. She giggled and said, "We meet again. I never expected that even the Earth Dragon God could not kill you. But this time, you are dead for sure." With that, the black gemstone in her hand burst into a brilliant light. The very next second, the alluring succubus queen appeared in everyone's sight. The succubus queen looked at me and let out a chuckle. "We meet again, my cute little Lin Moyu. You actually thwarted the exclusive skill of a god-tier powerhouse while in the position of prey, and single-handedly overturned the lair of high-level demons. You even killed the Lord-tier boss, the Crimson Moon Demon. It turns out that just moments ago, Succubus Alice used the black gemstone to summon an avatar of the Succubus Queen. The moment it appeared, Mo Yun sensed a completely different aura coming from it. This aura felt like a massive mountain pressing down on her. Upon learning that this was the same Succubus Queen who had invaded the practitioner tournament, Mo Yun was instantly shocked. It is an Abyss Demon King, on par with the god-tier powerhouses of the human race. She never expected one to appear here. The Succubus Queen looked at me with a coy smile. "Little fellow, your strength really makes me look at you in a new light. Why not come to the Abyss and work for me? I will certainly not treat you poorly." Then, it turned its gaze toward Mo Yun. "And the little girl beside you, come along as well." As it spoke, a strange energy flowed within its eyes. In an instant, the light around them seemed to freeze. But as I equipped her with bone armor, she snapped back to her senses instantly. However, what had just happened left her feeling terrified. Because for a moment, she had a strong urge to join the Succubus King's ranks, and even die for it. She realized this was the Succubus King's ability, Charm. Many human practitioners had been charmed by it, willingly becoming its slaves. Fortunately, this layer of bone armor blocked the succubus king's power. Fortunately, this layer of bone armor blocked the succubus queen's power. Thinking of this, she looked at me with eyes full of gratitude. My gaze remained cold. Seeing this, the phantom of the succubus queen couldn't help but look shocked. To think I failed, what a pity. In that case, I can only erase you all. As soon as she finished speaking, the black gem in Alice's hand suddenly exploded. Immediately after, a massive space-time portal appeared in the air. The tender voice of the succubus queen echoed from behind the portal. I'll give you a grand gift as a token of my appreciation. I hope you like it. Then, a pitch-black monster crawled out from the space portal. It then burrowed into the ground. The bone armor was instantly cracked by the impact. One more hit, and it would have almost shattered. Seeing this, my expression changed slightly. This monster's attack power was only slightly weaker than the Earth Tentacle Dragon God. While I was thinking, a second spike attacked from beneath my feet. Fierce attacks came one after another. The frequency was incredibly high, with at least 3 attacks every second. No matter how I dodged, the spikes always hit with 100% accuracy. So, I had no choice but to replenish my bone armor before the attacks landed. At the same time, I cast a detection spell on the monster. Level 55 Lord Grade Crimson Moon Demon. It possesses a trait that greatly reduces elemental damage, although its total attributes are only 270,000, which is slightly weaker than a soul-devouring insect king of the same level. And it only has one skill. This infinite thrust skill cannot be dodged and must be tanked. Fortunately, an attack power of 50,000 isn't particularly strong. Just then, Mo Yun spoke up from behind me in a deep voice. Lord-level demons are the elite among abyssal demons. There aren't many of them in the abyss. They are essentially the same as Lord-level bosses. This barrier has already merged with the Crimson Moon Demon. We won't be able to escape. Hearing this, a strong killing intent flashed in my eyes. I quickly cast the skill Slow Curse. In an instant, the spikes attacking me slowed down significantly. Red shackles appeared at the tips of the spikes. Seeing this, I suddenly realized. It wasn't that the Crimson Moon Demon's attacks were fast, but that it had too many attack points. That's why no matter where I ran, I couldn't avoid its attacks. Furthermore, every single spike was affected by the curse. This meant that each spike had to be an independent living entity. Clearly, this land had become the body of the Crimson Moon Demon. So, I summoned an undead army. As the Lich General cast the skill Legion enhancement, all the skeletons simultaneously entered various enhanced states. Immediately after, a mass of spikes erupted from the ground, stabbing at the skeletons. But the skeletons were already prepared. They simultaneously unleashed the skill Berserk Strike. Their great swords, glowing red, slashed into the spikes. In an instant, blue liquid sprayed out from inside the spikes. The skeleton warriors hit by the slime immediately began to sizzle. Their bones began to corrode. The Lich General quickly cast the skill Legion Heal. The skeletons quickly recover from their injuries. After more than a dozen more waves of attacks, the skeletons are already covered in blue liquid. Looking at the Crimson Moon Demon, it looks as if it has never been injured at all. The number of red shackles has not decreased in the slightest. At this moment, I try to recall the skeletons, only to find that I cannot recall them at all. This is obviously caused by the blue slime. At this time, the seductive laughter of the succubus Alice comes from the air. We analyzed your skills, and this is the Crimson Moon Demon carefully selected for you by the Demon King. Just enjoy the joy of being killed. Hearing this, Mo Yun looks at me with a solemn expression. She asks what we should do, and I tell her not to worry. Everything is under my control, because I have already discovered the weakness of the Crimson Moon Demon. That is, after the Undead Legion appears, its attack power will weaken. This change is not very obvious, but my bone armor can clearly feel it when withstanding attacks. A full 3,000 skeletons appear simultaneously. The next moment, dense spikes attack them. But the attack power is much weaker than before. Sure enough, my guess is correct. As the targets increase, the attack power of the Crimson Moon Demon also decreases. At this moment, its attacks pose no threat to me anymore. Next is to find its true body and eliminate it. Meanwhile, the abyssal demons lingering in the air are all dumbfounded. They haven't even taken down a single skeleton in all this time. The stats on these skeletons look so low. I feel like I could wipe out a whole group with a single slap. Alice the succubus nearby lets out a cold laugh. Go ahead and try if you want to throw your life away. At this moment, watching the battlefield below, she frowns slightly. Things are developing completely beyond her expectations. She regrets not asking the Demon King to send an even stronger demon over. Little does she know that sending in a level 55 Crimson Moon demon was already the limit. Even so, Alice still lets out a cold sneer. Its attacks are endless. She believes that in a war of attrition, I am still destined to die. Thinking of this, her expression immediately looks much better, just as she expects. I tried casting Bone Fangs toward the ground, and tried targeting the spikes with Soul Flame. It turns out they are still ineffective against it. Suddenly, my eyes light up as I remember I haven't tested my new skill, Toxic Star Ring. A spot of green light instantly appears at the targeted location. Then it bursts open into a green ring that expands outward. Enhanced by my talent. It deals 1,200 points of strength-based damage to enemies per second. It lasts for 120 seconds. Wherever the star ring passes, green toxic gas fills the air. As long as the entire barrier is filled with toxic gas, the Red Moon Demon's true body would have nowhere to hide. As I continuously released poisonous star rings in all directions, the poisonous mist enveloped the entire barrier a moment later, just as I expected. Seeing this, I sneered. I immediately swapped the slow curse for a damage curse, then cast Soul Flame on its true body. The next second, the entire earth shook violently. Clearly, the Red Moon Demon had taken damage. The demons in the air were shocked when they saw this. Just as they tried to flee, Mo Yun below shouted, "Anti-air." In an instant, all these demons plummeted to the ground. Why does a level 40 kid have an anti-air skill? The succubus Alice also lost her ability to fly. She looked in terror at the thousands of skeletons waiting below. Knowing that falling meant certain death, she immediately took out an exquisite charm and activated it. The next second, she vanished from midair with a flash. But the other abyssal demons weren't so lucky. The moment they hit the ground, they were overwhelmed by the skeletons' attacks. Demons were being killed every second, followed by violent corpse explosions. Soon, the surroundings became completely silent. In just 1 minute, over 100 abyssal demons above level 50 were wiped out. My military merit badge glowed brightly. Every abyssal demon over level 50 killed was worth 2,000 merit points. And Mo Yun and I split them half and half. That added up to a total of 100,000 military merits. Mo Yun was promoted directly from a second lieutenant to a colonel. She was shocked, having struggled and fought for over 2 years just to reach second lieutenant. Now, it took only a single moment to rise to colonel. At that moment, I felt like a deity in her heart. Meanwhile, I looked at the Red Moon Demon in the corner with a wicked smile. Soul Flame and Bone Armor were continuously hurled from my hands. It soon turned into a wisp of black chi and completely vanished. Experience increased by 2.75 million. Military merits increased by 10,000. And just then, the barrier began to collapse rapidly. Right after the barrier completely disappeared, a group of Dragon Clan practitioners looked at Mo Yun and me with greed in their eyes. Did you think we could not find you just by hiding in the barrier? The primordial runes on you can only belong to our Dragon Clan. I finally merged with the primordial rune that countless powerhouses coveted. I even comprehended the rune mysteries that even god-tier powerhouses failed to fathom. And I discovered that another civilization ruin existed within the primordial space. Just as I killed the Red Moon Demon and broke the barrier, a group of Dragon Clan practitioners had already been waiting outside for a long time. As many as 30 or 40 Dragon Clan practitioners charged over with murderous intent. Seeing this, a look of joy appeared on my face. Because in my eyes, they were simply military merits and experience delivered right to my door. Just as I was about to make a move, a loud roar suddenly echoed from afar. "Protect our human practitioners." A team of 12 practitioners rushed over from the distance. It was clear they were here to help me. I immediately ordered the skeleton warrior to throw the demon corpses at the Dragon Clan practitioners. Then, I cast the damage curse. As the corpses drew near them, I used corpse explosion. 2 high-level demon corpses exploded in the air instantly. The charging dragon practitioners fell like rain. Those caught in the blast were instantly killed. A second later, they fled quickly without looking back. They all swallowed hard. Some kept rubbing their eyes, thinking they were hallucinating. Am I seeing things? Did those dragon practitioners just die like that? Meanwhile, the skeleton warrior was collecting equipment from the dragon practitioners. My storage space was already filled with various gear. Most of it came from the dragon race. And they were all gold-tier equipment. Whether they're useful or not, it's always best to loot them first. Even if I just sell them back at Xiaojing Academy, I'll make a fortune. Then, I glanced at the sky. I saw that the red pillar of light around me had faded significantly. Today is the 10th day since I obtained the origin rune. The fusion of the origin rune is nearing its end. As for Mo Yun, she still has 3 days until her fusion is complete. But as long as I'm here, there shouldn't be any problems. I then led her deeper into the eternal battlefield. Now my experience points are getting higher and higher. There isn't much time left for me. I must find the God-chosen secret realm quickly. Meanwhile, in the dragon world, a massive aura surged from a vast complex of palaces. The aura scattered the clouds in the sky, as if tearing a giant hole right through the heavens. The person sitting on the palace throne let out a roar. Who on earth is targeting our dragon race in the eternal battlefield? Go find out exactly what happened in the eternal battlefield. The released pressure terrified the dragon soldiers below, forcing them all to their knees. As you wish, great king. Soon, a large number of dragon warriors flew out from the palace complex. They soon returned with the results of their investigation. Upon learning the truth, the dragon king flew into an instant rage. He immediately ordered the dragon warriors in the eternal battlefield to join forces and kill me. At the same time, he ordered them to speed up the search for a space-time passage. He swore that the human race would pay a heavy price for this. In that moment, the dragon world was enveloped in an intense killing intent. The Dragon King's orders quickly reached the upper space of the eternal battlefield. The dragon practitioners in the core area also received the Dragon Lord's instructions. On the other side, Alice the Succubus also contacted the Succubus Queen. But the Succubus Queen wasn't particularly surprised, because she already knew that a level 55 Crimson Moon demon couldn't kill me. So, she had Alice go to the central area to deliver her orders, commanding the capable demons to make sure I was eliminated. Now, in her eyes, killing me was more important than obtaining the origin rune. Meanwhile, the origin rune on my body finally finished merging. The red pillar of light above my head disappeared along with it. The moment the fusion was complete, I successfully obtained the location of the origin space. To my disappointment, it wasn't in the upper space of the eternal battlefield, but in the lower space. Then, a rune appeared on the back of my hand. I gained the skill Strong Army, which increases all basic attributes of myself and my summons by 200%. All attack damage is further increased by 500%, and the effect lasts for 30 seconds. And then she started asking me about the location of the origin space. Upon learning that it was in the lower space of the eternal battlefield, Mo Yun was left devastated. That's because you need to be at least level 70 to enter the lower space. And with her current level, she had no way of getting in. I was in the same boat. We both desperately wanted to enter the origin space as soon as possible. Bai Yuan had once mentioned some things about the origin rune, but he didn't go into detail because he never imagined I'd actually obtain it. Otherwise, he would have definitely shared some secrets about it with me. Just then, Mo Yun seemed to remember something and said solemnly, "Besides reaching level 70, legend says there's another way to enter the lower level early. It's said that in the center of the core area, there is a passage leading down, but its level is as high as 68. And apparently, no one has ever killed it since ancient times. It's the only boss in the eternal battlefield that has never been defeated. But they still failed to kill it. Even that powerhouse suffered injuries that were nearly impossible to heal." As she spoke, Mo Yun's expression shifted slightly, as if she were witnessing that war with her own eyes. That boss was terrifying, and many practitioners died at its hands. Over time, no one dared to venture into that area anymore. Maybe that passage doesn't even exist anymore. You should just wait until you reach level 70 and complete your third advancement before heading to the lower level. With that, she changed the subject, asking what skill I gained after fusing the origin rune. She'd heard that skills from origin runes are incredibly powerful. I didn't hide anything and told her about the rune skill I had just acquired. Mo Yun looked shocked upon hearing this. For someone with a massive army of summons, this skill nearly increases your summon's damage tenfold. Although it only lasts for 30 seconds, the total damage your skeletons can deal is unimaginable. She then couldn't help but marvel at the mystery of the origin runes. For years, countless god-level experts have tried to fully decipher them, but unfortunately, not one has been able to uncover their secrets. Every stroke of an origin rune contains profound truths, which are absolutely fascinating. If only I could fully master one origin rune in my lifetime. At that moment, Mo Yun's eyes were filled with longing. Hearing this, I looked at the back of my hand, confused. Isn't it just the character for soldier? What's so magical about it? Suddenly, I was struck with alarm. It isn't the script of this world. I'm all too familiar with the characters of Huaxia. I didn't even react at first, wondering why Chinese characters would appear in the origin rune. What did this mean? Could there be more things related to China in the origin space? Thinking of this, my eyes filled with anticipation. I felt as if I had stumbled upon an incredible secret. I wished I could enter the origin space immediately to investigate. Unfortunately, I can't go there right now. Seeing me lost in thought, Mo Yun thought I was studying the origin rune. She said with a slight smile. If you want to study it, you'll have to wait until you're level 370. Otherwise, you won't even be qualified to study it. But how could she know that the origin rune is no challenge for me at all? Still, there's no way I'm telling her that I recognize the origin rune. I can't even tell Ziyuan. This puzzle can only be solved by entering the origin space. Until then, I'd better hurry up and find the God-chosen secret realm. I actually crushed all the foreign practitioners as a battlefield rookie, even achieving the historic feat of defeating the Demon King single-handedly. However, that only drew a double siege from the demons and the dragon race. And so, the final battle where I face both races alone has finally begun. Right now, I'm taking Mo Yun to the core area of the central region. But on the way, we were stopped by a team of human practitioners. Claude, their leader, was deeply attracted by Mo Yun's beauty. So he approached us to show his goodwill, claiming he could protect Mo Yun and her origin rune. He is wearing the distinctive attire of country-wide practitioners. An 8-star second lieutenant military badge is pinned to his shoulder. However, Mo Yun refuses him without a second thought. Disappointment instantly shows on the man's face. Yet, miss, your primordial rune will attract quite a few abyssal demons and dragons. And the teammate by your side is still just a level 30 newbie. If this continues, your life will be in danger. Hearing this, I give him a cold glance. A strong murderous intent involuntarily erupts from my eyes. Our safety is not something you country-wide people need to worry about. Hearing these words, Claude's expression changes. He did not expect a level 30 good-for-nothing to dare speak insolently to him. Just as he is about to make a move to teach me a lesson, suddenly a hearty laugh comes from the side. Well said, little brother. The people of our Xinxia Empire do not need others to protect them. A team of practitioners walks over with imposing momentum. They are wearing the distinctive attire of the Xinxia Empire. There are 18 of them in total, a team composition that has a special name on the ancient battlefield. They are called a boss squad, and they do not clear dungeons. Instead, they constantly search the ancient battlefield for Lord-tier bosses to raid. And the drops are not considered very good. They drop a large amount of equipment that ordinary monsters do not drop. Occasionally, they even drop a few top-tier equipment pieces. This can not only upgrade one's own gear, but also be exchanged for a large amount of money. Therefore, there are many such teams on the ancient battlefield. The team before us actually belongs to the Jialan Guild. The Jialan Guild is one of the top major guilds in the Xinxia Empire. Their equipment was all top-tier platinum grade. They even had several pieces of boss jewelry. Claude forced a smile when he saw who it was. It was Jiang Wenshan from the Jialan Guild. It's good that you know me. Jiang Wenshan gave Claude a dismissive glance and ignored him. This blatant disregard left Claude feeling very displeased. But Jiang Wenshan's level had already surpassed his, reaching level 60. He knew deep down he was no match for him. So he had no choice but to lead his team away in disgrace. At that moment, Jiang Wenshan looked at Mo Yun with some surprise. A mid-tier legendary class, Holy Spirit Summoner. A decent class, but he was shocked when he saw my level. Little brother, how did you get to the eternal battlefield at level 30? Then, his pupils suddenly contracted. His gaze landed on the military badges Mo Yun and I were wearing. Once he realized, he quickly saluted Mo Yun and me. 9-star Second Lieutenant Jiang Wenshan greets the two officers. As a soldier, he valued military etiquette above all else. At the same time, he assumed I must have used some method to hide my level. Because in his experience, no one could reach the rank of colonel at level 30. I waved my hand, telling him to stand at ease. Jiang Wenshan then shared some news with us. Demons and dragonkin were appearing in swarms near the core area. What was most puzzling was that they were actually gathering together peacefully. Normally, they would have started fighting the moment they met. Clearly, they shared the same goal for this trip. Mo Yun immediately realized they must be coming for us. And right now, she was still under the red light pillar of the origin rune. Therefore, it wouldn't be long before they found her. Thinking of this, she looked at me anxiously and said, "Those active in the core area should all be demons around level 60. Plus the dragon practitioners. Maybe we should find a place to hide first." Hearing this, I told him it wasn't necessary. I'll just kill as many as come. After saying that, I told Jiang Wenshan to leave quickly, so he wouldn't get dragged into this. What do you mean, dragged into this? Demons and the dragon race have always been the mortal enemies of humanity. Moreover, those of us from the Xinxiao Empire aren't afraid of them at all. Just then, a loud voice echoed from the distance. "It's too late for you to leave now." A swarm of black dots appeared in the sky. Each dot was an abyssal demon. At the same time, a large number of dragon practitioners appeared from another direction. Seeing this, Jiang Wenshan quickly told his teammates to prepare for battle. In an instant, blades were drawn with a cold flash. Every one of them looked solemn. Their eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenshan was about to report the situation back to the guild headquarters. But a second later, they received my Legion invitation. He was stunned to see that I really was only level 30. How is this possible? Reaching the rank of Colonel at level 30? Before he could think further, the demons and dragon practitioners rapidly approached. Looking out, there were at least 200 abyssal demons over level 60. There were also over 100 dragon practitioners on the other side. While we only had 20 people in total, the numbers were completely unbalanced. Jiang Wenshan's expression became extremely grim, because this was the toughest battle he had ever faced. But just as he was about to order the charge, a burly Lich general suddenly appeared by my side. The accompanying undead legion immediately surrounded and protected everyone. Jiang Wenshan was shocked by this sight. Is this why he was able to reach the rank of Colonel at level 30? However, although there were a vast number of skeletons, their stats didn't seem that powerful. It wouldn't be enough to help him survive in the eternal battlefield. Does his class have some kind of powerful skill? Or did he awaken a talent? In his eyes, I had become an absolute mystery. Right then, the Lich General cast Legion Enhancement. The skeleton's stats were instantly boosted significantly. They quickly rushed toward the nearest demon, and the Berserk Strike skill erupted instantly. Simultaneously, I cast Damage Curse with a tenfold damage boost. This level 58 high-tier demon was insta-killed without any resistance. The other demons stopped in their tracks upon seeing this. They were clearly stunned by my strength. Jiang Wenshan breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the demons' levels. Luckily, there were no Lord-level demons among these high-tier ones. This is because demons are categorized by level and rank. Those below level 40 are ordinary demons. Besides level, there are also differences in rank. The higher the rank, the higher the status. They are divided into ranks like demon lords. The Crimson Moon demon I encountered a few days ago was a Lord-level demon. In terms of status, demons of the same level can't even compare to it. Similarly, the dragon race also has class distinctions, but their distinctions are more crude. The purer the bloodline, the higher the status. So there are commoner dragons within the dragon race, as well as those in the noble class. Even if a level 70 commoner dragon encountered a level 30 noble, their status and power would still be inferior. Among the dragons present, there are a few nobles with powerful bloodlines. You can tell from the aura they emit and the equipment they wear. Their aura is more powerful, and their equipment is more gorgeous and exquisite. They belong to the noble class of the dragon race. But I looked at their equipment with eyes gleaming. This gear looks pretty good. Mo Yun, standing beside me, was speechless upon hearing this. This guy isn't thinking about how to break through and escape, but is instead eyeing other people's gear. I actually crushed the double encirclement of demons and dragons single-handedly. I even wiped out the experts of both races in less than a minute. Unexpectedly, their bodies activated an ancient sacrifice array, which summoned a terrifyingly powerful abyssal fire spirit. It turns out, right after I insta-killed a level 58 high-level demon, all the demons were too terrified by my strength to even move. Yet a cold glint flashed across the eyes of the demon Alice. She then took out a crystal ball and threw it onto the ground. It seemed to have flames flickering inside. It instantly formed a massive sea of fire. However, the flames presented a bizarre dark green color. Mo Yun and Jiang Hanwen's expressions changed drastically at the same time. It was actually the Abyss Flame. Hearing this name, I was instantly filled with confusion, and I had no idea what made it so terrifying. Their strength will increase by at least 30%. The stats of abyssal demons were already the highest among the three races. If you factor in the bonus from the Hellfire as well, their stats would become even more astonishing. At that moment, Alice let out a sharp cry and ordered all the demons to attack. A dense swarm of demons immediately rushed toward us. Seeing this, Jiang Hanwen hurriedly told everyone to evacuate, stating that they should leave this land engulfed by Hellfire before attempting to resist. Instantly, all the human practitioners retreated rapidly. Yet I stood motionless in my spot. I was originally worrying about how to use the explosion skill to end the battle quickly. Now these flying guys were delivering themselves right to my doorstep, which actually saved me a lot of trouble. As for the so-called Hellfire, I did not take it seriously at all. Forget a 30% boost. I wouldn't be afraid even if it were 300%. But Jiang Hanwen got anxious when he saw me standing still. Officer Lin, what are you doing? Get out of there quickly. But I didn't listen. Instead, I walked straight toward the demons. Then I raised my hand and cast Damage Curse. In an instant, the entire battlefield was shrouded in a red aura. The moment she saw the slight smirk on my lips, The succubus Alice immediately realized something was wrong. She saw one of the skeleton warriors carrying a corpse. It was the level 58 abyssal demon that had died earlier. Alice had seen the power of my corpse explosion skill before, so she hurriedly shouted for all the demons to scatter. But the demons who had already charged forward couldn't hear her delicate voice. Then, a violent explosion erupted among the demons. Suddenly, corpses began falling like rain, under the double damage boost of a 10x damage curse and 10x corpse explosion. Even abyssal demons over level 60 couldn't withstand it. All the demons within the blast radius were killed on the spot. In just a moment, half the demons were wiped out. The surviving demons were filled with terror, so they turned and fled without hesitation. But it was already too late for them to escape. Hundreds of corpses exploded almost simultaneously. Not only were all the demons killed instantly, but quite a few dragon practitioners following behind also died. Then came a series of consecutive explosions, and the area returned to its usual silence. It all happened too fast. The evacuating group is stunned by the sight. It takes them a while to snap out of it. It looks like we do not need to run anymore. All the demon and dragon practitioners were wiped out by him. Jiang Han, however, completely misses what his teammates are saying. His attention is entirely captured by his military badge. Military merits are pouring endlessly into the badge on his body. The original silver sub-lieutenant badge quickly transforms into a golden colonel badge. Overjoyed by the sight, Jiang Han urges his teammates to check if their badges have upgraded. Hearing this, everyone looks at their own military badges. Every single one of their badges is glowing. Without exception, they have all upgraded. Though not jumping from sub-lieutenant to colonel like Jiang Han, they have all gained stars. At this moment, everyone looks at me with deep gratitude in their eyes. Having served in the military before, they value military rank far more than ordinary people. They believe I could have easily handled those demons and dragons entirely on my own. Yet I willingly invited them into the Legion and split these military merits with them. This makes them all deeply grateful to me. Yet I had no such grand intentions at all. I simply did not want to level up or accidentally injure them. As all the demons and dragons fall, Alice, who is lingering in the distance, does not run. Instead, a seductive smile appears on her face. This strikes me as very strange. In the past, she would have fled long ago. Clearly something is wrong as Alice pulls out a gem radiating purple light. The projection of the succubus queen appears once again within the light. The succubus queen asked with a flirtatious laugh, "Are you all ready?" Alice nodded, indicating they were all ready. There were 228 high-level demons over level 60, plus 146 dragon race practitioners. That's a total of 374 dead. Hearing this, the succubus queen flashed a seductive smile. It was the perfect chance to borrow their bloodline power. With that, she lightly tapped the ground with her finger. The abyss fire instantly erupted. In an instant, it covered the entire land, melting all the corpses on the ground. But the life essence within the corpses remained. Seeing this, Mo Yun's expression changed drastically. Oh no, the succubus queen is summoning an abyss fire spirit. This is a secret technique of the abyss, and the strength of the fire spirit depends on the amount of life sacrificed. With so many corpses of demons and dragon race practitioners standing nearby, Jiang Hanwen was stunned upon seeing the succubus queen. He didn't understand why the succubus queen's phantom appeared here, and had even meticulously designed such a sacrifice ritual. Was it all just for the primordial rune on Mo Yun's body? I told him that all of this was to get rid of me. But hearing this, Jiang Hanwen didn't question it much. Although he had spent years in the eternal battlefield and didn't know of my deeds, given the strength I displayed today, I was indeed qualified to become a thorn in the Demon King's side. But right now, the most important thing is how to handle the current situation. An entity that surpasses Lord-level demons is roughly equivalent to a Lord-level boss. And since the sacrifices were all demons and dragons above level 60, this Abyss Fire Spirit must be at least level 60. Normally, they wouldn't even dare touch a level 50 Lord-level boss. But I wasn't afraid in the slightest. Mo Yun was already used to my antics by now, so she told me it might drop a flame gem. Using it can increase resistance to fire elements. It sounds similar to the Venom Gem, and the function is about the same. I just wondered if the Flame Gem would allow me to master fire-type skills. Mo Yun shook her head, saying it was impossible. I felt a bit disappointed upon hearing that. It seems this Abyss Fire is still not as good as the Earth-Touch Dragon God. Jiang Han, standing nearby, was completely shocked. I nodded calmly. I killed it a few days ago. It was very powerful, and the drops were quite good. Hearing this, Jiang Han looked like he'd been struck by lightning. 2 world-class bosses have been killed recently. It couldn't have been you, could it? I nodded and told him that I had indeed killed them all. He had been here for so many years and hadn't managed to kill a single one. At that moment, I completely became his idol. Meanwhile, the Abyss Fire Spirit finally took shape, having fused with the vital essence of the dragon race. The Abyssal Fire Spirit bears dragon-like features in its appearance. Then, the alluring and soul-captivating laughter of the Succubus Queen echoes through the air. Little Lin Moyu, please enjoy my hospitality to the fullest. With that, she slowly fades away. I finally found the God-chosen secret realm coveted by countless powerful beings. Yet before I could even step into the realm, the Succubus Queen residing within the abyss descended once again, and she activated an ancient sacrificial formation. The very moment the projection of the Succubus Queen vanishes, the long-slumbering Abyssal Fire Spirit finally awakens. A heaven-shaking roar erupts from within the flames. The surrounding flames are instantly blasted apart, forming a massive fiery barrier. The barrier encloses everyone present, yet it ignores all the others and charges straight toward me. Clearly, it has inherited the will of the Succubus Queen. It must prioritize eliminating me, the enemy who poses the greatest threat to the Abyss world. Seeing this, I simply have Mo Yun and the others retreat from the area. Then, with a single thought, 10 undead legions instantly appear. At the same time, the Lich General casts buffs on all the skeletons. The next second, the skeleton warriors rapidly charge toward the Abyssal Fire Spirit. Yet the moment the two sides collide, dozens of skeleton warriors are directly sent flying by the impact. Fortunately, the number of skeleton warriors is more than enough. At the same time, I seized the opportunity to cast a detection skill on it. The next second, its stat panel popped up. It was level 60. Its total attributes reached a staggering 430,000. It not only possessed traits that reduced 2 types of elemental damage and resisted curse effects, but it was even immune to all fire elemental damage. Seeing this, I helplessly looked around. If the corpses I had just killed had not disappeared, I could have taken it down effortlessly. But now, I had to fight it slowly. Zhang Hanshan in the distance also saw the stats of the Abyssal Fire Spirit, and felt a bit intimidated. These stats were much stronger than the bosses they usually fought, with total attributes ranging between 250 and 300,000. He could hardly imagine how I managed to solo the earth-splitting dragon god. Meanwhile, Alice the succubus in the sky wore a bright smile. In her view, this Abyssal Fire Spirit was much stronger than the Blood Moon Demon, and had no obvious weaknesses, meaning my level 30 self was bound to die. At that moment, the body of the Abyssal Fire Spirit emitted a dazzling light, and a fire-red halo appeared beneath its feet, rapidly expanding outward. Fortunately, Mo Yun, Zhang Hanshan, and the others had already retreated past the barrier and avoided it. Only the bone armor on my body lit up with a white glow. This skill would continuously deal fire damage to enemies. But for someone like me who could ignore even the poisonous mist of the earth-splitting dragon god, this kind of burning aura was pathetically weak. The skeletons and the Lich General also took some damage. However, the Lich General has a Legion healing skill, so this type of AoE skill is completely useless against them. Seeing that its skills had no effect, the Abyssal Fire Spirit suddenly grew anxious. The flame power within its body erupted violently. In an instant, the interior of the barrier turned into a sea of fire, dealing continuous damage to the enemies within. Immediately after, light erupted from its body once more. The earth roared as massive amounts of magma sprayed from the ground. The magma fell from the sky, turning into lava, crashing down upon the entire barrier like a rainstorm. This was another continuous AoE skill. Individually, their attack power wasn't that high, but combined, the damage was quite significant. The Lich General's healing skills also began to falter. By my calculations, the skeletons could only hold on for about a minute at most. To minimize the skeletons' casualties, I had to end the battle within a minute. With that thought, the soldier runes on my palm began to glow. The skill Strengthen Soldiers increases all basic attributes of myself and my summons by 200% for 30 seconds. Additionally, damage dealt by all attacks is increased by 500%. Instantly, all the skeletons emitted a dazzling golden light. All their attributes were boosted. Now, they had reached a staggering 120,000. Adding the Lich General's skill bonus, every single attribute exceeded 150,000. Their attack power had increased by a full 3 times. And that's not even counting the 500% damage bonus. Including equipment, it's as high as 60,000 points. The next second, the Skeleton Warrior's Berserk Strike skill erupted fully. The Skeleton Mage's skills also struck like a tsunami. I wasn't idle either, immediately casting a damage curse. while simultaneously releasing Soul Flame. Under this round of focused fire, the Abyssal Fire Spirit was insta-killed before it could even let out a scream. Experience increased by 516. I obtained a Flame Gem. Looking at the popping notifications, even I, the one responsible, was shocked. I didn't expect that with the support of the Soldier Runes, the Skeleton Army's damage would completely exceed all expectations. Jiang Hanshan and the others in the distance were completely stunned seeing this. They couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. A demon equivalent to a Lord-level boss was actually insta-killed by a level 30 practitioner. Meanwhile, the succubus Alice, who had just been smug, suddenly turned pale. She finally realized she had overlooked my ability to fuse origin runes. The shock in her heart was beyond words. Because every time I faced a challenge, I brought her a different sense of frustration. Not only could the world boss who dominated the region, the great earth tentacle dragon god, not kill me, but now, even the powerful abyssal fire spirit was insta-killed by me. At this moment, I was a monster in her eyes. Without a second thought, she crushed a black stone. The next second, a space-time portal appeared before her. Then, she zipped right inside, feeling the space-time tunnel filled with the aura of the abyss. I realized she had escaped the eternal battlefield and entered the abyss world. And with the fall of the abyssal fire spirit, the flame barrier also began to collapse and shatter. Then, Mo Yun and I continued our journey to find the God-chosen secret realm, located between two giant rocks, emitting a faint golden light. The moment we stepped through the portal, it gradually warped and deformed, finally vanishing like a bubble. As long as someone enters the God-chosen secret realm, regardless of whether they succeed or not, the entrance will disappear. It will reappear elsewhere after 2 days. Mo Yun and I each landed on a different platform. We were only half a meter apart, but we were separated by an invisible force. A second later, a brilliant blue light filled my vision, and 2 blue paths wove themselves before us. The 2 blue paths led straight to the clouds, and the moment we entered the platform, all equipment attributes became void. I realized that here, I couldn't rely on external items, only on myself. But to my surprise, the soldier rune on the back of my hand still worked. It seemed the restrictions of the God-chosen secret realm couldn't affect it. Push forward with everything you've got, and don't take a single step back. With a smile, she stepped into the blue passage belonging to her. The moment she stepped inside, the platform vanished instantly, and the passage changed accordingly. There was no way back behind her. Taking a single step backward would mean leaving the Divine Selection's secret realm immediately, and she would never be able to enter again in this lifetime. I took a deep breath and stepped into the passage as well. An invisible pressure descended upon me the moment I entered. The pressure came from a mental level, as if a voice was telling me to turn back. I had finally climbed the ladder passage infused with divine power, and shattered the divine limits of past godly powerhouses in one fell swoop. It turned out that the moment I stepped into the ladder passage, an invisible oppressive force rushed toward me. Moreover, the pressure originated from the mental level. Seeing this, I immediately understood that since I was a magic-type class, my strength, agility, and constitution were all average. I was far worse off than warrior-type classes. Only my mental aspect was my strong suit. Therefore, the trial of the Divine Selection's secret realm for me came in the form of mental pressure. The pressure endured also varied for practitioners of different levels. Mo Yun's Divine Summoner also belonged to the mental class. However, she was at level 41, meaning the pressure she had to endure far exceeded mine. The current pressure crashed down like wave after wave of the ocean. Yet it felt as refreshing as a spring breeze to me. I realized this was thanks to the soul crystals I obtained earlier, which significantly increased my mental power. It even surpasses other level 40 mage professionals, otherwise I would not have it so easy. In contrast, Mo Yun appears somewhat strained. Just then, a row of steps leading toward the sky appears before us. And on the steps, wisps of golden energy resembling silk threads emerge. There are exactly 500 steps. Golden threads flutter and dance on every single step. One can sense an extraordinary aura emanating from these golden threads. They are precisely the divine energy that all powerhouses yearn for. According to Bai Shun, gathering at least 100 strands of divine energy is necessary to form a complete divinity. This means I must climb up 100 steps. As long as I can obtain a complete piece of divinity, my class advancement probability can be raised to over 90%. Right then, Mo Yun's voice comes from another passage. She tells me that although 100 strands of divine energy can form a complete divinity, this divinity is only of the lowest grade. If I want to acquire stronger divinity, I need to obtain more divine energy. With that, She points to a divine cauldron at the very top and continues. Legend says that if one can reach the level of the three-legged divine cauldron, the probability of class advancement during the third transition can also be raised to 80%. Hearing this, I look in the direction she is pointing. The light emitted by the divine cauldron is exceptionally dazzling. Countless strands of divine energy are flying around the cauldron. Seeing this scene, I cannot help but be stunned, because its appearance resembles the three-legged cauldrons in Huaxia Shinzhou too much. Connecting this to the Bing rune obtained previously, I instantly feel that it might be related to my former world. And if I want to verify my conjecture, I must climb to that final layer of steps to have a chance at investigating the truth. With that in mind, I stepped onto the first stair without hesitation. Then, a roar echoed in my ears. A powerful pressure crashed over me like a tsunami. It felt as if it wanted to forcibly push anyone climbing the stairs back down. But I stood my ground, not moving an inch. At the same time, the passage behind me disappeared. In its place was an exit. Then, a wisp of divine energy from the stairs seeped into my body. I suddenly felt as if I had gained something. But when I checked my attributes, nothing had changed. So, I continued climbing the stairs. My pace grew faster and faster. It felt as if I were walking on flat ground, with mental attributes far exceeding those of a level 30 magic-type practitioner. This mere mental pressure had no effect on me. Wisps of divinity continued to enter my body. My attributes still showed no change. In the blink of an eye, I had reached the 50th step, and 50 wisps of divine energy had accumulated within me. Right then, my body began to change. It felt as if my entire body was bathing in warm water. This made me even more excited to see what a complete divinity would bring. By now, Mo Yun had also reached the 50th step. Although the difference in speed between us wasn't that great, she was far from as relaxed as I was. Beads of sweat had already formed all over her forehead. Clearly, she was under significant pressure. Seeing this, I gave her a cheering gesture and continued upward, crossing layer after layer. A few minutes later, I finally reached the 100th floor. And as the 100th wisp of divine energy entered my body, a series of booms echoed in my mind, and it felt as if every joint in my body was being opened up. An indescribable feeling of comfort spread throughout my entire body. At the same time, a new trait called Divine Power was added to my attributes. All attributes increased by an additional 1% upon leveling up. Mental power recovery speed increased by 100%. Unfortunately, this trait is not affected by my own talent amplification. Looking at these attributes, I finally understood why Bai Yuan said the earlier you obtain divinity, the better. Just the additional 1% attribute boost per level is incredibly powerful. If I reach level 90, the accumulated attributes will be a staggering number. Given his strength, it probably wasn't very low. With that thought, I looked up at the divine tripod at the very top. A strong longing filling my eyes. I longed to raise the level of my divinity to the maximum. At this moment, Mo Yun finally stepped onto the 100th step, but the pressure she endured had left her almost exhausted. Fortunately, obtaining divinity restored all her stamina, and her fatigue was also greatly reduced. Her hard work had not been in vain. She obtained divinity at level 41, already matching Bai Yuan's record. In the future, she might even have the chance to become someone on par with Bai Yuan. After that, I stepped onto the 101st floor without hesitation. Starting from this floor, every step I took granted me 2 wisps of divine energy. Meanwhile, the mental pressure grew even stronger. But to me, it felt no different from the first 100 floors. My pace didn't slow down one bit. Mo Yun gasped when she saw how easily I was handling it. What a freak. These stairs that make everyone else struggle are like flat ground to him. I really wonder how high this guy can eventually reach.